Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to day 39, gosh that number's starting to get big, of Brighter Shore. So today is our first day. It took us 38 days, I can't believe it, but it is our first day of finally AFKing a 200 skill. They have a extremely high curve as far as how high their XP rate and everything goes at that point. And gosh, is it actually absurdly good. Like every single one is almost like mining an iron ore, which we would need to be doing at our level anyways. Like when I click this button, we are about to see a very, very big number. Like a very big number. 2 million! Obviously it's relative to what our level is at. But one thing that's really interesting about post 200 AFKs is, yeah, they are really, like, they still scale the same way to your level like they do pre-200. It's the main thing that makes them so strong. As you can see, about 8 hours of sleep, and we got 8 hours of, you know, material here. And that's over 2 million XP. And this is a level 200 activity. This is, like, the weakest it gets. But, yeah, really strong. Actually, wait, what level are we at right now? Oh, I thought we were at 207. I was like, oh, blast mining? No, not today. So what are our main focuses for today? We got a couple. Definitely a handful of them. Most noteworthy ones. We will be doing Forager and Gatherer. We started a bit of Gatherer yesterday, but I want to get more into the Forager routing and see what we can end up doing with it. Of course, there is a new drop all mechanic that was added yesterday. And while we did test it quite extensively, I did kind of get very distracted by doing Merchant for like half the stream. So I kind of want to try some other things that, you know, aren't just Merchant drop all. Of course, we did yesterday as well, but I kind of want to see what we could end up doing with it with Forager, and maybe a few other skills as well. But, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of foraging, gathering, a lot of picking stuff up on ground, a lot of touching plants, and, yeah, trying to get our levels up. Ideally, for today, our goals are to reach 50 Forager, to bring us towards almost base 50. The only ones we'll have left after that is Fisher as far as non-combat. And then 2 combats. Honestly, we could probably clear out in one stream both the 2 combats. I'm pretty sure it's possible. I'm pretty close to it. As long as we find like a weak enemy, go get a good weapon for, which I think I might already have. I know I made a good shield for them. I didn't make a good weapon yet, I don't think, though. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Beyond that, anything else worth mentioning? Yeah, we're going to get 50 Forager today. I believe 62 Gather, whatever our next like big bone is. I want to get to 66. So, yeah, it'd be what, 13 levels? Yeah, 66 Gatherer, 50 Forager, and we 100% need to have 193 Blacksmithing. And I also put an Alchemy symbol in the title thingy, because I think we might start working towards 62 Alchemy. Since I'm going to be doing so much foraging, I might be putting a lot of that into Alchemy, we'll see. Actually, let me double check. Does anyone know, I didn't check this preemptively, what do you need to make a Hope Port 7%? I have a feeling by the time the level range I reach, I will not be able to go and utilize it. I was hoping I would, but let me go double check. But I really don't think we will. But let me go check real quick. There's no way to check in game, is there? Yeah, it doesn't tell me. It doesn't say what 2 ingredients are here unless you go to like the recipe thing. Fine, we'll go check the wiki. Let's see. Yeah, I know it's level 50. I meant the ingredients you need. Let's see. Because I want to see if we actually bank any of them. 83 and 95? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, yeah, never mind. That's not happening then. Let me just look at it, though. Yeah. You would need a bladder rack, which is like 80-something. I remember seeing the spawn for them. And a white nettle. Interesting. Yeah, both of these are far outside of our range. We can end up foraging here. Yeah, 83, yeah. 83.95. That is not happening. That is very much not happening. Anyways. But yeah, overall, 200 plus AFKs, amazing. I'm not sure why we didn't start them a month ago. But we're never going to not do them now. The next one's probably Detective, because we do need 221 at some point. But right now, we're just doing some mining, so we don't have to mine 1 billion iron ore. Because otherwise, we're stuck at iron. Realistically, since we mostly have to skip Deathstone because we don't have enough bank to keep doing it. But basically, if I did no AFK activities, this is the whole reason why we're doing these, is I would have to do iron all the way to bare minimum 223 for Carbonese. That does not sound good. So the solution was, yeah, just throw in the 2 AFK activities. And look at that, 1,403 per thing. Not bad. Not bad at all. The only slightly annoying thing about this is where you have to bank it. Because you can't put it into the stone bank. This is actually a stone mason. Or, you know, you can't put it into the ore bank because this is stone. So the closest bank, unless you telly, is all the way over there. So you definitely want to go the telly angle whenever you want to bank from here. But anyways, let me go check my money. One thing I wanted to wait on before we did foraging was at least level 10 all tools. And guess what we have the money for? Yeah, that's right. Not that. No, we do have enough. Barely. Barely, but we'll go do it. That's pretty much the game plan. Go get level 10 all tools, go mess around with that, go have some fun. And yeah, just mess around with everything. That is pretty much the plan for today. You see a lot of nature today for once. We've been stuck in the mines and everything else, but today's going to be a very naturey day. I had a lot of fun in Hope Forest as well in the past. Yesterday. Because, I don't know, we've found a couple of rooms that are actually really, really cozy. That, most notably, where was it? The room, like, where even is the map? Okay, there I am. Yeah, like the room right over here. We were doing the thistles earlier. And honestly, it's one of my favorite rooms in the game now. Unfortunately, we don't have a need to do them anymore because the other thing that we have now. But anyways, let's go upgrade all of our tools. We're definitely going to need that. 100%. Oh, so hello, Sanaka. Hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. You just finished on Blood Nettle at 197. Nice. Yeah, that's something I still need to go figure out too. We got to figure out what our foraging routes are going to be. I know, let's see. What are the two biggest things we could do right now? Hogberries and monument pieces. Oh, well, I think I know my path. Those seem fine to me. And just keep cycling them. Maybe get a hogberry stack and just go and eventually trade them. Oh gosh, people are still trading in this town square. Alright, let me go get some EXP pots. We are going to be hope porting. I might even just chug them. How cheap are these things? I know if you're going to EXP pot anywhere, you should probably be doing it in a hope port. Because these things are dirt cheap. The only problem is, I have no money. I just realized. I might have to go do some leather worker. Because I'm about to cap out my, potion. I mean, my money. Because we need enough money to get level 10 all tool. But then after that, if we have any money left, we might need to look into investing into some EXP pots. Because I'm pretty sure they're under 2 silver each for this area. They're really cheap in Chapter 1. They're one of the few chapters where you can basically chug them and it'll probably be fine. Alright, so what we're doing here is upgrading these 3, of course. We're just getting them all to level 10. Beyond that, what we focus on, I'm not quite sure on them, but for now, just level 10 all. So hello, Lost Skill. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Hope everyone's been doing well. But this is definitely going to be a Hogberry monument piece focus. I might even just go and shuffle onto the 2 of them. And just kind of camp that area a little bit. The only problem is, I believe, do any of these gain any benefit from any tool? Because I want to say the answer is no. I'm pretty sure the answer is no. It's one thing that's really annoying about foraging. Not at all? Oh gosh, of course not. Well, luckily the king potato will. I'm pretty sure that's trowel. But I'm still gonna go get them all up though. I want to have them all 10 for when we eventually do the 490 grind. When we need them all 25'd. Because while we might not immediately need them, I assure you we will eventually need them. So for now we're still going with our 10 all. If nothing else, at least this 10 trowel will work once we do potato. Forget what else works on something though. Because I don't think you need anything for the common limpet. Maybe you do. Kelp you definitely don't. Oh wait, maybe I just do the trowel for today. I didn't even notice this. Maybe I only do level 10 trowel. And hold off on the other 2. For EXP pots. Because unless I'm doing wide farming, I'm not even touching any of the other 2. Because I'm just now looking at what we'll be doing. If I was to do like a monument piece focus. Like a monument piece rotation into the things we need. They're all things that don't benefit from it. Hogberries gain no benefit. Potato is the trowel that we're upgrading now. Limpet, does anyone know if Limpet's anything? I'm pretty sure it's no benefit. Kelp is for sure no benefit because you get it during the tutorial. And then if we happen to go to 53, that's also no benefit. Yeah, and then wall plant. Yeah, so if our only goal is to get to like 50, 53, I actually only need a trowel today. I never noticed that. Okay. Well, since we're only worried about the short term, I'm just going to upgrade the trowel and just buy the rest as EXP pots or something. So we could chug EXP pots. But I'm just going to get a level 10 trowel then. I don't need level 10 all. Because we're not going to get to any point today where we're even going to need anything but the trowel. Because I only plan to get to like level 50, 53, 55. I don't plan to get much beyond that today. Well, eventually, obviously, but for today's purposes, I don't need beyond a 10, I think. What did you do with your tools that you made a huge mistake on them? Hey, what did you do that was wrong with your tools? Hey, honestly, most of them are fine. A lot of level 9 all. Oh, you went like even on everything? Oh no, that's perfectly fine for this chapter though. What's up, Lost Fan? Welcome, welcome. Oh, you went 25 secutors? Oh no, are secutors good? I know they're for the HP pots, I believe, eventually. I believe the best HP pots in the game use them. I believe they're only used for 2 things though. The wall plant and what's the second one? What's the second one that isn't wall plant? I'm pretty sure that was it. Is that level 10? Should be good. Nettle, wall plant, and bell plant. Okay, that's a little bit more then. But yeah, I think we're going to do a drop all hogberry route. I will need a timer for this though. It's time to get the almighty timer. Dun dun dun. Alright, let me go get the timer. The good old Steam timer that's been carrying us for some content. Alright, I'm gonna need a 9-minute timer. We're gonna be testing the drop all mechanic. Because I'm gonna be dropping the potato. Honestly, I'm not even gonna bank the potato. I do want to bank the hogberries though, I think. Hogberries are for... I don't know, do I bother banking anything? Other than the monument pieces, just because they're right there. This might be a no bank angle. Yeah, they're used for only plus 40 Tempest Day, right? Or at least the weaker ones. I'm pretty sure it's just for the plus 40 Tempest Day. Pretty sure. They cost a lot though. But how much did they sell to? Because they're probably not even worth banking. This might just be an all drop all angle. Other than monument piece. Yeah, they cost like 1 something each, but when are we ever making them again? Like we're beyond the level where we do it. So this is probably just a pure drop angle. Yeah, honestly, all the tier 1 stuff pretty much just drop. The only thing we bank is monument pieces just because it's free. It's already on route. Because I don't need the potatoes for cooking anymore. We're past that level. I don't need the, I think that's the plan then. Anyways, I'm gonna go get the mining boost potion. Even though I'm probably gonna be putting a lot of these initially into alchemy. We do still need 193 smithing by the end of today. So I do want to use what we currently have on it. I think this is from when we were doing leather work or money making earlier. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. How much are the potions here? Because I'm probably going to be chugging these today. Oh, less than 2 gold each? Stock me up. That is, like, free. Yeah, we're definitely just stock up then. Gimme. Alright, I think that's good. Gosh, how big can the stack go? Alright. Hey, give me like 508. I'm just going to chug these today. But before we do, we'll go for a 1 single mining boost potion. Because I do initially want to go and use this on smithing. But the rest of them I will be probably putting into alchemy so we can finally get to 62 so we can finally start training it again. What am I putting this into again? Yeah, smithing. Alright, there we go. But yeah, we will get 193 smithing today. It will happen. It's not going to happen immediately because I want to put these initially into alchemy. So I can skip from 53 to 62. Because I believe at that point, don't you start profiting? Let me go double check something. Where's the alchemy page again? Don't you start profiting at that level? Alchemy, 62. Because I'm probably just selling them back to the shop. Yeah, you make 700 silver each, or bronze, I mean. So yeah, that'll be the plan then. Plus I have a little bit of the bristle thingy banked. Assuming it's the same tier of what I have. I don't think I have the other one banked at all, but that's fine. We just buy it. Yeah, it's pure profit. And I'm not going to wait till trading, because honestly, I don't think we're going to make enough from trading to justify the money now. Because every single one we bank is going to be 2.1 silver tied up. And that 2.8 silver is going to be a lot more useful now than like 5 silver later, or however much they sell for when trading comes out. The cryo potions I will be saving. But the plus 60s for the greens are definitely going to get scrapped. Alright, so plan. I guess we are just going and doing monument run into hogberries. Take like every hogberry into monument pieces while we're waiting on the respawn. And see exactly what the rotation are. And then just drop all hogberry. I think is the play here. Because we're not going to need like a full rotation or anything. Oh, there's Meta. They're currently doing the 500 foraging grind. I believe they're hitting on leaderboard right now as well. Alright, now for the issue. Where on earth is every hogberry spawn? And are they all worth actually going towards instead of just focusing on different plants? I can't do the potatoes with it until we get a higher level. Let me just do a little bit of scouting here. Alright, we got some hogberries over here. We got a triple hogberry into the other room. Okay, and then we just monument piece it all. Alright, that should be fine. Let it begin. This might not be the highest knowledge per hour, but I'd rather prioritize EXP a little bit more than knowledge. I also plan to bank absolutely none of this. Okay, so I'm just going to take these two and ignore the one up there because it's too far away. And then we'll go for a couple of these monuments. I think I can grab all 3 of these pretty cleanly. And then we store the monuments, but drop all the hogberries. And I think we'll be good to go. Is it worth doubling back? I'm pretty sure we double back at this point. We'll take this. I don't think I can grab that from down here, though, is the only problem. Might have to grab the other monument piece. Yeah, I think it's going to be a 5 hogberry, 4 stone route. It's looking like it. Because I don't think it's worth going for much else. Because by now the first hogberries probably respawned. We drop all of our hogberries. Every single time we come up to the other thing, we eventually just store it every now and then. And then we're back at the first hogberry that hopefully has respawned by now. And I guess that's our game plan. It's not going to be the best knowledge per hour, but it should be our best XP rate right now. We're pretty close to it. Am I avoiding the aggro room? I'm trying to, yes. Because I'm mostly just trying to get the hogberries because of my best XP right now. So we are going to be mostly avoiding the combat room to the north, if we can. Because the hogberries are better than monuments right now. So we're getting, what, a 184, and the monuments are like a 150-ish? 140-ish? Oh, so why do I have a timer? I just realized. What am I trying to time on the ground? I was originally going to bank them, but honestly, tier 1s aren't worth banking. Tier 2 and up probably will. But tier 1s definitely aren't. Also, I'm pretty sure I can just grab this monument piece and head back up. Not sure if it's worth taking just for this one, though. What's his routing when he goes back? Yeah, he walks quite a bit without getting, like, any XP at all. Alright, not sure if this is the most efficient way to be going about this, but honestly, seems like it's working. Doing what it needs to do for our needs. Like, I'm not sure we're really banking anything. Like, what on earth are we banking at this low level range? It's all tier 1 junk. The potatoes I don't need anymore. The, which I'll start including into our route once we do start, getting higher level. I guess technically the 47 kelp might be the first thing we start banking. What are limpets used for? Does anyone know? Tier 1 limpet? Because I'm pretty sure until we get to tier 2, we don't need a single one of these things. And tier 2 kelp, I believe, makes 25% heal pots. Which are not the greatest, but at least you can make them pretty quick. And it's cheaper than buying it from the store if you already have them banked. Is part 2 of Tempest Day? Oh, it's the annoying Tempest Day one. Okay, yeah, that's useless then. We don't need that. I'm still not sure if it's worth going for this one monument piece. It's definitely one I'm going to drop once we have slightly higher foraging level. These 100% will not be worth it. I feel like there's a bit too much downtime in this run because we have to backtrack. Is there any potatoes I can grab on our backtrack if we ever do it like that? It's technically that potato. There's only one on this side though, which is kind of unfortunate. I might have to do a full circle loop of this area. I'm not sure if this room has enough spawns that you could just camp it though. But if it can, I think we drop monument piece for hogberry potato. It should be fine. There's one nice thing about foraging. There's like a billion nodes all over the place. Also, ooh, those things look dangerous. There's some dangerous looking ants right there. But I'm loving this drop ball feature. We haven't gotten to utilize it too much yet. Hey, Christmas tree. To go with our collection. It's stacking up to be way too many pieces of junk. Now we're getting there. I was not sure why I'm trying to drop them all in the same location as if I'm going to pick them up and actually deposit them. Because my intention is not to do so. At higher tiers we will be with those stacks, but at this level range, nope. Not going to happen. Yeah, there might be enough spawns in this room. Just camp this room once we have potato. And then just drop all spam. And worst comes to worst, we can peek into this room and grab maybe like one hogberry or two. It's because there are higher XP rate. Yeah, we're getting 129 for a monument and like a 160, 70 something for a hogberry. So the monument pieces are barely even worth it right now. We're getting like 70 more XP per hogberry. The only reason I'm doing is just to give us some more XP on our path. Since they're like right next to us anyways. But it should be fixed a little bit once we get to potato at 35 or whatever it was. But I think we're getting a little bit less knowledge per hour doing this. It's a little bit hard to keep track of directly though. I really wish this game would eventually get XP trackers and knowledge per hour trackers. Because I'm really curious what the numbers come out to be. Like, you can kind of track it now, but it's just really, really annoying to keep track of now. You gotta manually set a timer basically every single hour. Which is annoying to test because you're also going to need many more hours than just 1 hour of data to test any one method. This is like a really absurdly consistent one. Like some of the mining ones and such. I would say this loop's kind of consistent, but there's so many different routes you can take on it, which can affect XP rate. There's one of the more interesting things about foraging, compared to like gather or a few other skills, is there's no like one set path that you can take. Any given level range, there's so many different methods you can be doing. Whereas quite a few skills have like a definitive thing that they can do at a given level range. Only thing I don't like about this route is the amount of backtracking. I feel like the backtracking from that room to this room is really bad XP rate. Compared to just taking a bunch of smaller nodes. Because I know the small node method does get increasingly worse over time. Because of how XP rates work in this game for higher nodes. But also is probably perfectly fine to do at a lower level range like we are right now. So maybe we'll go the wide farm route. I don't know, anyone who's gotten like mid-level foraging, did you go for the foraging circles or did you just focus on like what your best material is? Like not at the high level range, but I mean like the low level range. Like under 100 range. Because I've still been just mostly focusing on the higher ones rather than doing the foraging circle. Mostly because I don't really need any of it banked right now. You do foraging circle, but just hit the best ones. Interesting. Hello, Ashley. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Brad. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let me put this into alchemy. Oh, I hate that it stalls you, though. Alchemy. So we're actually going to be getting quite a bit of alchemy XP today. It feels right doing Forager while doing alchemy. But I want to get 62 so I can move up to my next big potion. I'm not sure if I'm going to get 62 today, but I want to work towards it since we're already going to be 5% boosted for alchemy anyways. So I might as well put it into alchemy instead. I do still intend to get 193 smithing today. But since we're already boosted for Hopeport, it makes sense to put it into something Hopeport related. And out of any of these 5, the best one to put it into is definitely going to be alchemy. At least until 62, in which case we can start making that other potion for profit. And if I get any excess stuff that I need to sell out, I can just put it over there and we'll be good to go. If you solo farm, you get maybe 3 KP, but circle is just 5. Is circle really that much stronger? I have done circle before. I guess there's a lot of downtime in over here. There's no way this is only 3 an hour, though. I feel like this is slightly better than 3 an hour. Like, barely. It's probably like a 3.5. But there's no way this is only 3 an hour. Like, I don't mind if I'm not getting, like, 5-ish. If it means our XP rate is a lot better. But if it's pretty similar, I don't know. The problem is, that's not something I normally track. Like, KP per hour is not something I normally keep a really close attention to. Compared to XP per hour. You've got a whole spreadsheet on foraging routes, do you? Is what we're doing ultra inefficient? We might go back to trying circles then. The only thing I'm against for circles right now is I really don't need to bank anything I'm gathering. So I might just do a circle route that uses drop all. The other thing if we were doing circles is I need to go make some more money to upgrade all my tools. Because we only end up upgrading some. This is how you do monument pieces? That's funny. There's definitely going to be a lot of monument pieces, that's for sure. Alright, maybe I'll go make a little bit more money and go get all the tools then. And see what we can do for a circle. I'll just drop all instead of banking. Because honestly, trying to clear it all from my bank is going to be more annoying than just simply dropping it now. Because they're worth all so little. Like, how much is this when we sell it? Like half a silver. It's not like nothing, but it's basically nothing. The biggest issue with this route is the amount of walking we're doing for absolute nothing. But if I do end up doing that, I need to go make some more money. Because now that we bought the XP pots, I don't have enough money to go grab everything we need. So, by the way, how much does this sell for? Like 300 each. One of your favorites lately is 6 nettles, 4 potatoes, 6 kelp, 6 shell. I forget, what level is nettle? I think I can already do it. That's one of the main reasons I'm doing this weird route. Our strongest two right now is Hogberry and Monument Piece. With the next best being Potato. Which are all basically in this circle right now that we're in. And I was just going to drop all. Like, drop Monument Piece and start doing Hogberry, Potato only. Oh yeah, Bell Plant makes more sense because out in the open. Yeah, I kind of want 35 to try the potato method here. Because once we have potato, we should be able to cycle a bit better. With like a mini circle. I know, let's go for a wide one. I'm not sure what the route is, but let me go do it, but do drop all. And I'm trying to think. Has anyone made new routes for drop all then? Because I'm trying to think, if I was to not go through there, what is my pathing? I guess I could go through the aggro room, but then you have a bunch of jump up, down. Because I want to try to not go through that room. And keep like a smaller circle somewheres. Which is why I kind of wanted to do a circle like this with potato. I do like Hogberry Potato. Because I'm pretty sure we can still get around to most of them. Some of the nodes are a little far away though. It just doesn't seem worth it compared to cycling through the other road though. It's just now that we have drop all, we really don't need to go past there. It's slightly quicker just to drop all of them. You can't make yourself do it. Yeah, at a higher level range is worth dropping. At this level range, everything I'm grabbing is worth like negative money. Like we basically lose the time it takes to get it out of my bank, just to get rid of it, will be more time than they're even worth. I guess when trading comes out, we can kind of dump them. But until trading comes out, it actually is more time consuming to get them out of my bank and get rid of them from my bank than it is to just not put them in the bank to begin with. Just drop all of them. At least at tier 1. Tier 2, that will change. Maybe adding Overgrown Field? Which one's Overgrown Field? Overgrown Field. Yeah, that was my plan when I go do the circle. But I need the potato to be able to do that. I'm waiting on my 35 potato. I could try doing it with level 8 potato, but the only problem with that is pretty sure its XP drop is like less than 100. But yeah, that was my plan when I get to 35. Just do like a circle from Monument to there. Potentially incorporating this room if it's relevant, but probably not. I'm pretty sure those two rooms alone, if you do Potato Hogberry, will keep us sustained. And then we can stop doing these useless Monument pieces that I need to go sell later. Because I already have the Monument done. Well, not done. You know what I mean. Everything that I can have done right now is done. Obviously, it's not completed. Not this level range is not. Yeah, the Starfish isn't worth it until you can do that 80-something racks. I tried doing a summit before, and it's just really not worth it. Is some Monument off screen? No, we actually did it on screen, oddly enough. We did the first 2 tiers, and apparently probably the 3rd tier today. at the start of the game, like in the first few days of launch, or whenever it was. We did it pretty early in the game cycle. Or at least the very first tier anyways. I'm pretty sure we went for both the first two, I don't remember. But we did it in the first week of the game when we were just messing around with everything. But no, I do plan to doing basically all the monument in one go. Or we're gonna go from 50 to like 490 in a month. Or whatever we end this stream at, to like 90 in a month. Or 490, I mean. It's just a grind I do not want to do anytime soon. At least not that far. Like obviously 50 today is going to be free. Probably even doing 53 just to get to next piece. But I do plan to 1 month the rest of the grind after that. Like if we're getting anything beyond like 60, 70, we're probably going all the way to 490. We're going to just dedicate a whole month to doing so. I'm really just waiting on what they announced to be the monument reward. That's the main thing keeping me from it. And how good or bad it is determines how much we go for it. If it's something insane, we go for it like pretty much like the week or two after, maybe even immediately start going for it, depending on what we're grinding at the time. And if it's something really lame, then we put it off for like half a year to a year. But I don't know. It really depends what the reward is. Is currently he hasn't coded a reward. It depends if it's like tiered or if you have to get all the way to 490 or how on earth it works. There's nothing to really know about it at the moment. Other than that there is currently none. But that there will be one in the future. But yeah, how much I power grind it, or when I eventually get to power grinding it, is more so a matter of when than if. We definitely are doing it eventually. But our willingness to do it is heavily based on what on earth we get in return. Because I'm definitely not doing it just for fun. Like, don't get me wrong, I will enjoy some of the 490 Forager grind. But gosh, that could be a nightmare of a grind. Yeah, aside from getting a 500 cape, it is probably the longest grind currently in the game. As far as anything that you can go for. Not counting 500 capes. But for any one singular thing, it is basically the longest grind in the game. Currently. You did make it to the Forager leaderboards? Nice. A lot of hidden people, yeah. Are there any hidden top 500s? Because I know there's like 3 people currently on leaderboard for 500 for foraging. Because I was looking at the other day to see how many people had monument done. What about max enhancements? I guess technically all max enhancements would be longer. The problem with all max enhancements, though, is, to some degree, they're somewhat pointless with the current XP curve in the game. Because once you get a level 500, it doesn't matter what your enhance is. You're just done. So one thing that's really weird about the XP curve currently is once you hit 500, it doesn't matter if you have a level 0 tool, or a level 50 tool, or a level 100 tool, or a level 1000 tool, or however high they're gonna ever make it. Because you're done. Like, there's no XP more that you can gain because of the current system. There's something we were talking about earlier, that they really need to have some kind of post-500 XP system. Because right now, it's the second you hit 500, you just don't get XP anymore. So you could have all level 0 tools once you have 500, and it doesn't matter. Because there's no XP more to gain in the entire game at that point for that skill. So, getting tools max is somewhat irrelevant. At least once you have a 500 anyways. Obviously, towards 500 it helps a lot. But once you're at 500, it is pointless if you do or do not have an enhanced tool or not. At least in the current state of the game. That could change in the future, though. That would be a funny thing to do with enhanced tools, though. Imagine if a benefit, once you reach 500, is your percent XP is the percent chance you get a double resource drop instead. Now that would make post 500 kind of interesting. If the percent of your tool is the percent you get like a double drop. Like if you do a detective thing, you'll have a chance of getting a double turn in. Or if you do a resource, you have that percent chance to get a double resource. Because that would make post 500 a little bit more interesting then. As well as making chance actually worthwhile after 500. I would still prefer to get XP though. But if we were to go the non-XP route, it could just turn into a percent chance of doubling your loot. Yeah, once you get to 500, you will always be that rank. I don't really plan to go for 500s, though. I'm not even sure what I would even try locking in if I was to. Because even if I wanted to do 500 Armor Maker, that's a really absurdly long 500 to go for. Compared to the average 500. But I would need them to fix leaderboard before I would even consider it. And if I was to, honestly, it'd probably be detective. Watch person detective. Just because how chill and AFK it is. I don't even care how useless it is. I want my 500 watch person cape. The only problem is I feel like enough other people will also want to do that. That I'm not sure if we'd make top 20 for it. But if I was to go for any, that feels like the one I'd kind of want to go for. Is watch person and or detective. But I need the clean leaderboard to be up before I know if it's even worth doing. Because it might not even be possible. Because so many people are still working towards it. Because that means I would have to catch up with like someone already at like almost 300. As well as passing them. So we don't just need to catch up like 90 levels, but also need to then proceed to go quicker than they are. Because honestly, at this point, I'm kind of just waiting on, if I was to go for a 500, like legitimately like power grind to the ends of the year for a 500, it's going to be a chapter 5 or chapter 6 500. I don't want to do it on any currently existing one. I'd rather get geared up and prep for a future chapter 500. I just feel like it's kind of too late to try for any 500 right now. Because so many people are pretty much already on that grind. At least 20 for every level. But that won't be the case for any future one. Maybe to some degree, but at least you're starting at the same spot. So it's a lot more even playing field. So if we already have enough to like get a 50 tool, level 50 tool and stuff like that queued up, it'd be really easy to get like, let's say, like, you know, the Worm Wrangler next chapter. Getting that to level 500. Like something like that you can prep for pretty nicely. All you need is a couple hundred gold. A billion 5% XP pots for the area. And boom, you're good to go. And at that point, you're basically guaranteed to get a top 20. You just have to grind for like a month. But you will get there. I'm not going to do that. But that would be the way to do it. Just stack hundreds of gold before the next chapter. For tool upgrades. Stack a bunch of 5% if you can make them beforehand. In this case, you can. For other chapters, maybe not. But even if you can't, it shouldn't be that hard to get some. Or buy them from the market. But they probably would be pretty expensive at the start of a new chapter, though. But even without 5%, it's not that big a deal. Like 5% are, I'm pretty sure they'll fix it by then. But 5% are barely even a boost. If you account for the time it takes to drink it, the fact that it takes up some inventory space if you're doing something specifically inventory-wise, and every other factor related to them, they're barely worth it. Especially at the later chapters where they're like 2 times more expensive than this Hopeport one. Make sure you'll pick a different skill for me in episode 5. I don't think I'm going for it though. Because if I was to go for a skill in chapter 5, it'd be Armor Maker. The problem with Armor Maker is it's like a 3-month grind. Due to how Armor Maker is going to work XP-wise. Maybe with trading it'd be a little bit more viable. If I had people that could hook me up with a bunch of hides and other material we might need. Because I definitely don't have it all banked, that's for sure. No one does. But, I'm not sure yet. I don't feel like it's worth it to go for 500 armor. It'd probably be the hardest skill to even get to 500 in next chapter. The easiest one would be to go do the Worm Wrangler one. Or, you know, the Worm Hand Gatherer one. That would definitely be the easiest 500. Like, time-wise. But the hardest one would definitely be the Builder or, Armor, depending on how it works. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Armor. Due to how many resources you're going to need to, make it work. As well as how expensive those resources are. But luckily, the things you sell are also expensive. Because it's, you know, best in slot armor. Or a ton of armor in general. But I'm not sure if I'm going for one next chapter. Because I don't want to dedicate like a month or two of just doing only one skill. For Monument, it would be a little bit more interesting just because, you know, there's like a super big end goal. But I don't know, we'll see. I don't have any intentions of grinding a 500 yet, though. I really don't care for a top 20 of any leaderboard permanently. Because almost all of them you have to go so far out of your way for unless it's a gathering skill. So unless this is a gathering skill that I just know I'm really going to like in a new chapter, it's probably not worth it. Also, there's still technically ones I could go for now. For example, I don't think it's unrealistic for me to go to 500 miner. I enjoy mining, I enjoy smithing. So, it could potentially be the way to go. Because what's the current mining leaderboard? I know there's some people hidden for sure, but it's not that far away. Like, not counting hidden people, the lowest person's at like 228 right now. Let's say account for hidden people. If you have 250 mining right now, you're already top 20. That's not that high. Like, I know they get really slow, but you know, post 200. But if we did every AFK activity and just started mining for like a few hours a day, honestly, it would probably make the lower end of top 200. I mean, top 20, I mean. I'm sure if I'd want to do that, though. Because you would definitely have to do a few hours of mining every day for until we're there. Possibly even more than that. Because I know Rita ore is like dropping them as well. Like, this is the XP rate when like mass dropping. I don't think they banked anything. Maybe they're banking tier 6. But I'm pretty sure everything below tier 6 they haven't banked. They might even be dropping tier 6, which I would never do. Though a drop all method is definitely more viable. That's definitely helping them out a bit. Be a Rita ore is second, even though they're dropping like literally every ore they ever get. Alright, we're 3 levels off from potato circles. I might go try some of the wide foraging, though. I feel like it's a slight waste without the tool upgrade, but I don't know. I think we can live without 4% on a couple things. Just to get the higher knowledge rate. Yeah, competition's really harsh at the top, yeah. It's one of the reasons I never intended to go for top 20, even though we were just kind of naturally there. As well as why I'd pretty much never go for a top 500. It just requires too much time on just one single activity. I normally like doing you know, a variety of stuff. Even if a given stream is a little bit more focused on one thing. It's like doing a little bit of everything, which is really bad for trying to get a 500. Because you very much have to do just one thing over and over and over again. Which I don't mind doing, but that's generally not how my playstyle is. Even though I don't mind doing a grind like that, my playstyle doesn't really support it. Which is why our total level's so high, but we don't have like any absurdly high rank otherwise. Other than I guess mine to Matubin. But for any individual skill, our top ranks are really low. Like, what's my highest individual skill right now? Yeah, my highest individual skill is mining. Mining and smithing. So that's why I said mining would probably be the most realistic to go for if I was to. Surprisingly high leatherworker, though. The problem with leatherworkers, I would definitely want to do it with merchant. So doing that's basically a 500 merchant grind. Because if I was going for 500 leatherworker, it's not a 500 leatherworker grind, it's a 500 merchant grind. Because I am not doing leatherworker without it. Like, you can, and you're still get a profit. But at, like, level 400 something, you're only making, like, 1 gold an hour. Like, 1.3. We're already making that now with merchant. At, like, level 163. Like, you have to give up a lot of gold per hour in order to do it. Like, you're still profiting. But you'd be profiting basically the same amount at, like, level 400 that you would be right now with 185 merchant and 163 leather maker. Well, no, we'll see when it comes to 500s. If I was to do it, it's definitely a gathering skill, though. There's no way I would do it on anything but a gathering skill. So if I was to do it on any skill currently in the game, it'd be minor. And if I was to do it on, like, any skill in a future chapter, it would have to be a gathering skill like minor. That I just happen to really enjoy. And I don't think I would do it for Worm Wrangler. As funny as it would be to be a maxed out Worm Wrangler, or whatever they're going to call it. I just don't think the resources really appeal to me that much. They help with Bone Right, they help with Alchemy. They help with Builder. I guess it comes down to how useful Builder is. Hello, Grumpskin! Welcome, welcome. And as potentially they might help with cooking. Because so far the other two gathering both have a cooking tie-in. It could be for a new recipe that doesn't exist yet. Deep fried worms! No. But, so far the other two have had a cooking tie-in. So it wouldn't be absurd to think that there'd be at least one cooking tie-in for it as well. Which would make it weaker rather than stronger. I don't think it will, but there's not an impossibility that it wouldn't. Given that the other two do. Because Zone 1 has potato, and Zone 2 has leeks. What is with this yellow Christmas tree curse? It took us like 1 billion of them to get our first one. It took 63 before we got a full collection. Because we were missing yellow tree. And now all we get is yellow tree. It's actually insane. How much yellow tree stack? We're at 18 yellow trees! After going 63 dry before we got our first. How's that even possible? Hello, Grumpskin. Hello, Svan. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Snako. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Shrunk. Or Shroom. Hello, everyone watching in the background. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, a lot of nature today. Is at this point, I think I'm going to 53 and getting all the monument pieces. We can also get our first ever tier 2 ingredient. Kelp. But yeah, this walk back right here is so inefficient. It's the main thing with this run that hurts like every time I do it. Is the amount of downtime we're just doing nothing going back to this hogberry. That's not where I wanted to go. Why did it move me there? Your goal today is to unlock level 284 bell plants. Nice. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, for any that weren't here, We have a list of goals today. At least 50 Forager, potentially 53, so we can go do the monument, the next tier monument piece, because why not? Beyond that, I want to reach the next tier of bone for Gatherer, which is 64, 66? I think it's 66. I want to go get alchemy, ideally to 62 if we can, but not too big a deal if we don't. But would be a nice goal to hit. That one's a more optional one if we have the time. And then lastly, 193 smithing has to happen because my goal for tomorrow is to go get 200 smithing. Potentially 200 smithing and 200 merchant. Because I might just combine the two. But bare minimum, we gotta do 200 smithing. But it might be the first day we go for a double 200. Actually, no, it wouldn't be the first day. Because, duh, these two are also a double 200. But it might be our second day where we do a double 200. Because we did watch person detective at once. Then, of course, we did mining separately. But there's potential that we can aim for 200 merchant plus 200 smithing tomorrow. And that'd be our second double. You know, at the exact same time, getting both. That's probably going to be our game plan. Hello, Bram! Welcome, welcome. You're at 199 foraging? Nice. Huge, huge, huge. Yeah, we're finally starting to train it. Very inefficiently, though. I might go to the foraging circle soon, though. Let's go get our alchemy. Nope, stop popping up. I really wish when you click on these, their default option was like walk here. So you don't accidentally misclick on them. I said, hello, Hearthstone. Welcome, welcome. I do have to say, it's nice to be back in nature in this game. I feel like we've been stuck in the mines in the city for forever. Feels nice actually being back in Hopeport and Hope Forest a little. But yeah, we're getting really close to base 50s. I'm definitely going to finish it next week just for the fun of it. Because we have almost nothing left. The only thing I do want to make sure we go do, though, is I want to go and get a level 25 fishing rod. That's like the only thing stopping me from getting base 50s. Is a 25 spear. I keep saying fishing rod, but I mean a 25 spear whenever I say that. A fishing spear. Because once I have that, we're pretty much good to go. Because the only three we have left now is fishing, combat, and combat. And combat is free. The only thing that's kind of out there is fishing. One 500 everything? Oh, no time soon. It might even be impossible depending on the rate at which they add chapters. Depending on the rate that they add chapters, it might physically be impossible to get 500 all. If they do more than 2 chapters per year, I think it is actually impossible to get 500 all in this game. But it depends what rate they do. Is there anyone even in the game with 3 500s yet? Because that means they're getting like 1.5 500s per month. But they're also doing some of the quicker ones like combat and such normally. Like anyone with like a double 500, it's normally like combat and combat. You're 422 watch person? Nice. You're almost there. Yeah, I really want the 500 watch person cape. Still tempted to go for it. This is gonna take forever. This is one of the few 500s I almost want to go for just for the cape that it has. The only thing I hate about it is you get nothing in return for it. Assuming you're doing, you know, the raid dens. The only thing you get for is a free 500 detective. It's like a buy one, get one free skill. But you get no loot in return. Other than a few things that you kill in between for gearing up and everything. Unbi's rank 4? Hasn't he been lower than that for a while? Oh no, Unbi. Never mind. Yeah, Unbi's fallen a little bit. I was saying that earlier. Yips is going to pass a lot of people. We were going over everyone on the leaderboard, just kind of peeking. And anyone in like the ultra top cut, Yips is actually in the best position. Because they've almost been purely ignoring combat. Which is like the freest one. So they could just skyrocket from where they're at. They got a really good foundation for all the gathering skills and everything. While still having like a nice mix of everything. But they've been done very, very minimal combat. So the second they feel like taking first place, they probably can. Within like a month. They're some of the quickest XP rate activities in the game they haven't even done yet. So their number is actually really low. Or, you know, it's a lot lower than it actually is. Because they haven't cashed in a lot of the better XP activities yet. I know, I will get 500 watch person at some point. But that's like a month-long, like, dedication grind. Like, the only problem with that is I have to on-stream AFK in activity. Which means we gotta talk through, like, hundreds of hours of AFKing. Not literally AFK, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just gonna be a just chatting stream for, like, 300 plus hours. That's the main reason why I haven't done it. Is this gonna go from a gaming channel to a 300-hour straight just chatting stream? With how AFK those things are. It's why I've mostly just been doing them here and there off stream. I think there's only one stream ever where we did it on stream. That's the only thing that's really been keeping me from going for 500 watch person. Is you would basically have to be stream like 300 plus hours of AFK content. Like 3 clicks every 3 minutes, basically. Aside from when we're gearing up. I'm good at talking, thank you. I don't know, we did it one stream and it actually went over pretty well. I feel like I would run out of topics to mention after like 300 hours. That's a lot of time to do literally nothing. Though we could start bringing it out when we start doing like other games maybe? You know how we did the split screen for old school RuneScape leagues? Now that could be something that could work. Where half the screen is us grinding out for 500 watch person, and the other half is, you know, us just chatting while doing another game. Because I know when Slay the Spire 2 comes out, I'm going to play so much Slay the Spire 2. And if it works vertically, that might be one of the games we do. The problem is that's, people will have 500 by the time that game comes out. I don't think that game's coming out in January or February, unfortunately. I wish it did. If it came out in January, I'd play it for the entire watch person grind. The problem is it isn't. Slay the Spire 1 will be out, but I'm not sure if I want to revisit that before Slay the Spire 2. At least not that much. If I was to revisit, it'd be very briefly and probably off stream. I don't know, just trying to think of what we could do with a 500 watch person grind. To make it so it's not just the same thing for 300 hours straight. Like it almost is guaranteed going to be. Because we need something to fill the empty space. Combat, combat, combat. I don't know, watch person AFK is technically combat, but barely. It's combat in like quotation marks. It's like combat. You know, it's kind of combat. It's kind of just walk into a room and let your guy just slay the entire thing. With like no inputs needed at all. Hey, we will be doing some combat soon. We're going for base 50s on Tuesday, I think. Like Tuesday or Wednesday. The only thing stopping me, which might take a little bit, is I gotta go do Merchant Leatherworker until I have like 20 gold. But once I have 20 gold, we have all the money we need to go and finish out the Leatherworker grind. And luckily, since I didn't spend as much today, we're already 3.5 gold in. So I only need, what, 16 gold or so? And about 16 gold, we can get base 50s. Since I only went for the level 10 trowel for the for what we're doing today. Due to the routes that we're going to be doing and everything. Or lack thereof. I don't know, we could do a poll on it, though. I wouldn't mind doing a poll. On should we bother getting a 500 in, like, the next, like, week or two. Obviously not getting it in a week or two, but starting to grind in the next week or two. I would definitely want a base 50 first. And obviously, whenever an update comes out, we will pivot to whatever the update is. For at least some amount of time. But, I'll do a poll for it. Let me do it right now. Let's see. Start a poll. In the next week or two, should we try for our first 500? Likely watch person / detective raids. For like 300 plus hours. I'm not going to put that part there. I'm pretty sure you guys know how long that would take. Let's see. Yes or no? In the next week or two, should we try for our first 500? Should we start trying, I should say. Obviously, we're not going to get it in a week or two. Trying for our first 500. Alright, yes or no? In the next week or two, should we start trying for our first 500? Likely watch person detective raid. Start poll. There we go. Okay, make sure to vote no. Because if I am doing it, I'm doing it for watch person. But I'm doing it through raid, so I also get detective up. But if I am going to do it, it's going to be a watch person one. I want the dragon cape. But keep in mind, saying yes to this means I am going to be stuck doing AFK raid dens for about 300 hours over the next month. Both on stream and off. So keep in mind, if you're voting yes, you're voting yes for an entire month of the exact same content for like a month straight. We'll try to find some way to keep it interesting, though. But just know that you're voting for, like, the exact same thing over and over and over again. We'll still be doing, like, new update stuff and, you know, stuff like that. But it'll be, like, 90% the same content if you vote yes. For, like, a month straight. But whatever the poll is, by the end of this stream, we'll highly consider whatever the answer is. Whatever the majority has. Keep in mind, even if it is yes, it's going to be like 90% whatever, you know, watch person detective. I'm still going to do like a little bit of not that. Especially when, like, you know, new updates make us do something. Like the drop all update. If that came out during that grind, we would definitely stop to do that and try some merchant or something. Every time we finish a raid, we do a shot of vodka, gosh. I was hoping you were doing leatherworker for the first 500. You know how much money we'd print? The problem with leatherworker is you got to do merchant first. And I don't think I have the brain capacity to go do 500 merchant without losing my sanity. Like, over a long period of time, like a year or two, we could easily get 500 merchant. But rushing 500 merchant in, like, a month, my brain would rebel before we would finish. It's like the only not turn brain off activity in the entire game. I think my IQ would go up by, like, 10 points, if not 20, if we did 500 merchant in a month. Also, I might do a separate poll, by the way, for what skill we do. Though, I'm almost guaranteed going to be going for Watch Person Cape. I mentioned it before the game even came out. That if there is, like, one 500 I'm going for, it's Watch Person for the Dragon Cape. So, maybe we're doing it. We'll see. But I'll be doing the Detective with it. I'm not just doing 500 Watch Person. We're getting 500 Watch Person and Detective. I'm not just going to do a Watch Person only grind. If we're doing it, Detective's coming with us. Do you think they will erase combat professions and just give us combat levels instead? No. Well, they're definitely not going to delete the skills. All 5 combat skills that we have in the game, well, all 4 of them soon to be 5, I'm pretty sure they're going to stay as they are to some degree. But there'll be like a different overarching combat system. Where what we have will turn into more of like a Slayer system. And then the overall overarching combat system will be, you know, its own thing. How exactly that's going to get integrated, we have no clue. But I do feel like he's going to do a little bit more like Slayer. It technically already is, as far as all 4 of the skills. Or 5 when it comes out. But I feel like he's just going to lean a little bit deeper into it. Like have Slayer bounties for them and everything else like that. But have them unassociated with combat. But have them like zone Slayer. Like this is your, you know, this is basically your Hope Port Slayer level. Your Hope Farsk Slayer level. Your Mines of Matubin Slayer level, so on and so forth. To some degree, it already is like that. It just doesn't have, like, bounties or anything to go with it. But I feel like that would be his pivot. Is disassociate them a little bit with combat, but still have them associated with combat. Is this what he did the first time around? When Slayer came out in 2005? You don't need any combat to do Slayer. It's not actually a combat skill. It's a combat skill in the sense that you mostly train it by doing combat. But it's technically a non-combat skill. So I feel like that's kind of what he's going to do with these. Is they're going to be unassociated with your combat level, but still be associated to combat specifically. How exactly he goes about doing that is to be seen. But it's the most likely scenario. Where they all become like zone Slayer levels in a sense. And that way he doesn't need it in every area. Because not every area needs Slayer. But every area likely does need combat. So that would allow him to not have one of these in every area, but still keep the framework of what they are. But this is basically just our Slayer list right here. That's everything we can currently slay properly. And we can't slay anything higher than that Bell Plant right now. But it basically already is your pseudo Slayer level. There's just no bounties for or anything else like that. But you know, he could just add a system on top of that and then do combat separately. But yeah, how exactly he's going to go about it specifics-wise, we don't really know. But that's the most likely scenario. Is every quote-unquote combat skill right now will become like almost like a little mini Slayer, like a zone Slayer skill. Which is kind of like how they are now, except right now they also associate with combat. Whereas down the line they will lose their combat association, but still involve doing combat to train them. But no, we'll have to wait and see. Right now, everything's just pure speculation until he actually does something to the game. I'm not even sure if he knows what he wants to do yet. Yeah, that's a pretty big overhaul. To basically nuke your combat system. And start fresh. That's not a small task. Especially doing it after launch. I know the game isn't launched yet, but you know. Like during beta. When all save progress continues. Because that means he can't just delete the skills. If the game wasn't launched yet, he technically could. But, like, you can't delete what's already here. You just have to restructure how they work. He's not gonna like delete Mind Fighter or delete Scout or anything like that. It's just gonna lose some association that it has to combat, but probably will still be associated with combat. So far the poll is on 50-50 on if we should go grind a 500 to the ends of the earth. Yep, No's winning. Oh, but no, it's even it back out. Up, No's winning. No's winning. Also, I'm on the side of No's, by the way. No, I'm fine either way. It's just an absurd time investment. Of like a month of like nothing but that. Aside from whatever updates happen in between. We should go for a 500 cape. Honestly, I will eventually go for 500 watch person. The poll is more so like, should we go rush it right now? Kind of thing. But yeah, I will always intend to get a 500 watch person cape. It might be like half a year from now, but we will get it. The poll is mostly just on, should we go rush it like immediately right now? Or, you know, not right now, but you know, like in a week or two. So I want to have at least base 50s by then. I also ideally want to have like 205 merchant, 200 leatherworker by then. Just in case we need funds for anything. Just to have them pre-banked and queued up and ready to go. Alright, 1.5 more foraging levels, and we can then go and try the potato route. Which would be slightly less inefficient than what we've been doing right now. $500 smith. The problem with 500 smithing is I would want to do 500 mining first. It would have to either be a gathering skill or a combat skill. Or some kind of like other category skill, like, you know, detective, which will technically happen when we do the other grind. Or merchant. I don't know, we could always pull that separately. I also kind of want to make a pull for that. Because currently No is winning. But I am kind of curious. Let's say hypothetically, right now, we went for a 500. Like, if I pulled 4 different options, I'm curious which one would come out. If we had, like, watch person, detective, merchant, I don't know what other 2 are not horrible to go for. Mining, and maybe just, like, a really out there oddball one. I'm trying to think of what it could be. But there's, like, the main 3. It'd either be watch person plus detective, merchant, or mining. I can't think of a 4th that I would want to go for. $500 mining smithing. The problem with that is 500 mining doesn't bank you 500 smithing. You would think it would, but it doesn't. It's the only really big issue with mining. Woodcutting actually is the same issue. 500 woodcutter doesn't actually bank you 500 carpentry. Especially if you go really heavy on the brambles. But even if you don't, I think it still doesn't. But I guess it really depends on how much you focus on bramble and AFK activities compared to getting carpentry supplies. But there are routes for 500 woodcutting that does not get you 500 carpentry. Even if banking nearly everything. The poll seems to be really split, from what I could tell. So it seems like we're probably not doing the 500 grind. I can still work towards it, though. Maybe what we should poll is how much raid den should we do per day? Do it split? What do you mean split? As in watch person or AFK is raid dens? 50 is up at it? Wait, what? Not sure what you mean by do it split. Just do passive watch person. The problem is my passives are currently being used on mining. And then eventually on detective so I can get the next raid done. %50 raid dens, 50% anything else. Yeah, maybe that's the poll question then. Like, let's say hypothetically we want to go get 500 watch person detective. What percent of the stream should be watch person detective? Am I going to BrightCon? No, I haven't been to like any convention ever. I've actually never gone to a convention of any kind for anything. I've been to convention centers, but not like quote unquote like any kind of big convention of any kind. Like ones that would be noteworthy. Like there's some things I did for it in high school, mostly for high school and extracurricular activities and a few other things like that. But beyond that, I've never done like anything at any convention. I don't tend to travel much. The only times I tend to travel is to see family. Or friends. I don't really go to like anything. Like I don't go to like concerts, I don't go to like conventions. Like stuff like that is never normally any reason I would ever travel. It's either to see family or friends normally. Yeah, merchant would be an insanely good 500 to go for. I don't know, maybe we should change the poll question. Or try a few different things. So far it says no more than yes. But it could just be the duration amount too. I don't know, we'll see. I still want to figure out like how I want to go about it if we do. Hypothetically. Because honestly, I also don't want to do 500 grind. It's gonna be so much of the same. Because the problem with merchant is you can't AFK merchant. The biggest issue with 500 merchant is you got to be brain on the whole time. Like off stream, I'm barely gonna get any done. And even on stream, I'm going to burn out on it eventually. Not because I'm not having fun with it, but because the amount of brain capacity needed to keep doing efficiently is beyond what I'd be willing to put out at a given time, especially when I'm tired. Like near the end of the stream or something. Yeah, I think we should change the wording on the poll. Let's see. Because I do want it eventually. It really comes down to what speed at which do we do it. So, how should I word this poll? Let's see. Hypothetically, If we were to power grind let's see, how much stream should we use? 10%, like 10 to 20. I don't know. I like 10 to 20ish percent. I don't know. What's the lowest one? Let's say 10%. Then the middle ground is like 20 to 40%. Let's see. 50%. Or roughly. Like 80% to like 95%. All these are like roughly, just to give like the feel of how long they would be. Hypothetically, if we were to power grind 500 about how much stream should we use? Let's see. Alright, yeah, this should be about right. Let's do it like that. I think that gives a general feel for the amount of time. Hypothetically, if we were to power grind 500 watch person detective, how much stream should we use? And the options are 10%, 33%, you know, a third, 50%, or like nearly the whole stream. But not the entire stream, but most of the stream. Power a skill to 500 or all skills to base 100? Oh gosh. Honestly, base 200s is almost... No, not quite. It depends which one you do. I was going to say, base 200 is almost easier than a 500. That's not quite true, though. Base 200 is slightly harder. It depends on what 500 you're doing. Like, if you're trying to do 500 smithing or 500 bone right or something... Particularly 500 bone right. Like 500 bone right, I think is actually harder than 200 all, including 200 bone right. But I'm pretty sure 200 all is less insufferable than 200 bone right in the current state of the game. Team 100 base skills. Well, we're doing 50, so that's going to be our next few streams. Well, tomorrow's going to be some 200s, but today's stream and probably Tuesday's stream are going to be very heavy getting base 50s. Because we're nearly there. Today we're going to have 50 Forager, 100%. After that, we're going to have, I don't know, what would you call it? After that, we're going to have the 50 combats and the 50 fishing. I just need to get the gold for the fishing rod and we're good to go. I could probably do both the combats in one stream. And 50 fishing will just be done on itself while we do something else. But, like, obviously the whole stream won't take that long to go get 20 fishing levels. But, it's pretty much our game plan. I guess today we'll get 50 Forager. And by Tuesday, we should have... Tuesday might be the double combat day. Then Wednesday, we probably do 50 fishing. These 50 fishing, oddly enough, will probably be our last level 50. It's because I'm waiting on getting 16 point... Or actually, what is it? 18 gold? Around 18 gold. And I currently have 3.5. Which means I would have to go get 200 merchant, which we're probably doing tomorrow. As well as, you know, more money in general. Which we can start up the leather printer. And get our money rolling. Oh, that's funny. The 33% is currently at 33%. That's really funny. Because I had 10, 33%, 50%, and like 80 to 95% on how much the stream time we should use to get a 500 if we were to do so. And that's interesting. Is that exactly 33%, the 33% option? So is 80 to 95%. But if we were to go by ranked choice voting, currently 10 to 33% is winning over like nearly the whole stream. If we count all the 10% is also 33%. So it looks like we're leaning towards like a 1 to 3 hour grind a day angle. If we're doing ranked choice voting on our current poll. Unless the 10% magically want, like, secretly want either 10% or 90%. I would assume someone voting for 10%, their second choice would probably be 33%. Not like 90% or something. That would be funny, though. It's either, like, all or nothing. Someone is like, you should either barely do it at all, or just do, like, the entire stream of it. But no, assumably anyone voting for 10% would want a similarly low number. There is one really cool benefit of rushing watch person though, and detective. We end up getting what you call it? We end up getting some really cool looking armor. No, some guy in the chat said sick armor, bro. I'm not sure who they're talking about, but given the proximity of everyone in this room, I assume they were talking to us. And one thing that is a byproduct of us doing combat, or you know, rushing watch person up, is we do get some really cool looking armor. This is only tier 4. There's 2 visual appearances better than what we're wearing right now. Like, this is like the wimpy mid-game armor. This isn't even end-game armor yet, and it already looks amazing. There's at least 2 tiers above this. And by at least, I mean exactly 2 tiers above this. This is even our final form. But that's one interesting byproduct of getting a really high watch person. Is how elaborate the armor we can wear is going to be even higher than this. This is like the mid-game stuff that we're in right now. It's just very few people are at the mid-game yet. Because the mid-game takes like hundreds of hours to get to. As with every MMO. I feel like that's super the case in old school RuneScape as well. Like, honestly, anything before max cape feels like mid-game. In that game. Or more realistically, everything before, like, base 80s is, like, mid-game. Definitely before base 70s. And that game, 99 is max, so you're already, like... well, technically 92 is halfway to 99, but still. Like, 80s is still, like, 1/4 the way there, almost. And that's basically when, like, mid-game starts. In Brighter Shores, I feel pretty similar. Mid-game is technically 20 to 200 in this game. But, that's basically every skill I have is in mid-game right now. The only exceptions are, you know, anything we have post 200 right now. Like the little bit of mining, watch person, detective we've done is the only quote-unquote end game we've done so far. or late game, or however you want to term it. Because this game really separates itself pretty distinctly between what's early game, mid game, and late game. Early game is basically tutorial level, everything below 20. Anything below 20 is basically tutorial slash, you know, early game. Mid game is the entirety of 20 to 200. Like all that range in between. And then the late game is obviously anything post 200. It's pretty distinctly separated. How many knowledge points per hour is combat? It's very variable. But it's about 4 to 5 depending on what you're killing and what your gear is and if you're potting. But yeah, I want to say like 4 to 5 an hour. I could be wrong though. But there's so many factors that go into adjusting that number. Right, one more foraging level to go. And then we can start doing hogberry into potato. And that should have a better XP loop per hour. In theory, we'll find out how bad or good it is. But it should, in theory, be a lot better. And that way we can double drop all as well using the new mechanic. Currently, I've only been drop alling hogberries, but soon we'll be able to drop all both. Also, does anyone know, is it easy to sell all these monument pieces, or am I just kind of blocking myself out forever? Or are you just going to stay in there forever doing nothing? Because I forget how you sell these. Like, not to her, but I mean to the... Is there, like, a shop you have to bring them to? Like, do you have to do them 24 at a time, or can you, like, do them all at once? Like, I'm not even sure how these work. Why Forager? We're trying to get base 50. I might just go for 53, because that's our next monument piece. We'll see. We're either going to 50 or 53. If we do go to 53, we're going to go get all the monument pieces for 53. So we at least get some progress on it. It probably gets to like 55. Yeah, don't you have to sell it to this guy over here or something? The Seaside Rock Shop? Because doesn't that take forever? To such a degree that it's not even worth doing? It's a free-to-play moneymaker. Why am I doing that? Just so I don't have to click drop all. I'm not doing this for the money. They're likely just staying in there. Though when trading comes out, hey, if anyone needs a hookup with tier 2 monument pieces, gosh, I can give you, like, all of them for free. Or just some early game people who haven't done, like, the tier 3 or whatever tier this is, tier 2. We can hook you up, like, 20,000 people. No, not that many. I think we have enough for, like, 10, 20 people to, like, instantly trade them when trading comes out. All the monument pieces they need for tier 2. Yeah, any of the extras are really bad value. I'm just doing it because of XP. Also, I hate this giant thing. Not even gonna bother double-clicking that thingy. Alright, once we go to 35, we should get a much better route than what we're doing right now. Because potato into hogberry should be pretty good. Yep. No, I hate when I do that. Clicking off the action. Yeah, we got a lot of spears. Let me see. How many do we have right now? I'm pretty sure I only need like 100 or 200 for the set. We're at like 198 spears right now. So alchemy is getting there slowly. We're almost at 55. Once we leave Hopeport and go for the Gatherer, though, I'm going to start putting into smithing again. The thing that's going to be kind of funny is we're actually going to have to go through the mines. I was thinking if there's like any kind of routing I can do to get a minecart in there. But I would need level 351 mining to do it properly. And we're not going to go grind 351 mining before we go get level 63 Gatherer, or 64, 66, whatever we need. It's definitely not happening. It would be funny to do that, though. But yeah, our best route would be to get 351 mining so we can go train 64 Gatherer. But for obvious reasons, that is not going to get done. There's one way we could do it. Is every single time we do a bone minecart, because the end of the bone minecart puts you closer to where you gather the bones there. Maybe at a higher tier we could. Like when we're doing the tier 3 one there. Because there will be 3 tiers that we could eventually get around to for it. Alright, just a few more rotations and then we can start doing potato. How on earth that mess is gonna work. I don't know, hogberry potato sounds like it should be pretty good XP. We'll be getting like, what, 200 something per potato? 194 per hog. And we'll get more knowledge per hour because the routing's not as horrible. Oh, there's bell plants in that room as well. I wonder if those are worth taking. It depends where they're located. Like what the potato to the bell plant ratio is and where they're at. Oh, so does anyone know what tool does a bell plant use? Because I'm pretty sure it uses at least one tool. Because I still didn't bother getting all 10s, but I might do it for bell plant for my second one. Because the only other resource we might be touching today. If I had to guess, it's probably secutors. Or none. I don't feel like it'd be anything beyond those two. Does it say on the card what it uses? Let's see, bell plant. Yeah, it uses secutors. Found it! Oh, and Kale probably just messaged it to me as well. But yeah, it says it right on the card there. Oh, yeah, they did add that. I forgot. That was in one of the updates. But yeah, it uses secutors. Oh, and there's Z-Knight with the comment as well. But yeah, I forgot. They did that update like a week or two ago or 3. It's never really needed it until now. Because Gather is the only weird one where it's like, what on earth do I need for this? I feel like for every other skill, it's really obvious. Maybe a little bit less so for woodcutting. But I feel like other than woodcutting and the gathering skills, it's really obvious like what you will need for each thing. But yeah, I'll probably go enchant that to level 10 then before we do that grind. It's only like 2 gold. Because I have a feeling we'll be routing in Bell Plant just for the extra knowledge per hour. It's not that good XP, but if they're already in between the potatoes, it's going to be really nice to take them. Ooh, Black Christmas hat. Nice, nice. Let's always keep forgetting to put away that tab over there. Because I don't need anything other than inventory right now. It's not like we're teleporting. I don't need the mini-map. We know where we're going. It's not like we're moving more than like 1 room away. Yeah, potato was at 35, right? Not going crazy. Yeah, potato was at 35. We're still gonna be dropping them though, even though they're tier 2 potato, they're beyond what I can cook. If it was a tier 3 potato though, that'd be a different story. But it's the only tier 2 I'm actually gonna be dropping. Tier 2 kelp is probably the only thing we're actually keeping. Then the monument shards if we go to 53 today. I'm not sure if we are though. Because the goal was just for 50. But, you know, if we feel up to it, we'll see. Because I still want to go do the Gatherer grind for all them bones. We got our 25 rake. I want to get my value from it. Plus, we still need it for bone right. Because our Gatherer's still way behind our bone right now. We need some more of those deep fried bones. And honestly, Hope Forest has been growing on me a little. There's a few really nice areas. Oh, that's funny. The 33% is back at 33% on the poll. It looks like it is also tied back up with 80 to 95%. 36-1 Gatherer gets golden apples. Ooh. Too bad they don't sell for over a gold piece each. Am I going to add the pieces? I already did. We already did this like ages ago. Like a month ago. Only reason I'm picking them up is they're decent XP at our level range. Not for any other reason other than that. But no, I already built the monument. I don't think I showed it at this point. Well, I didn't build it, you know what I mean. But, we already have the first 2 tiers done. And stage 3, is a piece I don't have yet. I believe it's at 53. Pretty sure that's the level 53 piece. But hey, if anyone ever needs a hookup with tier 2 pieces, gosh. Actually, maybe I only have enough for like 1 person, now that I think about it. Doesn't every single tier need like 200 something? At this level range? So I have like one person banked. Not sure what that would go for, but as we have that as a little extra. He's at 35. We shouldn't need to ever touch these little monument pieces of level 23 again. Yeah, I know it eventually goes up to thousands. Does anyone know how much the final tier requires, though? Like, what does 490 require? Is it like 10,000 or 100,000? I know they eventually go to thousands, but what is the final tier's number? Wait, you can use the lowest tier potato on the COD and other thing? Really? So should I bank them then? Can you also use tier 2 potatoes? But it's a recipe I don't have unlocked yet. So maybe I do bank potato then. Yes? Okay. So it just has to be a potato. Ah, maybe I should keep some then. But I don't know. How much do normal potatoes possibly cost, though? I guess it's one thing we don't need to bank later. Over and over again. For when we do need to do COD. For chips and fish and chips. Because I didn't consider that. Yeah, fish and chips need potato. Obviously, but I'm not sure why I thought it would be something else. Oh, it's the tier lower for COD? Oh, that's gonna be too annoying then. I'll just probably buy them in the order. I'm still fine with just dropping my potatoes. So I don't think our game plan has changed. We're still gonna just toss them on the ground. Alright, let me just stay in this room and figure out what our route is, because we're about to hit 135. Alright, where are all the potatoes in this room? Gotta do some potato investigation. There we go, 35 potato. Potato. Right, how much XP are we getting per? $223, not bad. Alright, the hogberry's already dead because I already took it. Alright, where are the bell plants here? There's potato. There's bell plant. There's bell plant. Potato. Potato. Oh, there's one bell plant kind of en route. If I go triple potato here. And then grab this bell plant. To bell plant or not to bell plant is the question. It's a 124. It'd be 4% higher if we did the thing. I'm not sure if this route is worth it or not. But I should really go get my secateurs upgraded if we're going to do this, though. I'm just not sure if this one's worth it. Doesn't feel worth it. Yeah, there's enough time to get the bell plant in. It's only one bell plant per cycle, though. Let me see. What happens if I skip bell plant? Let's see what happens here. It should be fine. Just want to see where our timers are when we're doing all the drop and everything. Because I think we actually just skip the bell plant. Just so we don't have to go and upgrade secateurs right now. It still feels inefficient, but it feels slightly less inefficient. Well, we're hitting our 2 highest XP nodes right now. It's definitely less knowledge per hour, but we're getting more gatherer per hour. I'm just not sure if the ratio comes out to actually be better or not, though. I mean, Forager, not Gatherer. Because right now we're only hitting our top 2 nodes right now. Like we were earlier. And just tossing everything on the ground so we don't have to bank ever. So it doesn't require us to route the bank into our pathing. The only problem is there's still some downtime where we're not like taking anything. And the more downtime we're not taking anything is the less knowledge we're getting per hour. And we're getting intel from someone. Tier 2 potato is 1 silver, 50 copper. There's no way he sells that much. No, it's only 550. When are we ever using tier 2 potato, though? So does 102 fish and chips use tier 2 potato? Yes or no? That's the main thing I need to know. When you unlock the chip thingy, is this potato required for it? This exact potato that we're picking up at this exact moment in time. Is the 102 cod and chips requiring it? Or any cod and chips? Alright, so it is used for cod and chips. Okay. How often do we think we're making cod and chips? Maybe we do start banking them. Alright, if that is the case, then we're going to have to do some juggling. And some thinking of our route. We are here. The bank is there. If I was to drop, I should be doing it in the top right location for all my potatoes. Over our patates. Alright. We're going to start reconsidering our potatoes. Yeah, we're going to drop... this is why we got the timer. Alright, new plan, new plan. We're still going to use the drop-all mechanic. But we have an extra layer to our plan. Whenever I do this route right here, I'm going to drop our patates. And start up our timer. Alright, let me just make sure I have every patate. And then we can start circling around. And then once we reach timer, we're going to go bank them all. Alright, we got a game plan. The potatoes get to live. But only because they're used for cooking. In an upcoming recipe that we're going to have. There's one less thing we have to buy. Because the potatoes get to live. You win this time. You win this time, potatoes. But we're just going to drop 1 billion of them and then go bank them all. The only problem is, won't my hogberries keep deleting my potatoes? Which means after about 50 potatoes, I got to go do a double run. Because my hogberries will eventually delete my potatoes. So after like 2 inventories, we gotta go and bank them. Which means once our potato stack says like 47, plus 47, it's around time when we gotta go bank. It's okay if we delete some of them. Plus I believe we're getting more potatoes than hogberries when doing this route. That's gonna annoy me that it's not centered. There we go. It's still not quite centered. That's close. But yeah, once this stack says, the only problem is, how am I going to double stack? I guess I'll just do it on it. Let me see. Nope, that's what I wanted. Oh, I tried shift clicking. Wrong game. Ha, that's not how movement works in this game. There we go. Yeah, once that stack says like 47, it's time to go return our potatoes to the promised land of our storage, where they shall be crushed and made into fish and chips. Yeah, you fry them with the fish, which is really weird. I did notice that when I saw the animation. I'm pretty sure that's not how you do it. He just throws the whole fish in there and the fries, and fries them both at once. That's generally not how you're supposed to do it, but sure. Maybe that's how they do it in the UK. Just throw it all in at once. Ah, that's all I need to get fried eventually anyways. My next fish and chip pile is definitely going to be on this tile, though. Right in front of the potato. But overall, I'm liking this route. Probably still not the best knowledge per hour, but it should be the best gatherer XP we can do per hour. We're pretty close to it. We're gonna have to slightly go out of our way to go bank our potatoes occasionally. Also, potato timer is getting close to dead. But yeah, we'll definitely be able to do a double set. I think next rotation we go and cycle our potatoes. And I'll drop all my my potion. But yeah, I don't even think I need a timer. Like, it's just in case I forget. But we shouldn't really ever hit time. It's very, very unlikely. It's technically possible, though very unlikely we would ever hit the timer. Unless I just completely forget that my potatoes exist. The timer is mostly just there, I guess, as a reminder to not let your potatoes die. But beyond that, the timer isn't really doing much. It's more so a last resort of not forgetting. It's the hot potato timer, pretty much. The only problem is this walk is going to be kind of annoying. I got to double walk this for no XP at all. But every single one of these costs about 1.5 silver to buy. And we're going to need a lot of fish and chips at 102. So I might cut into our XP rate a little, but yeah, we're saving quite a bit. Oh no, is it worth it? How long does this run take? Let's see. I'll time it from the thing. These are consuming about 1 minute. Well, per 24, let's see. Per 50. I don't want to break this down. Per 24, it looks like we're wasting about 50 seconds, it looks like. If you count every factor of dropping in every time. The pickup and everything. It looks like we're burning about 50 seconds. For 24. So every 2 seconds is 1 potato. Which is 1.5 silver savings every 2 seconds. It sounds worth it. But yeah, it's roughly 1.5 silver every 2 seconds. Which I'm pretty sure is more than Leathermaker. By a lot. So yeah, they are worth banking. Because that's what? That's 45 silver a minute. And what's 45 times 60? Oh, there's the potato. I'm like waiting for it to respawn. I'm at the wrong spot. What is that? 45 times 60. Yeah, it's about 2.7 gold an hour in potato savings. That assumes we use every potato though. Yep, and Sanak also mentioned in chat. There it is. So our maths both line up. But yeah, it's about 2.7 gold in saving, assuming you use every single potato. It's not awful. Oh, I forgot to reset the timer. I don't think it's gonna be too big a deal though, because I have none on the ground to be timing. So the timer's literally timing nothing at the moment. Honestly, I don't even think we need the timer. I guess I'll mostly keep it just in case I forget that like if I go get sidetracked. And I forget that my tomatoes exist. I mean, potato, I mean. What's kind of sad though is even at 2.7 gold savings, that is eventually going to be bad compared to how much the Leathermaker will make. Not currently yet. Or Leathermaker's like 1.1 gold an hour. Actually up to 1.3. But there will be a point where it'll be high enough where it is not efficient to do it. But for a level 35 potato, it's not too bad in money saving. The only problem is how many are we realistically going to need? Like, what level do you stop getting cod, fish and chips at as a task? Because you're eventually going to hit a wall where you don't need fish and chips anymore. There's probably a higher tier fish and chips eventually, but you wouldn't need this potato for it. I gotta say, cooking. Because it's like 5 tasks later, I believe. So fish and chips are at what level? They're at, there it is. Fish and chips are at 102. It's called cod and chips, but same difference. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh! You stop needing it as soon as you get the next upgrade. That's kind of interesting. They use a different potato, though. But yeah, we need it all the way to 131 cooking. I don't know, how many cooking contracts do we think we'd get in that time? Because everything I'm getting right now lasts until 131. At 131 and beyond, we would never need them again. Everything that we're collecting right now. So they last for 31 cooking levels before they're useless again. Alright, now our timer means something. Now our timer is the save potato timer. But yeah, that's 31 levels where we can use this potato. I'm not sure how many contracts we'd get within that time is the problem. I want to say at least 100 to 200. But probably more than that. It's hard to tell. Because you get anywhere from like 1 to like 10-ish every time you need to go do it. So it's hard to tell exactly how many we would need. Oh, that reminds me. Do I bother routing in the other thing? I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it once we get it. I believe it's to the room west of us, which is north from where we're currently facing. Or, you know, that direction. Up. Whatever way that is. It's technically west, but it's north from our current position. If that makes any sense. You know what I mean? It's forward from our current position, but technically west. Because that room has at least one of those thingies I need. Not sure where the rest of them are. There's one just sitting right there that might be worth taking. We can start taking it at level something. Because that's the next thing we can incorporate into the route. At 41. I believe there's an Olympics. And now we gotta completely rethink what we're doing at 47. Because my current route has no way to get kelp in it, so I might actually have to do foraging circles. And just trash everything that isn't kelp. And only bank the kelp. But at that point, you might as well just bank everything. If you're already going to be at that bank. I don't know, is there a kelp route that doesn't do a full circle? I feel like the answer is no. Just because of where kelp is, you kind of have to do the full circle. It's like right next to the bank. You kind of have to do a circle bank for it. It's too close to the bank to not bank it. The only exception I could see is what's my fishing level? Because we could do kelp fishing. But I need to be able to do a good tier flounder there. And just drop the flounder. It's only level 22 though, it's not worth it I don't think. And the next upgrade is probably a mile away. Yeah, it's not worth it. Actually, or is it? What's the highest I can do? Unless we're catching the non-co-op one. If I did the co-op one non-co-op. Oh, sure, we'll see. Because technically one thing you do is do the flounder while doing kelp. And just bank the kelp. The problem is I'd be catching a level 22 fish at level 30. But it'd be the only way we'd be able to do it without doing a forager circle. The main reason I don't want to do a forager circle, by the way, I don't want to completely trash my bank. It'd be easy to get rid of once trading comes out, but it's really hard to clean right now. I want to try keeping my bank somewhat clean. That's the main reason I don't want to put like 20 different random junk items in there. Even though it's more efficient for knowledge and everything. Speaking of which. Now, what do we need again? 47. 47 and we could do a potato run. Do kelp and shells? The problem is they're really low tier shells. At that point I might as well just do like foraging circle. And I'm pretty sure they haven't gotten an upgrade yet. They're still like level 6 or something. Or maybe they did. I haven't done that much foraging, so I don't even remember what they're at. Because that level 2 kelp is definitely worth keeping. Also, thank you for the 20 gifted, Brambo. Thank you so much. There's just so many. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Gosh, there's so many coming through. It's a whole wall of them. Hey, Miss Insane Witch got it too. Oh, no problem, Brambo. Hey, Brambo, what's your opinion on the poll that's currently going, by the way? We were talking about, hypothetically, if we were to go for a 500, which would likely be Watch Person Detective. Because some people want us to, like, power grind it for a month. Other people, based on the poll, want us to barely touch it at all. Which is how kind of we've currently been going about it. Like, my plan was to not do it. And the poll seems to be leaning somewhat in that direction. But there's also some people that are like, definitely go all in. Yeah, it's gonna be long is the problem. Like, even with a power grind that we did like literally almost nothing but it would still take over a month. Or about a month. And the longer we split it up, the longer it'll take. Because at 10% per day, we're talking like over 6 months before we have a 500. Or something like 50% per day comes out to like probably by the end of February. I just realized almost no one's voting for 50%. That's kind of funny. Everyone's either partially in or all in. There's like no in between. I just noticed 50% has like 1 or 2 votes or something. Everyone's either all in or no in at all. Majority seem to be partially in though. Which likes to like do it for like 1 to 3 hours a day. But don't like overkill it. Which honestly is pretty much what we've been doing now. Like, I've been slacking on it a little bit for other activities. Like Leather Maker, because I need the money. Because that's what I did last night, because we need it for today. But if I'm not doing Leatherworker, it generally is AFK raid dens. The biggest issue of why I haven't been doing it as much right now is I'm in a really dead area until I can get to 209 AFK. So maybe that's something we work on a little bit today. Because I really need 209 Detective. Which means, hey, we could throw a little bit of Watch Person Detective in there. That or do the investigations. Investigations are better XP per hour. But Watch Person Detective is just so chill. You know, raid dens. Whereas we actually have to go think when we do go do, when we go do the other thing. Even though they're fun, they are just so much more effort. They are substantially more effort. Another death. And let me reset the timer. And for anyone wondering if you're just getting here, the timer's to make sure the potato don't despawn. Basically, what we're doing with the drop all is we're dropping all of our hog berries and just letting them get deleted because we don't need them. We're already past that alchemy level. But what we're doing with all of the potatoes is we're going to need them for fish and chips at 102 cooking. So we're currently banking them, but we're doing it 2 inventories at a time. And the reason we're going for these 2 particularly is because there's our highest 2 XP rate at the moment. It's slightly worse knowledge per hour, but it's better XP per hour for Forager. Which, of course, we're trying to get to 50. Maybe 53. 53 is next monument piece, but I might just go for 50. Because, of course, we are slowly working towards base 50. And we're almost there. After today, we only have 3 skills left, and 2 of them are combat, which are, like, as free gets. Like, fishing's the only, like, one we really need to do. These are 2 combats we'll easily get done in 1 stream. Honestly, all 3 of them we could probably knock out in 1 stream. That might be our goal for Tuesday stream, I think. If I can scrap together the money for level 25 fishing rod, I think we go and just fully sweep out Hopeport on Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday. Need to double check because I might be busy on... I could probably get done on Monday, though. There's a few things I need to get done on Monday. And if I don't finish them all on Monday, I'm going to have to do it Tuesday morning. But assuming I finish it on Monday, I think Tuesday's going to be the day we full sweep the 50s. Otherwise, it'll be Wednesday, but I think we could do it on Tuesday. We'll see. Because tomorrow will probably be 200 merchant and 200 smithing. But Tuesday should be able to be the 50 sweep for level 50 all. Or at least I hope so. I was also be a pretty combat-oriented stream, though. We're going to be using some pretty weak tools. I still need to go make a weapon for both. I have a level 40 shield for both that we just had because we were just messing with some stuff. So I already had the supplies laying around, so I was like, why not? But, I'm not sure if I'm going to bother making them a frost rapier or not. Or if I'm just going to make them a 2-hand. Because I'm probably not boosting those battles, so I might as well just make the 2-hand. Trying to see, what would we be killing in either section? Those are weak to... Aren't these weak to cryo? No, they're immune to cryo. And then weak to fire. Yeah, it does look like we're going to 2-hand route and scout. The thing with Hopeport, though, is I know one's weak to blue. So maybe one's going to be 2-hand and the other one's going to be 1-hand. The only problem is the thing we have to kill right now, I believe, is immune to cryo. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Hold up. Wait, that's huge then. Alright, that's probably our plan. I 2-hand for scout, but I 1-hand for Hopeport. Usually probably run Frost Rapier for Hopeport, but run Longsword for Scout. I forgot potato. How could I forget the potato? Luckily, this route doesn't really care about exact numbers. That's one interesting thing about foraging. Is it really doesn't care about specific numbers. You can miss a node and your inventory doesn't even look like you did. Whereas with mining and a few other things like that, it's really noticeable when you miss one. Oh, another Christmas tree for the... Gosh, how many Christmas trees do we have? Way too many. I have double digit of every Christmas tree. Obviously, it's going to be going even higher, but still. Also, LT has been here this entire time. LT Grindis. They're fighting the plants. Getting that total level. Wonder if they're going for 200 guard right now. Kind of looks like it. There's another thing we can technically do with foraging. Incorporate combat with it. I'm trying to think. If I was to do that, there's some pretty good combat in the monument piece room, isn't there? Maybe that's our goal, is we get to 53, but don't actually collect the monument pieces. Then when we go for base... Oh, that might be the play. Ooh. That might actually be the play. What if we go for 53 today, but don't collect a single monument piece? But then we do... Oh, wait, but that room doesn't have the monument piece. Oh, yes, it does. Yeah. Oh, but that's not going to be a thing I'm going to be fighting, though. Never mind, I can't. Oh, maybe. Because I'm not going to be staying on the things. Oh, no, or do these things have immune to frost? I guess is the big question. No. Alright, that might be the play. Because they're going to be the highest level thing I can realistically kill. Also, I skipped the potato again on accident. But they're going to be the highest level thing I can realistically kill. The 47s will be easier, but, the other ones will be better XP if I can actually get to the point where we can kill them. Which hopefully we can. If that's the case, they're going to be like level 50-something. And on our way to 50, that will be some of our better XP for not killing the plants. The problem is, I'm pretty sure it's better just for us to camp the plant. Due to their cryo weakness. And the fact that they just stand there doing nothing. See, that might not be the play then. Because, yeah, the plants are, probably way better. There's too good a value to go for, to not go for. Oops, did I just move the thing? There we go. Hate when I do that. Oh, I just realized when the screen got moved, my timer also got moved. That's weird. Do you think they will release a party hat event one day? Yes, they're definitely adding party hats. They're technically already in the game. They're only in cutscenes, though. They can't be owned at the moment. But they're actually physically in the game, the models for them and everything. Not as far as coded to hand them out, but, you know. Like, there's actual, like, Easter egg events. Or, you know, not literally Easter egg. It's not for Easter, but you know what I mean. Like, there's, like, hidden things in the game where they're actually physically there. During some of the cutscenes and everything. Well, not cutscenes, but, whatever you call it. Some of your, like, AFK activities, particularly in Chapter 4, there's instances where they pop up. So they're technically physically there, they're just not coded to be, you know, for any event yet. Yeah, we don't know how you're going to be able to obtain party hats, but definitely seems like he's hinting at they will come. We just have no clue how they will be obtainable. Currently, they are not. Yeah, that's what was my guess, is he's probably going to release it at 1.0 to celebrate the game launching. That would also be quite a big buzz. As I was mentioning, he might do that as like a marketing push thing, just as word of mouth. Because you know how much word of mouth will spread if he drops party hats on day of launch to celebrate launch day? You know how many people that would get just because of the name of party hats? And what it stands for in RuneScape 3. How much infinite money they are. Obviously, the system in Brighter Shores won't be used for such a thing. Or at least currently, unless he changes his mind. But, that would definitely cause some buzz, for sure. So it's probably the main thing he's waiting on. Is we will likely get party hats on 1.0 release. As the 0-year celebration of the game. Or, you know, for, like, day 1 launch. Or, you know, true day 1 launch. Not day 1 beta, but day 1, like, actual launch day. But yeah, I assume he's saving it for launch day. I don't see any other reason he would do it. He didn't do it for Christmas. It would make no sense to do it for Easter. So he's almost guaranteed going to be doing it for launch day. If he's going to do it at all. Like a launch day event where you can get party hats from doing whatever. Or however he's going to structure it. I wonder if he gets sued by Jagex for releasing party hats, though. That'd be funny if so. I don't feel like they would. Because they don't own party hats. If anything, Andrew Gower was the first person who did it for them. But, it'd still be funny. Because knowing modern Jagex, it's not beyond them to go do such a thing. I don't feel like they would, though. That would be funny if they did. I feel like modern Jagex would. But there's no way they're going to. No, they wouldn't do that to the Gowers. If it was someone who wasn't Andrew Gower, they probably would. But they wouldn't do it to Andrew Gower and the Gowers. It was them who even made them in the first place. Have I seen the Jagex Game Jam? No. I'd even look at all the new sailing stuff that was announced the other day. I haven't been keeping up with anything with old school. They also have a Christmas event I haven't done. I wouldn't mind streaming it alongside Brighter Shores if you guys want to see all that real quick. Or not right now, but I mean like later. Not literally right now. Not this stream. I just mean generally speaking. Because I still haven't done the Christmas event or anything else that they're doing. Or anything they've even done in the last month. I know not everyone who plays Brighter Shores plays old school RuneScape, but there's definitely overlap. There's definitely an overlap there. We could bring the half and half screen back, or find some other format to do it. I don't know, did you guys like the half and half stream? I never did a poll on it. Like, did you guys enjoy it? Did you not? Is there like a better way we could do it? But I somewhat like the half and half. I know it's not for everyone. But, I don't know, I felt like it kind of worked. Because I basically haven't even touched old school RuneScape in pretty much since we started Brighter Shores. Aside from leagues, I basically haven't touched the game. Other than AFKing it like we are right now. It doesn't count. He's just AFKing a tree to go get 99 woodcutting in leagues. I'm currently trying to do the most AFK tree in my region. Well, technically U-trees instead of magic, but magics are more AFK, but they're like negative XP per hour with how slow they are. I do have to say, I definitely thought forging XP was a little quicker than this. It's actually pretty average. I always thought it was slightly better. I guess its knowledge rate is just good. The actual XP rate's kind of meh. And the knowledge rate we're doing right now is pretty average because we're not doing like the super ultra max efficient route. But, I always thought Forager was a little bit more XP per hour. Just because all the nodes are like so nicely placed next to each other. At what level do you think you'd understand most of the game? For which game? What, Old School RuneScape? Or Brighter Shores? I feel like Brighter Shores, base 30, you have a pretty good understanding. Even though tutorial level's up to base 20. I feel like by base 30, you'd have a good understanding of the game. Which would be a total level of like, I guess about 1,000. Like base 30's a total level of 1,000. You kind of know everything by that point. There's not really end-game content in Brighter Shores right now. So by that point, you know most of the systems by like base 30, total 1,000. You don't know if at level 30 you could write a tutorial. Well, in any particular skill, I feel like you would need a little bit higher than that. But to have a basic understanding of everything in this game, I would say base 30s. You kind of get the gist of every skill. You might not like know the most efficient methods or anything for some given skills and stuff like that. But you'd definitely have at least a basic to moderate comprehension of every skill by base 30. The only real exceptions are probably Merchant. And, honestly, that's probably it. Though a lot of skills are quite a bit different post 200. How you train something 20 to 200 is way different than how you train it from, 200 onwards. You're basically playing a different game 200 onwards. That's the only thing that's kind of weird about a lot of guides these days. Is obviously most people are making it for the 20 to 200 range. Is, every skill starts to go on its head once you go to, like, post 200. Like, what worked pre-200 generally doesn't work post 200. There are exceptions to that, but, it does get quite a bit of a different beast by that point. Because post 200, I feel like you're almost forced to have to use every method that comes up. Pre 200, you can kind of skip around or do some wide farming and stuff like that. But post 200 is when you really have to focus in on everything, even the AFK activities. Like even if you did no AFK activities prior to 200, you gotta start doing them post 200. Because it's just required at some level ranges to skip the horrible dead zones. You wouldn't really do that at the lower range because you just use knowledge points on it. But it is really, really important at the higher range to utilize it. Like right now we're doing it for mining. Because otherwise we're stuck doing iron until like 223. At the bare minimum. And even then the 223 rock is even a good one. So it might be stuck even longer than 223. Otherwise, we'd have to almost mine iron all the way to, like, 246. Which would be horrible. It's like 50 levels of just iron mining. There's some stuff in between, but the best way to save you would be AFK activities. And there's a lot of skills that are like that post 200. We're pretty much almost forced to have to do the AFK activity at a certain level range. Just because the alternative is 100% not worth it. There should be enough potatoes. And we'll find out when it's not. It should be enough. Yep, plenty enough. You've been wiki and Googling, but you can't manage to understand where the bone bank is. You can use storage rifts for it. There's also a bone bank. I can show you where on the map it is. 1 second. I'll show you exactly where it is. It's a little cubby hole in chapter 2. 1 second. Please let me in the next room. There we go. But yeah, the bone bank is over here. If you go from your teleport, which is right over here, and you go straight north, keep going north, and it's right over here, the bone bank, right where it says bones. But you go north from the teleporter, then make a right at this little intersection when you reach the tree wave junction, and it's just right over there. But yeah, that's where it is. They're also in chapter 4. I mean chapter 3. But if you don't have access to chapter 3, that's where you do your bone bank at. You can also use storage rifts for it if you have spider nests done. So any storage rift would also function as a bone bank. But yeah, prior to spider nests and prior to membership, that is the only... oh gosh. That is the only bone bank in the game. If you're free to play and don't have storage rift yet. It's in a really weird spot in the middle of nowhere. It's highly advised having storage rift before doing bones, though. A lot of them benefit heavily from it. Back to the potato grind. Which we're gonna have so many fish and chips. Honestly, it might even be worth just buying the cod and making fish and chips out of it. Actually, does anyone know, how do you fish cod? What fishing level and requirement do you have for cod? Which one of these is cod? I feel like it's too high to bother going for. I'm just curious. Probably like 100 something fishing. No, you can catch cod at 70. Oh, wait, but that's an AFK activity. Wait, how? Wait, is that an AFK activity? No, it's not. Wait, how do you catch cod then? Is it like a weird net activity? Oh, does it replace the bass? Is that the co-op fishing one? I think that's co-op fishing, but then it's called cod instead of bass. Isn't that co-op fishing? I'm pretty sure it's co-op fishing. Ooh, is that worth it? Co-op fishing the cod into fish and chips later down the line? Tempted. Wait, is cod on the far beach with net? Oh, it's not co-op? Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's not worth it then. I was gonna say, if it's a co-op one, then, it might actually be kind of worth. But no, it's not. Sad. Because co-op fishing actually isn't that bad. Co-op woodcutting's pretty clunky because all the up-down and everything. But co-op fishing is not horrible. It's like the only co-op in the game that's like actually viable to do if you want to. You need like one other coordinated person to do it with you though. But it is definitely worth it if you can. If you could find someone who wants to do it for like an hour or a few hours. But yeah, if it's not co-op fishing, that's not worth it then. It's too far from a bank. Honestly, all the way to 200, I plan to only do eel, pufferfish, cell, and nothing else. I know post 200 I won't be able to get away with that. But pre-200 fishing, I plan to only do eel, puffer. I don't think it's actually worth going for any other fish, especially if you have a level 25 spear. And just do eel, puffer indefinitely all the way to 200. Post 200 we gotta do a little bit more than that. But pre-200, I'm pretty sure we can get away with just eel, puffer the whole time. Oh wait, are they at the kelp beach? I didn't realize they spawned there. Because that's actually kind of close to a bank then. You did eels puffer to 200? Yeah. I've definitely been considering it. Because the alternative is we actually have to do something that isn't that. And eel puffer is just so chill. It's one of the main things I like about fishing in this game. Even though it doesn't have AFK fishing. Eel puffer is just so good. Just so relaxing. Has like a perfect gameplay loop. A lot of other fishing just doesn't compare to it. Alright, timer started to make sure things don't despawn. So far, they haven't even come even close, but still. Paranoia. Alright, we get an upgrade at 41. I'm not sure if it's worth going for, though. Oh yeah, there's COD right there. I can see it on my mini-map. There it is. How many are in this room right next to me? Oh, wait, wrong room. I want to go check that the next cycle we do. I assume it's 3. I might start incorporating those 3. Limpet, people I think were saying that this was used for the yellow potion. So I'm probably just going to throw it on the ground. But their XP rate I do need. The item itself I don't. But the XP from it I do. And then at 47 we got to reconsider everything. Because then we got to do kelp. I'm not sure what we're doing about that. Not sure what our current kelp plan is. Because just grabbing 6 kelp and then waiting is very, very bad. Doing rays and doing limpets. If you're gonna drop it all anyways. Is that good? Do rays use spear? Because I'm only gonna have a spear upgrade. So any fishing that doesn't require spear is gonna be less effective. This is just really good at my level range. Any given time. Oh, it does use spear? Okay. That's something to consider in the future. The problem is I can't do them now, though. What level is Manta Ray? Is it Manta Ray, like, way higher than 30? It sounds higher than 30. Yeah, it's level 50. But if our end goal is 50, then there's not much I can do with it. If our short-term end goal is going to be 50. Down the line, I can see it being useful, though. Like, you know, when we go for 200. Oh, I didn't mean to grab that bell plant. Ew, get out of my inventory. Don't want to keep it there. This isn't a wide foraging route. We're just grabbing our better too. Is that a lot of KP? I guess it is. Because any room that you can get like 6 easy fish into a foraging is probably fine. That's the only problem with eel manta ray. Is the only thing you can do with it is do more fishing. You can only do fishing into more fishing. It doesn't really have a foraging route. Whereas all the ones on the beach can do foraging with it. Which honestly is probably what I'm going to do for the flounder. Is get like the flounder and then just do the kelp. And just keep alternating. Oops, what am I doing? Long room. Is there a sweet spot where rays are good in between? That's good to know. I guess that makes sense because of the level gapping. I haven't gotten to rays yet, so I don't know. But we'll definitely need to. We're a little ways away from that. Because by this Tuesday or Wednesday, I hope to have base 50. It really just depends how my Monday goes. I might still be a little busy Tuesday morning. Oh, you know what else is happening pretty soon too? Which I'm still not sure what I'm going to be doing about that. This house is going to be getting new flooring at some point. Replacing all the carpets for actual flooring. Like, you know, wood floor. And, yeah, I won't be able to stream whatever day or 2 or 3 they end up doing that. This is probably not for another month or 2, though. But I will have those dates whenever it comes around. Aside from Christmas, it's the only other thing that's really coming up in like the nearest future that could make it so we're not streaming every day. I will still do a small thing on Christmas though. But what I mean by that is I might not be able to stream like at all. Because I won't have my computer set up, I won't have a laptop. Actually, I do have my laptop. I guess I could download it on my other computer. Hold up, I could do it on my laptop. The screen is still really busted on it, but it will do. Actually, does this game have cloud saves? I'm not sure if this has cloud save or not. Does anyone know? Has anyone tried playing on 2 different computers, Brighter Shores yet? Because obviously it wouldn't have my save file, which I would definitely need. It'd be the same Steam account. But has anyone actually tried computering this game? Not at the same time, but you know. Like do it on your laptop and do it on your like your main computer or something. It works? Okay. You do it at work? Okay, perfect. Because that's, I'll probably might be able to do it off of that. Audio might be a little bit worse. Like a lot worse, actually. I might even do... Oh no. Do we just do an audioless stream? I might have to find a way to get the mic working. We'll see. Because I'm probably not even going to be at the house the day that they're going to be doing it. So I'll just be outside somewhere just kind of chilling. Let's not have to deal with all the dust and everything else and just not get in their way. Because I feel like audio would be horrible because it would be the built-in mic on my laptop. His Steam Deck. Also, I probably won't have a Steam Deck by then. Oh, it's on their servers? Well, how would you log in from a different computer then? Or does it just know when you do it? Honestly, I kind of want to go check right now, but I would have to go download Brighter Shores. It's a pretty small download. I almost want to go check on my side computer. I'll do it off stream though. I didn't think to bother checking it yet because it just came to my attention, like to me, because it was just brought up the other day because I kind of forgot about it. Because the main reason we need to get it replaced is now that we have another family member here with a wheelchair, like the carpet just keeps getting like tugged on it and keeps getting like, you know, it's torn up a little bit, but you know they can't help it. But yeah, we kind of need to get wood flooring to go replace everything, so it's more accessible to them. And of course, if we're doing it partially, we're just doing it across the whole house. Alright, so just being on Steam will auto do it? Okay. I should be fine then. I'll still check it in the next day or two, though. Because it's not going to be anytime soon, but in the next month or two, that's going to be happening. There's going to be at least 1 to however long, many days it takes for them to do it. Days that we won't be able to stream normally. I might still be able to stream on the laptop, though. It's going to be a very scuffed setup. But, should work. Your party and Santa hats? Well, they have added Santa hats to the game. We got them right here. Santa hat. No party hats yet, though. It seems like they'll probably do it for launch. Like the 1.0 launch. But currently there's no party hats in the game. But we do have Santa hat. In 5 different colors. Yeah, we pretty much got about halfway to our goal today for Forager. How long has that taken so far? We can go for like 3 hours. Yeah, Forager grind alone is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. Not sure why I thought EXP rate would be so much better. I guess if I was putting all the knowledge from it, it would be. But of course, we're putting all of our knowledge into other things like alchemy right now. And eventually, blacksmith. The first half of the stream, I plan to do it all into alchemy. Like aka when doing foraging. And anything else we do this stream that isn't foraging is going to be going into blacksmith. And it should get us to 193 blacksmith by tonight. Either during the stream or, you know, off stream. I'll finish whatever's left. That way tomorrow we can focus on 200 smithing. And maybe if we have time, 200 merchant too. Might as well get the double kill. Because 200 smithing should be pretty free. It shouldn't take more than a few hours once we get there. Like, at 193. Like, 193 to 200 is like 4 hours tops. Probably even less. Probably close to like 2 or 3 hours. Especially since they'll probably do a small amount of it off stream. Just so we don't do as many bars. If nothing else, you know what I should do off stream? The mining of the rest of the iron. Because I believe I'm still a little bit short on how much iron I need to go to 193 to 200. I never did the math on it. Technically it's 193 to 199, because at 199 I'm going to try to make a weapon. I want to try to make the perfect 199 3-star rapier. And by perfect I mean a 89% bonus one. That's funny. His little green hit splat was right over top of the thing. Oh, we can make the weaker arborate potions. I don't really need those, though. I don't think those are worth making. The only reason I bring them up is I might have some resources banked already. Which would make them worth making. Let me go check. What does the wiki say? Does anyone know what they actually take? 56. Because I might have some of the supplies banked. I think I do. Never mind. I have neither of those two objects. That's not happening. Scratch that. I don't think it... How much do you make per? Or how much do you lose per? Only a casual -5 silver each. For a -1 gold per hour. Sounds about right. So yeah, we're not doing that. We're just a casual -1.1 gold an hour. It's like doing leather worker in reverse. We're making about -1.1 gold an hour doing that potion. It's literally just leather worker profit, but in negative. Whereas the potion after it makes 700 each. 700 bronze. Which is why we're trying to boost to 62, by the way. I'm not sure if I ever remembered to actually say that at any point. If you're wondering why we're boosting our alchemy, we're trying to get to 62 at some point. We're basically locked out the skill until we get 62. Just refreshing the timer. It should be good to go now. And now this timer is actually set to our potato. To make sure our potatoes don't despawn. So far we're doing pretty good about not letting our potatoes die. So we can use them for fish and chips later. Does anyone know how much does the cod for fish and chips actually cost if you buy it from the shop? Because it honestly might be worth it. If we already have the potatoes. I'll go check something real quick. Gosh, I didn't mean to keep bringing this page up, but gosh. Cooking. Or chef, technically it's called in this game. No, not chef cape. I just want chef. There we go. I want to check something. What is our profit and or loss if we were to do cods? If I was to buy the cod. -2. How much is the cod, though? I'm looking at the wrong one. Basic cod. -1. It's not actually -1, though. I need a slight cod. Why are you so expensive? It's like 3 silver each. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's like 2.8. It sells for 2.5. I would make negative 30 each. Or 300. Wait, that EXP drop, though. Is that an EXP drop? Wait, though. Wait. How long is the process for making COD? It is 800 something EXP. Wait, what? How many years does it take to make this? Wait, that might still be worth it. How long does it take to do a COD? It must be like a 5-step process or something. Because that's 800 something EXP each. For only 300 bronze if we already have the potato. That might be worth. Yeah, there's a small chance that's actually worth it. I'm just not sure how long it takes to make it. But even if it takes a little bit longer, 800 XP is a lot of XP. When the other things around it are given like 200 or 300. Obviously because the process takes forever, but honestly, even with it, it might still be worth. Because I'll have the potato already, I just need to buy the cod. Yeah, we'll need to look into it later. For now, let's keep banking the potatoes. Worst comes to worst, we'll still need it. It really just comes down to, are we going to mass make them or use them exclusively only for fishing contracts? I mean, cooking contracts. Because right now I plan to only use it for cooking contracts, but I'm going to have so many spares that we could technically consider using them for cooking XP. If it's worthwhile at the level range, which it might be. We do lose a little bit of money, but it's pretty negligible. If the XP rate's actually really good. Oi, you got a license for that bangers and mash? I can't do a British accent, though. Actually, wasn't there a game that came out pretty recently that was literally just all British slang? I forget what the game was called. I didn't bother playing, but I did see a couple clips from it here and there. Just in passing when browsing some things on YouTube. But, I think it was called Welcome You Are Here. Wait, not Welcome You Are Here. Something like that. Something along those lines. There's like a whole game where just basically built around British slang. Or Thank Goodness You're Here, I think it was called. Gosh, everyone's fighting a high-level plant. Here we are fighting like level 47 when we go do it later. Everyone's here killing like 100-something plants. Those look like little baby piranha plants at this point. They haven't even grown. Compared to how vicious those things look. About that level 39? Can't remember. Like 40 something we get another route we can incorporate. If we want to go for, I keep forgetting to grab potato. There's always that one potato. There's always one resource node every cycle. Like for almost any object that I always forget. And for these, it's that one single potato right there. Because when you're grabbing the other thing, it hasn't spawned yet, so I keep forgetting it's there. So I eventually just walk past it occasionally. What do we do for work? Currently, we do this full time. Good old YouTube. Yep, 39. How's it been going? Launch went insanely well. Obviously, the game has calmed down a little bit since then. But it's still been good. Still worse than minimum wage, but, you know. For how fun it is, it's definitely worth it. About to go back up when party hats come out? They probably are for launch. We don't know when he's doing party hats, but he definitely is at some point. But it seems like official 1.0 launch is the most likely time. It's like a launch event to launch the game with. You said 4. Oh, yeah, we've been getting a lot of levels. I think we're still top 20, right? Let's see. Where's the thingy? Yeah, we're currently rank 18 according to leaderboard. As far as total level. Which is why our total level seems so high. Because we're currently the 18th highest in the game. Technically, it's a bit lower than that because of hidden people. But, hey, number says 18, we're 18. Realistically, it's probably close to like 20-something. There's a few hidden people on leaderboard that are still above us. They're going to be fixing that in the near future, though. But yeah, how many hours do we have? What is the absurd number that's currently up to? We're at 536 hours so far. Across the 3 accounts. Or, you know, the 3 profile slots. Obviously, like, 99% of it's all in this account. Unless you just check the other guys for the AFK activities and everything. I still need to go get them the hats. It takes, like, only a few hours to get all the hats. And I think I have 4 and 6 on them currently. That's how little we've been playing them since the hats came out. Because I mostly just check them for the dailies. And you don't get any hats for checking your dailies. They're really 100 merchant? Nice. Yeah, merchant's really nice to get up. They also added a drop all function yesterday, which makes merchant even more broken than it already was. We're utilizing it yesterday's stream. I haven't done it at all today. I do kind of want to gain at least 1 merchant level today, though. If we're going to do merchant, we got to, like, seriously do merchant, though. I kind of just want to sneak in that 1 low level so we could do leather worker a little bit further. Because that lets me do my next tier of hide. Which is, at 168. Because if I don't get 1 more merchant level, I'm locked out. But that makes that 168, we can start doing it again. I'm not sure we're going to gain that many leather worker levels on stream today, though. Leather worker wasn't really in the plan. Off stream, yes, but on stream, probably not. Because I still need to go make level 25 spear money for fishing by either within like the next 2 days. Because I want to ideally have it by Tuesday, Wednesday at the latest. Because that's the last thing we're pretty much missing for base 50s. Is a level 25 fishing spear so we can go to do fishing properly. Yeah, power grinding merchant's definitely worth it. I always kept joking about getting level 50, or 205, I mean. But I really needed to go finish the 205 grind. I was even considering it tomorrow. Getting 200 smithing, which we're 100% doing tomorrow. But also 200 merchant, because honestly we're so close we might as well. We're not going to instantly get it, but we have enough time tomorrow. If that's the only 2 things we focus on, we should be able to get both done. If tomorrow's stream is just blacksmithing and merchant, we should be able to get 200 merchant and 200 smithing. And eventually just get 205 merchant later down the line. Just focused on 200, 200. I'll catch you later, Wayne. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day. Have a good weekend as well. It's kind of funny. I haven't had like a normal, or you know, quote unquote normal job since like pretty much my entire adult life. Because the first thing I did while I was in college was flea marketing and flipping digital assets online, like with Dota 2 and a few other things. Which sounds like it wouldn't make that much money, but it actually did make a few thousand. I said as a hobby at the time though, but flea marketing made a lot. Like this basically what helped me pay through college. Until I hit a wall where I would have to go into debt to go further, which I didn't bother with. I still got my associate's degree and everything, though. But, yeah, I basically did it to the point where I would have to go into debt. And at that point, it was like, nope, not worth it. But I was doing over full-time hours in college while also doing full-time flea marketing things. Actually worked out pretty well. It was probably the most money I ever made. At any given time. It was right at the beginning. Only went downhill from there. Mostly because YouTube is not particularly good for money. We've been doing it for like 8 years and, you know, it makes some, but it's pretty bad. If you're like completely depending on it. Mostly because ad revenue is really inconsistent. Luckily this time of year it's really absurdly good. Because of the holiday and everything, advertising for it and everything. I just realized I'm about to over encumber here. I forgot to go drop our potatoes. So I just realized we're actually banking pretty few potatoes per hour. Like it's definitely an okay amount though. Alright, where's my potato stack? I'm just gonna put it right over here. Drop all. There we go. Good to go. Oh yeah, the discounts. Hey, another hat. The discounts you end up getting for merchant are insane. It's almost like 70% off on most things that you end up doing. And nearly 4 times your profit when doing leather maker. Depending on your level range. Compared to not having the discount. It is so good. So LT Grind is still here. Getting his power level. It looks like he's going for 200 guard. $500 merchant is 350 gold. Yeah, it's a lot. And it's not even counting all the profit you'll make from leatherworker. There's a lot of things you can do with that gold. But then it comes to the problem, like what are you supposed to do post 500 though? It's something I really hope they address in the next like months. I know there's just like a complete lack of endgame across the entire game. But one thing that still is kind of weird that we mentioned yesterday too is how pointless it is to do a skill beyond 500 in the current state of the game. Right when you're allowed to actually fully do the skill is when you basically have to stop doing the skill. It's something I hope they look into in the future. Obviously, there's a ton of other endgame things they need to go add as well. But that's one of the bigger ones for me, since I like actually, you know, getting all the skills up. Once we finally hit that wall, it's going to start feeling really weird. Once we hit the 500 walls on various skills. Obviously, we're far from even getting our first 500. We were joking about it earlier today, which is what the poll on the stream is right now. Like, if we were to go do Watch Person Detective to 500, like, how much should we do of it per day? But we're kind of joking about it here and there. Not sure if we're actually going to do it or not, though. Because 500 Watch Person cape is definitely, like, the cape I want to go get. In the short term, it's probably going to be the 200 Armor Maker cape from, you know, next chapter. We don't know what it looks like yet, but I'm pretty sure I'll like it. But beyond that, the 500 Watch Person is going to be, like, our main cape. I just don't want to get it prior, because I want the full thing before, as our first one we ever put on our back. He's got 300 Merchant? Nice! That's the first, or, 3 bad XP rates done for 200 plus merch. Wait, what? That's the first, or 3 really bad XP rates done for 200 merch. Wait, you mean some of the items are really bad? Not sure what you mean by that. But huge congrats. Oh, I meant to go type in game. Where is it? Oh, you mean like thresholds? Were there thresholds for merchant as well post 200? I thought the merchant would actually scale pretty well post 200. I haven't done any post 200 merchant to know. When you unlock a new item, it increases your money and XP of all other items. Oh, I thought it was based on per level, not based on the item unlock. I never paid attention to that. Alright, that makes sense. I see what you mean, though. Oh, I always thought it scaled based on your level, but I guess it's because I keep getting items so often that it kind of just seems like that. See, you learned a lot post 30, I know, right? Yeah, I never paid much attention to that. I just always assumed it scaled by level. But because you're getting them so often, like literally every hour unlocks at the lower level range. Like every hour or two you get a new merchant item. I just never paid attention that it was actually when you get an item, not when you gain a level. Just because you gain so many new items at low level range. AKA everything prior to 200. But yeah, that means, what's our big gap right as soon as we get to 200 then? Because that means it's going to be rough until we get to 216. Everything from 200 to 216 is actually going to be really rough if I don't do the AFK activity. Or knowledge pointed up. But by that point, I might as well just do the AFK activity. It's going to be really rough then. Because we're not even at post 200 XP rates then. Until we get to 216 merchant. It's going to be a really annoying level range. Because you don't really start post 200 merchant until 216 then, if that's the case. That's when merchant starts at 216. Honestly, I don't doubt it. Because you're in pre-200 XP rates until 216. That's good to know. Actually, Miles ES, did you end up doing the merchant AFKs? Or did you just knowledge point and just brute force it? Or did you actually get your knowledge into the AFK activities for merchant? Because I haven't really bothered other than for the quests. So I'd have to go get it all the way up if we were to. There's definitely going to be a couple gaps where it feels like we might need it, even though the XP rate for the skill is so good. A similar, like, every skill post 200 has those weird gaps where you just can't really do much. The only problem once we keep getting more and more skills to 200 is I can't be AFKing everything simultaneously. So Merchant is probably one of those I'm still going to brute force up. Just because it's more bearable too. Due to just a naturally quicker XP rate. We'd definitely rather do it for Merchant than have to do it for, you know, like Miner or something. Or worse yet, Carpentry. Could you imagine? And Mousy did AFK. But quickly was like, you want to manually train it as much as possible? Yeah. I feel like that's going to be my case as well. I don't think I'm going to go and get the AFK for it. Because we got to skip some of them, and that's definitely one on the skip list, I think. That and most combat AFKs. Combat AFK and Merchant AFK seem really skippable. Yeah, how's our foraging going? What's our next unlock? 41, we get a new little shell that we can go and try to get for some XP. Beyond that, we don't have to do a completely different route until 47. In which case, I'm not even sure what I want to go do at 47. Because obviously we should pivot into kelp. The problem is, how do we go about doing that? Why not forge a stone? We were earlier when we were doing our route. Right now I'm just trying to go for my 2 highest XP nodes. We're soon to be 3 once we get the other thing over there. But I might only incorporate the 1 because the other ones are like a mile away, aren't they? Oh no, maybe it's worth it grabbing. Well, definitely at least a 2. I'm not sure if I'll go for the 3rd. Probably enough XP that's worth it to go touch them. But the reason why we're doing the routes that we are right now is just because we're trying to maximize XP per hour, not knowledge per hour. You're just trying to get to 50 right now. So earlier I was doing like the stone with the hogberries, then the hogberries with the potato, then the hogberries with the potato and the other little thing on the shore. Our route will only have to change a lot once we get kelp at 47. At that point, we might just do 6 kelp into some fishing or something. Came and buy a hand rake? Yeah, money's pretty tight in early game. I feel like Chapter 2 hits the money wall pretty hard. If you go straight from Chapter 1 to Chapter 2, it's really hard to afford a lot of the Chapter 2 tools as you grind to Chapter 1 a little bit. I know, which is something you should pretty much never do. But one thing I end up doing, like super early game, like day 1, is I actually use some of my knowledge points on money. Just because you're so tight on money when you get into Zone 2. Because you need to get a handsaw, you need to get a rake. Like, there's so many tools you just need to buy immediately. Alright, let me go reset the timer. The keep potatoes alive timer. What are how many I have banked? If I had to guess, we're at like 400 banked? 400? This should hold us over for 30 cooking levels. I don't think we're going to get that many contracts. We're going to get some, but not like that many. I forgot the potato again. I do that like every time. No, 73 is pretty good to do. It really just depends what you spent money on. Because cooking and fishing in Zone 1 makes the most money. At like the super early game, particularly in cooking contracts. But yeah, Chapter 2 just requires a lot of money. This is one of those things that kind of happen. He expects like over 100 silver from you pretty early on. All at once. Because at level 4 forging, you need the rake, and at level 0 woodcutting, you need the hatchet. And eventually the handsaw, and eventually the two-hand thing. It requires so much money really quickly. It's something I wish I would change the pacing of in Chapter 2. Because you're expected to pay like almost 100 silver like the second you walk through the door. Which is very unlikely to have the second you go from Chapter 1 to Chapter 2. Because I know I didn't when I did it. I still spent a good time in Chapter 1 before I moved on. Definitely something you should look into for early game. I think at some point they should give you a free handsaw. Because they do it in Chapter 3. They give you a free pickaxe the second you walk through the door. But there's not equivalence of that for like the hatchet for Chapter 2. There's not just like a random log that you can pull a hatchet from. Or if there is, I have no clue where it is. It's really hidden. It's not like on the main path. I feel like in that main storyline room, in that very first room, there should be the hatchet and a log that you can grab to get it for free. Because that would alleviate a lot of the initial cost of that chapter, as well as allow you to start woodcutting immediately. Like, Chapter 3 does that. There's just a pickaxe sitting in a rock. But Chapter 2 needs an axe just sitting in a log that you get within like the first minute you walk in. I forgot to do offline XP. Yeah, you should always be doing that every single day. It's really useful. Luckily in early game it doesn't make as big of an impact, but it's still helpful. But you definitely want to make sure you keep up with them. Because my alts are pretty much going through the entire game using only AFK. One's AFK in mining right now, the other one's doing smithing. They're trying to get the requirement for the 3-star quest in Mine to Matubin. Oh, also, apparently, you don't need any combat gear to go and kill the quest boss, or quote-unquote boss. You know that fight with the corrupted crystal in Chapter 3? For any of you that have already done it. I ended up doing it at level 0. With Chapter 2 gear instead of Chapter 3. I didn't realize they could be chi so hard. Because they have a really weird movement speed where they're walking like slightly slower. So you can kind of just kite them around with potions. Let's see. Hello. Goodbye. A level 2000 in the house. Whole like 200 something levels higher than us, or 150, whatever it is. Did I do all the quests in Chapter 2? Yeah, we finished all quests on Thanksgiving. Oh no, my dailies are ready. Oh no, they might have been ready for a while. I haven't even noticed. Alright, we gotta go get our potatoes to safety. After the next potato to safety route, I need to go and do the 2 dailies real quick. They've probably been ready for almost an hour now. I kind of forgot about them. But I think one more cycle and we should have enough potatoes, as long as I keep remembering to not forget that one potato. But I think one more cycle after this one should be good. But then after we go rescue our potatoes, we'll go... I forgot it again. Every time. And in my defense, It hasn't spawned yet, so I don't identify it as it being there. Because whenever I look over there, it's like, oh yeah, there's no potato there. And then as I'm walking by, it's like, a potato spawn. Every time. Because when I walk into the room, I don't think it's spawned yet. So I'm like, oh yeah, there's no potato there. But by the time I cross its path, it's already spawned. And of course, I need to be picking it up. I think we have to do one more route, which should be good. That's enough potato already. I think we need one more, though. It's because I keep skipping the one potato. At some point, I'll remember. I'll remember this time. We're talking far too much about it right now for me to forget. There's no way to forget it this time. Still even spawned there because I forgot the last cycle. There we go. We got it. No worries. We did not skip the potato, but it's mostly because it was already spawned, so it couldn't be invisible to me. The problem is when you come the other way around and you walk into the room but then see no potato there. But obviously by the time you cross this path, it's spawned. Yeah, let's go turn in all of our potato. I guess all but one. Because I will keep the potion on me. And then we'll go run the daily real quick. Have another hat. Nice. Another one for the pile. So we've gotten 10 foraging levels. Which means we're getting like 3 point something an hour. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. I don't know. Anyone who knows foraging XP rates really well. Is 3.5 levels per hour good or bad? Using no knowledge into it. I have no clue. It's definitely something. Alright, let's go over here. We were getting about 3.5 levels an hour. Not sure what our knowledge rate is per hour, but I'm dumping my knowledge into non-foraging anyways. There's a video of someone explaining the best XP rates for each class. Doing what? Combat? Because that's not just different per class, but also per zone. Oh, so I should have brought the potion with me so I could tell you. For all skills? Which one? The knowledge one? He didn't actually cover everything, though. He covered about half of them. He did cover all the strong ones, though. Like foraging circles, AFK cooking, AFK raid dens. And what was the other big one? Of course, merchant. He didn't actually cover how to do merchant, though, but he did mention the rate. The rate's actually technically higher since then, though. Due to drop all method. What are we doing? But yeah, I don't think he even went over mining and a few others at all, though. Like minecart into flint or basalt flint and other combos like that. Let's see. The only like advanced one he went over I think was the foraging one. Like the foraging circle. Let's see. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm trying to go to Mine Deep. But yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Because there isn't any other video. I know which one you're talking about. The main reason I'm not doing foraging circles is I don't want to get a bunch of trash in my bank. Because until trading comes out, it's really hard to get rid of it. I haven't been banking anything that I don't intend to use. Anything that's just going to be like scrapped or dropped or, you know, sold. I might as well just drop on the ground. And this is at a higher level range. Obviously on a higher level range, I'll probably bank them. But we're at way too low a range with some of these skills, like fishing and foraging. That most of it just gets trashed. The only reason I'm even keeping the potatoes is because I need it for 102 cooking. For the, there's someone. For the sausage and mash. Or not sausage and mash, I mean the cod, the fish and chips. But yeah, knowledge and XP rate are two different things, though. You can be gaining higher XP rate per hour while gaining less knowledge. But still be gaining more overall XP. It's hard to track exactly because the scale is based on your level. But XP rate per hour and knowledge per hour are two slightly different things. Like what we were doing yesterday was really good Mind Fighter XP per hour, but it was really bad knowledge per hour at the cost of getting higher Mind Fighter per hour. So our Mind Fighter XP rate was absurdly good earlier, but I stopped doing it because I needed knowledge at the time, and our knowledge XP rate was actually like even below average when we were doing it, despite the Mind Fighter XP being some of the best rate we could get at that level. There's this one weird thing whenever you're talking about anything with this game is there's a discrepancy between knowledge per hour and XP per hour. Especially if you're putting your knowledge not into the skill you're actively training. Alright, daily's done. Alright, let's go back. Still not 50 yet. Back to Hopeport. You know what should go get, what you haven't been? Should go stack up some cooking bounties. Something I haven't been doing. That way when we end this grind, we can go straight into some cooking. Oh yeah, you know what else I can do while I'm here? Let's go check our potato stack. I think it's time. It is time. Let me go check. Gosh, there's still a billion people trading hats here. That is insane how many people are still trading there. Alright, let me go check. What is our potato damage? We're still going to get even more. I want to say like 400. Yeah, 360. Pretty close. One more trip would have been 400. Alright, what do we have here? You're horrible. You're horrible, but it's more XP, so I'll take it. That one I'm not going to bother, though. Not for that XP rate. I'll do 8, but you got to give me at least double that XP, like that one. Even that one I might abandon, we'll see. It's probably worth it, though. Depends what the rest of our route is. But if I get like a good 4 on the next board, that one's probably just getting scrapped. But if one of them's even worse than that, we'll just go do that one. It's not that big a deal. Some people are just trying to get dupes of one specific hat. That's kind of pointless, though, with how the system's likely going to be. Especially with how quickly you can get hats. It's almost better value just to power farm them off a merchant or something. Or combat, or forager circles. If you don't want to keep doing your highest level one. Yeah, back to the grind. Still need 10 more levels. And then I would be base, or not base 50, but, you know, another 50 for the pile for base 50s. And then at that point, yeah, only 3 to go. But it's Tuesday or Wednesday. We should be able to wrap them up. Since tomorrow is going to be a 200 focus for smithing and merchant. Not sure if we're going to do 200 merchant tomorrow. I'm considering it, though. As long as I feel up to doing merchant tomorrow, it should be pretty free. It'll take less than half the stream to go get 200. And smithing should only take a few hours. And even then, we still have time left over. I said, hello, Memens! Welcome, welcome. Here's one position better than you in Stonemason. Nice. Yeah, I've been slacking on Stonemason recently, mostly because I need to get 117 before I can train it again. And there's been so many other knowledge targets I've been going for. Most notably right now, we're dumping it into Alchemy, so we could eventually get to 63, or 62, I mean. And the other one is 193 Smithing, so we can go get 200 tomorrow. Because at 193, we can actually go train it properly. But I really hope this game gets EXP trackers and knowledge trackers at some point. It's getting really hard to keep track of it manually. I almost do kind of want to set up a timer just to see, though. Obviously, we have a timer already. Like, it's so hard to keep guesstimating 2 numbers at once. This is the big issue. It's just hard to keep track of. Because you're always gaining 2 XPs at the same time. One for knowledge, one for your actual number. And depending on what you're doing, they don't really coincide with each other. One could be higher while the other's lower. One could be lower while the other's higher. Alright, time to start our potato saving timer. So far, I haven't killed any potatoes yet. Well, technically a few, but I kind of wanted them to die. You know, I sometimes leave a few extra spare in the stack that I don't bother repicking up. Because it wastes too much time. But aside from those, we've saved every potato. But those I deliberately don't grab. It's not like I'm accidentally letting them despawn. Oh, I forgot to start my timer. Potato saving timer, go! But it's something I still need to get around to at some point. Covering guides for this game. I was just kind of waiting until the game got a little bit deeper. My other concern is you just could do a patch out of nowheres that invalidates a guide. Like, for example, no one has done an updated merchant guide since the new tech came out yesterday. Every merchant guide on YouTube doesn't have the new tech that came out yesterday. Because I was checking before the stream and no one's made a new video yet for the new method. But stuff like that is why I kind of don't want to make any guides yet. It's the biggest issue with early access in general. They could make a guide 1 week, and then 1 week later, it's like, oh, not relevant anymore. Because they just overhauled it. Like, especially a combat guide right now. Imagine making an entire combat guide by the end of this month. Comprehensively going over everything. And then they overhaul combat a week later. You know it's going to happen at some point. Someone's going to make, like, the perfect every single class guide. And then he'll finally do, like, the combat overhaul, like, literally the next week. Or even the next day. It's the only problem with early access. It is so volatile in that regard. Like, obviously it still has relevant information, any guides like that. But the meta just keeps shifting so quick. Like, every week there's a new method for something. Has there been any news on when the launch will happen? About 3 to 6 months. They're likely planning for a spring or early summer launch. No official date has been given. But they have mentioned like some rough time frames for some things, which we kind of know will coincide. Because some people asked like when next chapter would be. And they said they would launch around then as well. Not exactly necessarily exactly then, but you know. It's one of the last things that will likely be added before launch. Or potentially even coinciding with launch. But, yeah, it's like sometime in spring or really early summer is likely launch. But so far from his checklist of everything he wants to do, he's literally only done one so far. Not that he hasn't been doing anything, obviously he's been doing a lot. But from like the master checklist that he wants to do before launch, one thing out of like 8 things has been completed so far. After 1 month. Of course he's been doing a lot of quality of life, so that's been eating up most of his time. But so far about 1 out of 8 things have been done. Which at his current rate would take mid-summer of next year at current rate. Obviously, he's doing progress on a lot of things simultaneously, not just one thing at a time. Like, Chapter 5 is probably almost fully finished at this point. Other than some testing and a few other things they need to do for it. So, obviously, they've been working on stuff. Yeah, so far the only thing that's been done so far is leaderboards from the master plan. And even the leaderboards are still being worked on. There's still a big overhaul that they're going to be doing to it. So that people can't really snipe it or anything. I believe the change that they're doing overall is they're making it so invisible people still show up. Like, you know, you'll still know your true rank, basically. You still won't see them. But they'll still be accounted for on the leaderboard. Is basically the change that he's going to be making. So that way, if there's like 2 people hidden in front of you, but it shows, you know, currently that you're first, it would instead show you would be at the top of the leaderboard, but it would show you that you're a third, even though you're all the way at first place in the leaderboard. There's just like 2 invisible people ahead of you. You won't be able to see who those 2 invisible people are, but it'll show your correct rank. So you don't have to guess like, oh, is there 1 person ahead of me? 5? 10? So basically whatever number it says your rank in will be true once the update is done. You just won't be able to see all those people who opt out. But you will be able to see your true rank. And I will truly know what total level we are. Currently it says 18, but we're not actually 18th. We're decently high, but we're not 18th. There's a whole 20-man clan above Balticio. Yeah, it's going to be one other reason why I probably won't be doing too much leaderboard grinding. Or if I do, it'll be a gathering skill that can't be cheesed as hard. You know how broken buyable skills are going to be once trading comes out? Like, there's going to be at least 1 person who gets fed by like 50 other people to like insta-get a 500 processing skill. There's definitely going to be some guy out there who will do that. Like, they're literally, like, the day 1 trading comes out, they're gonna get, like, over a platinum worth of gold. Like, over 1,000 gold. Max out whatever tool they want for, like, Chapter 5, everything else like that. It's the only thing that's gonna be kind of weird with leaderboards, post-trading. Is some people will be able to, like, mega ultra cheese their XP rate. Compared to if you were still playing Iron Man-like. Like, you know, completely self-sufficient without trading. Because as I recall, the AMA mentioned that they're doing free trade. Which means you could literally give like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 gold to someone. As well as like 10,000 of a resource that they need. As well as anything else like that with nothing in return. Which is very broken beyond belief. It's the main thing that I'm really concerned with trading. Because leaderboards mean basically nothing after that. The second trading comes up. Unless you're doing a gathering skill that can't really be ultra cheese. You can still upgrade your tool, but you won't be able to, you know, you won't be able to buy like 1,000 of every node you need. Get like the exact map for everything you need, just pre-get everything. And just have it ready to go. Like, even when people do it, they're probably not good due to that extreme of a degree. But with the trading system that will exist, you could. Not that people would, but you could. Oh, we just got our new route. Let me go try it. New route unlocked. Let's make sure I'm boosted, though, for the first time bonus and everything. How much XP are these? Also, is it worth going for the one in the middle of nowhere? Okay, 701's the extra bonus. 243. Is that good? How much was the potato again? Honestly, it's not that good. Well, actually, I guess compared to potato, compared to this, it's probably pretty good. Yeah, it's like 50 more EXP. And I guess I'll go for the 2. I don't think I'm going to go for the 3rd. That's like a little bit further away, though. People are going to sell. Yeah, that was my concern with trading as well when it comes to merchant. Is how much more broken will merchant be if he can sell all the supplies? But he's almost going to be broken enough that you can do 6 every 2 minutes. And that's when we've reached peak brokenness for merchant. As if it's ever possible to do 6 in every 2 minutes consistently. And the closest we're ever going to get to that is if people literally just stand next to the stall selling what they have. Or at least in town square, so you can like auto buy everything you need. But I'm really concerned if those are going to be tradable or not. As if you thought merchant was broken like a month ago, and even more broken now with all the buffs that it's gotten since then. Imagine when you can just auto trade every single item you need. And within like 10-20 seconds have every item ready to go that you don't already have piled on the ground. Like let's say you're missing like one thing for your run, you just go talk to someone, trade them in within like 10 seconds and boom. Instead of having to walk all the way to their other thing. Because not only will you be able to have 16 ground piles for whatever task you want, but you also have like infinite people trading around you that you can just buy from if you're missing like a set or a set or 2 for something. But it's gonna be really broken. And then with whatever extra time you have within your 2 minutes, you can just restock on whatever you need. But we don't know if they're gonna be tradable or not. I assume they won't be, but gosh, this could be broken if you can. Trade merchant supplies. I feel like anything that can't be banked probably won't be tradable, though. And merchant supplies can't be banked, so they might not be tradable. We don't know for sure, but there's a good chance anything that can't be banked are untradables, basically. Which means you won't be able to bank, or you won't be able to trade the cabbage in Chapter 1. You won't be able to go and trade merchant items if that's the case. And a few others I'm probably forgetting of. Oh, probably the biggest one. You won't be able to trade, you likely won't be able to trade gas eels. Because if they make it so you can only trade bankable items, gas eels are not bankable. Though if they are tradable, gosh, they're going to go for so much. We were doing the pricing earlier based on how long it was taking. And gas eels are probably around... Also, why did I drop all these nixies? It's kind of annoying. But anyways, gas eels will probably go for 1 gold per inventory. Fully filled gas eels. If you could trade them, it is about... for every 24, it's about 1 gold. It's anywhere from 500 to 1 gold, depending on what people are willing to do it for. But based on about how long it takes, that's about how long it'll be. At 1 gold an hour, you'd make about 50 gold. Technically, you could make 60, but that assumes you could trade immediately every single time. Of which there would likely be some downtime. Or sorry, not 50 gold per hour. I mean, 10 gold per hour. 10 to 12. But you'll be able to make about 10 gold per hour if you could sell a full inventory within about a minute. Every single time you end up getting it. It'd be 10 gold per hour at 1 gold per inventory. And even then, it would still be worth it for the people buying. Because how annoying it is to do gas. It could be a chance that they're only 500 silver or something. But they could be as high as 1 gold. Paying for the time for someone else to fill it up and everything. Which would be a really good moneymaker. Because then you could almost make 10 gold an hour just for getting to Chapter 4. Where are you going to trade gas eels? Well, assuming you have to do it in Chronopolis. It'd be a little bit clunky because you'd have to do that, then teleport and go back. But it'd still be better than doing the 5 minutes it takes to go get them yourself. To go catch them all, fill them all. You'd still have to go and, you know, fill them up at the gas chamber. Every single inventory. Because there's no bank that they could be stored in. But we don't know if you're going to be able to trade everywhere or just in Chronopolis Square. My assumption is just Chronopolis Square, but I don't think he actually confirmed it in the AMA or not. If it's like a Chronopolis Square locked activity. I would assume so, just to get everyone gravitating over there. But you might be able to trade everywhere, we don't currently know. But it's likely a Chronopolis Square kind of thing. Or only in the 4 zones around Chronopolis can you actually trade. But even if that is the case, all you'd have to do is buy a full inventory. tele over to mine deep or to the other one, wherever you want to go put the gas into. Then go fill them up, then tele back and buy another set. It's still way quicker than doing it yourself. Is that on Twitch that you'll be able to freely trade your 24 inventory slots anywhere? Oh gosh, no. Oh no. Oh, skilling is going to be broken. Gosh, are they doing every single broken thing with trading? Oh, I miss Iron Man mode already. Can we just have a permanent opt-out from trading? You know how broken that's going to be for skilling if you just have someone running you 24 anything you need? Oh no. They did the very broken thing again. We're literally going to have rune crafting runners for every skill. Except instead of just rune crafting, it's going to be for everything. Or almost everything. Not literally everything. But definitely a good handful of them. No, it's not going to make it 1 hour to 200 broken, but that's still really broken though. Yeah, trading is opt-in technically, but obviously if you don't get like a special something, like unless opting in makes you like a permanent like Iron Man, or you know, not opting in. Because honestly at this point, if I had a choice, I would, if there was a benefit to not opting in, I wouldn't. But I don't think he's doing anything special for it. You're just disadvantaging yourself if you don't opt in. Unless he adds something for people who permanently don't opt in. In which case, honestly, at this point, I would go for that. If there was something that he would add for a permanent not opt-in button, I honestly would probably click it. Because I don't want to deal with all the trading. I would probably opt in on my alt account, on the alt accounts, but not on the main. Or not opt in, I mean. You know what I mean. But if there's literally no downside to not opting in, then you might as well just opt in. Alright, let's see. That's my only concern of something that could kind of kill the game for me. Is trading being as broken as it sounds like it's going to be. Because then you just have trading scape at that point. Or trading shores. Not sure what you'd really call it in this game. But the whole meta would just be, you need one person to always be trading you at all times for everything. Because what would be optimal while we're doing this right now? I go trade sell my things without ever leaving. I have someone who goes and trades me and pays for all these berries. They go pay for all the potato. They pay for these little gem thingies, whatever they are. But yeah, you basically always need a runner trading you for anything you ever do in the entire game. With that trading system, which is so bad. But you'll need it perpetually for everything. What we're doing right now, mining, smithing. Every gathering, every processing skill. Merchant gets even more broken, assuming you can trade those. You could skip the gas trading for, or you can skip the gas with the smithing and stonemason as well. I don't know about other things. The only thing it doesn't really affect is combat, but even combat. Like, eventually you fill up a whole inventory, you need someone to go run all your gear. So you can just dump it to them. So you can actually pick up every drop and get profit from it. So it increases the profit of combat by quite a bit. Because you never need a bank. The bank just comes to you. Like, you don't need to go to the bank comes to you. You just go and sell it all to someone. They come around, they make a little bit of profit, you make a ton of profit. Like, banking doesn't exist anymore with that trading system. You just have runners for everything. And the people would still be doing running because it's really profitable. Because just running for people is like 5 to 10 gold an hour. Regardless of what you're running. Oh, it depends what you're running. I guess it would depend. But you could make about 5 to 10 an hour just running for people. You're really hoping trading wouldn't be free. So you can pay off runners. Yeah, that's the biggest issue. Because if they are going to do that, if that's actually confirmed, it's literally just going to be running shores. Because you'll need a runner for literally every activity in the whole game. I don't think there's a single skill you wouldn't need a runner for. Otherwise, you're getting inefficient XP rates. And or money rate. Like, you'll be making a little bit less money with a runner, but they're profiting so much too. So I'd still want to do it. I don't know, we'll have to see what happens with it. But Brighter Shores is a completely different game at that point. You're making it sound as if there's like an infinite amount of players, depending on how much it is. Like, if you told me right now I can make 5 to 10 gold just running for someone, I would do it. I would literally be running right now. If you could tell me in this exact economy right now I can make like 5 to 10 gold running for someone, I'd be doing it. And I feel like a lot of people would. Maybe not permanently. You know, once they have enough money to do whatever they want to do, they would stop running. But if I can make 5 to 10 gold in this exact economy right now, running for someone, I definitely would be. Because it's not like you have to perpetually keep running, unless you're doing it for multiple different people. Because one runner can cover like 5 people, potentially. As long as they don't stall more than like a minute per person. Because you don't need like one runner per one person. Like with what I'm doing right now, one runner could cover like 2 to 3 people doing what I'm doing right now. It's not like a 1-to-1 ratio. Like one runner, depending on the activity, can cover anywhere from like 2 to 10 people. Like combat only needs a runner like what, once an hour? Whereas things like this does need a little bit more often. But there's a lot of activities in the game that only need like an occasional runner. Or one runner can cover like 10, 15 people. Most people in old school don't use Runecraft runners or prayer runners, but it's mostly because they had enough quality of life that you don't really need it, though. Because they've added ways that you could bypass it. Like the Wilderness Altar, there's literally an unnoder like 10 tiles away. You don't need a runner because they literally put a runner in the game that basically does it for you. But Brighter Shores is not going to have that at launch. It's not like I can sell the drops I get from combat to the Quartermaster from the Rift. If you could, that would make it so you don't need a runner anymore. The other thing that would make it so you don't need a runner is if you can storage Rift from anywhere. That would make it so you don't need a runner. So if they had the quality of life so you don't need a runner, then that would work. But the problem is that quality of life doesn't exist currently. Maybe it will by then. Because to not need any runner in Brighter Shores, you would need the following. You would need Quartermaster selling from anywhere. Storage Rift simply by clicking the spell, regardless if you're in a room with a storage rift or not. Just being able to storage rift from anywhere. And I guess that's basically it. Those are like the main 2 you would need. There's a few other things that would still be a little bit better, like merchant and such with trading. But those are the 2 big ones. If you wanted to not have like 1,000 runners everywhere, maybe not 1,000, but you know, if you don't want to have like hundreds of runners in the game and a whole economy based on runners, you would need to be able to Quartermaster sell from anywhere and storage rift from anywhere. Like literally right here, just be able to go store all this, be able to go sell for the Quartermaster thing. What am I doing? Like right here, I just pick all this up, click storage rift, and boom, I just stored all of it. That was me storing all of it. But without it, you would need a runner. It's just the XP waste what we were doing right now. But this could be a runner who just did it for us instantly, or a spell that did it instantly. But that's the biggest issue. And why runners will be everywhere. Is right here is us wasting like 50 seconds of EXP to do something a runner could do in like 5 seconds. Or a spell could do in 5 seconds if it was to work. Or technically 3, however long it takes to store that. Yeah, more storage rifts could also solve that problem. You would need a lot more storage rifts though. Like one like every 2 to 3 room. Because this one's 3 rooms away and it still kills like almost a minute per run. And we have to double run, so we're wasting like a minute 40 seconds, I think, whenever we need to bank potato right now. It's a minute and 40 that we're doing literally nothing. Brighter Shores has no gold for sale. Yeah, that's going to be the biggest issue with runners at the start. Is what are people going to trade the runners? That's the only reason I feel like there won't be a lot of runners initially. Is I don't think anyone can actually afford the price that it will require to properly run runners. There's just not enough money in the game yet. That's the biggest issue with a lot of trading when Brighter Shores comes out. Like, so much of it will be item for item, because everyone is so dirt poor. I don't think a single person even has 1 platinum yet. And most people aren't hoarding, like, hundreds of gold. I say the average person is at a 1 or 2 digit gold number. Almost no one's at 3. I think literally 0 is at 4. Yeah, some people are getting close. But they're definitely outliers rather than the average person, though. Like, the average is definitely a single or 2 digit number gold. There are some at 3, but those are people who are hoarding their gold and not spending it. And I believe 0 people have hit 4 so far. Or, you know, a platinum token. They are getting somewhat close, though. You need a runner once an hour to save 1 minute. Well, what we're using right now, we need a runner basically every 10 minutes? It's like 10 to 15 minutes I need a runner for what we're doing right now. And it saves a minute and 40 for the double run. But that's definitely worth it. Because a minute and 40 is worth like how much in the current state of the game? If someone's willing to do that for 100 silver, that'd probably be worth it. If you're willing to make 100 silver a minute, which is what? 6 gold an hour. It really just comes down to, are people willing to run for about 5 gold an hour? On if runners will be worth it or not. Because yeah, with the rate of running, if I paid them 100 silver per run, it'd be roughly, well, I would only need it 4 times. I would only need to pay them 400 silver an hour. So I would have to pay 400 silver an hour for a runner, roughly, to do what I'm doing right now. It would cost about 400 silver an hour. Assuming they're fine making like about 5 gold an hour. But you have to keep in mind, they're not just running for me, they're running for like multiple people. I personally would have to pay to have a runner to save about, what is that? About 8 minutes an hour? Oh, I guess if you're double running them. So yeah, let's say I have to pay 800 silver then. That would be, I'm trying to do math while I'm trying to click on these. But let's say I had to pay about 800 silver an hour for the runner for all these then. Or, you know, just mostly for the potato. But, I guess the other one's kind of high too. But, you know, if we, let's just say, hypothetically, it should be around that much. Let's say I'm doing 100 per run. We're doing 8 runs an hour as far as needing the runner. This saves us roughly almost 8 minutes. Like 7 to 8 minutes per hour that we could do whatever. At the cost of about 800 silver. But the runner would be making more than 800 silver an hour. It would just be running for us, they'd be making 800 silver. But they can easily be doing it like 3, 4, 5, 6 people in that time. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see what happens with it. Still kind of scary though, regardless. Alright, I'll do that. Yep, I almost forgot the potato again. How we never take break. Yeah, no one would need a runner. Like the main thing that I'm concerned is a lot of the quality of life to not need a runner isn't going to be in the game when they add trading. Because there's almost no chance between now and trading coming out that every quality of life needed to not need a runner would be in the game. That's the only big concern, and it really just comes down to how big is the time gap between the runner era of Brighter Shores and the quality of life era that makes runners not needed. Because we don't know what that time frame is. It could be a month, could be a couple days, could be a week. I think that's the main thing we kind of don't know. Because it can be, you can just completely delete runners by having enough quality of life that you never need such a mechanic. The problem is all that quality of life is currently not in the game to be able to delete the need for runners when trading comes out. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. It really just depends on how many people are willing to do it just across the entire community. Because honestly, if it makes enough money, I would even do it. I don't even care about the XP loss. If we're in a pinch for money and we need to go buy like a... Like let's say for example, my level 18 fishing rod. Or my level 25 fishing rod. I need 18 gold right now. If you told me I could do 2 hours of running and have that 18 gold right now, I would. I would do that right now. Just so we can have that fishing rod ready to go. I would then go fishing after I got that, obviously, and I wouldn't be running anymore. But I would go run for like 2 hours to go at my level 25 fishing rod right now. Like if trading came out literally tomorrow. I would 100% do that. You don't see why your doomer over something that you just admitted is probably not feasible? Well, it's not feasible once quality of life comes out. Well, I guess long term it's not feasible because... Oh no, it depends if who's wanting to hoard a bunch of money. It really just comes down to profit margin. Like, obviously there's no one in old school RuneScape that, for example, that like only does running. Nor would there be in Brighter Shores. Like, you never just only run. You only do running just to get to whatever profit margin you need. It's the same reason why people boost raids and stuff like that. Like, you're getting no benefit from it, but you get, like tens of millions per hour. Same as something like Torso. You literally get, like, pure profit while doing Torso. Yeah, I think each person who helps with a Torso boost... Which takes like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Actually, maybe close. Wait, actually, how long is a torso boost these days? Not sure how efficient they are. But, you literally make more than endgame bossing by helping someone get a torso. You get no XP during the whole duration. But, it's so much money that people do it. Because it's better than, like, literal endgame bossing. Unless you get absurdly lucky with a mega rare. Isn't Bando's chestplate 33 mil? Yes, but you have to keep in mind Torso for Iron Man is free, basically, in a sense, which is why there's a demand for it. Because Torso is free and Bando's chestplate requires you to kill Bandos. So to the Iron Man, it costs 0 to get a Torso, but even though you're paying 50 mil in a main. But a Bando's chestplate requires you to actually kill Bandos and get lucky on a drop. That is completely luck-based and could take weeks to grind. If you even have the gear to go grind it. But the other factor with it is it's a master clue step. So even mains need torso. If you can buy Bando's chestplate, you still need the torso for a clue step. You can't do master clues properly without a torso. So both mains and Iron Man account need it. Iron Man need it for early game strength bonus. Or even permanent, because the next upgrade is literally like best in slot. Like giving Torva or something. And so far I only have one Torva piece on my hardcore. It takes forever to get Torva. But, it takes, like, literal, like, 30 minutes to get a torso. But, And you can just boost for it. I didn't boost for it, though. I actually love playing if anything, I'd be the one who would be helping with the boosting if I was to ever do that. Because I absolutely love Barbarian Assault. It's so much fun. But yeah, the two reasons why people need it. Or well, the reason why people boost is it's literally better than endgame PVM as far as money per hour that you make from it. But the reason why people buy it is because you need it for a Master Clue step, which has a chance of giving Third Age, which some Third Age is worth over $1,000 real life money. And the reason why people boost for... oh, what's the other one? The reason why people do it on Iron Man is just way easier to get. It's 100% drop that you'll get. You don't need to worry about RNG. You don't need to be able to kill any boss. I think you can even do it as a level 3. It'll take a little bit longer to boost at level 3, but you can do it literally at level 3. You can go off a tutorial island, head over there, and get boosted a torso. You wouldn't be able to wield it immediately, but they would boost you. But stuff like that will basically happen with runners in this game. Not to such a degree, but it's a similar premise as to why people do it and why people need it. But it just leads to like a really weird economy, where basically you have to boost everything. It was the main reason why I play Iron Man. Because even though they can slightly be boosted, you generally don't bother because it's so expensive. Like, I would never boost a Mega Rare in old school. I would never even boost a Torso because I find it so much fun to actually play the minigame. Even though a lot of people hate the minigame. But we're basically forced to be a main account on this because we can't do Iron Man mode. And that's my only big concern when trading comes out. That's what I'm ranting on like the last 30 minutes. Is we're basically being forced to become a non-Iron Man. Which I feel like a lot of people aren't going to like when Brighter Shores gets it. And I'm probably in that category. I don't think it would be enough for me to quit the game. Like, not at all. But, we're playing a different game the second trading comes out. It's not the same game anymore. I'll probably still like what the game is, but it's not the same game the second trading comes out. But it might not be as bad as I think it is. We'll find out. I don't know, we're just gonna have to see what happens. It's one of the reasons why I planned on minimally engaging with trading. Because it just seems so broken in the current economy of the game. Like, if we had trading literally tomorrow. Like, the way you do literally everything just changed overnight. Not just even for boosters, just how you train skills. Like, hey, I need like 5,000 ore for my iron grind. Instead of going mining like 2,000 more iron ore, I can just buy it from someone. I can go trade some other valuable resource I have and just trade someone instantly. Maybe not instantly, obviously it could take a little bit of time. But it would be way quicker than mining it. Because that would literally be what would happen if trading came out literally tomorrow. I would buy like 3,000 iron ore to go finish my blacksmith grind. But instead, off stream tonight and possibly on stream tomorrow, I'm going to have to go and actually mine for some of it. But if trading existed, I would just trade for it. And get it in like 10, 15 minutes. What would normally take hours. Saving at least like 2 hours, if not more. Obviously it would cost us a bunch of resources, but, you know, we'd still get it done quicker. Not sure how much that would even cost, though. But whatever it is, I probably would pay it. I don't know. I'd probably just mine it myself, though. Honestly, in that situation, I probably still would just mine it. Mostly because I highly doubt someone has, like, spare, like, 3,000 iron ore laying around. Tier 5 iron ore. That's the only problem when trading first comes out in this game, too. Is no one has the resources to trade properly when trading first comes out. It's gonna be the funniest thing when Brighter Shores first gets trading. Like, what on earth are you trading for what? Like, it's almost always gonna be item for item. Because no one has the money to trade properly. Well, almost no one. Like, 90% of trades are gonna be item to item. Because no one has the gold to be dumping, like, 10 gold on this trade, 50 gold on this trade, 40 on another. Like, some people do, but most people don't. Including ourselves in that category, people who don't. I don't know, I'll just have to wait and see what happens with it. I definitely have more concerns than hope, though. Yeah, that's going to be one of our main currencies when we do trading. I'm going to be trading 199 cryonite weapons. And ore shields. Mostly weapons, though. That's the main thing I can have for trading if trading came out literally tomorrow. That'd be our most desirable item that we can currently mass produce very easily. Is a 199 or 200 cryo weapon 3-star. Or whatever number someone needs that's within our range. I don't know, what are your guys' thoughts on trading? Because at this point, I don't know, I'm just so used to the Iron Man mindset. Both from having done it in the last year in old school, but also because of this game is literally set up that way right now. Where you have to be completely self-sufficient. Now, honestly, as days go on, I become increasingly more concerned with what on earth they're going to do with trading. Because they're basically making it, like, completely unrestricted. Like, the day trading comes out, someone's gonna hit, like, 3 platinum. Potentially. Whatever iron ore we need, you promise someone has, like, 10,000 in their bank? Probably. I know I have, like, 3,600 tier 5s right now. And even that's not enough. But if someone needed that, I have it ready to go. Like, if someone said a high enough number, I'd be like, 200 smithing can wait. If someone said a big enough number or something I really needed that wasn't that, I'd be like, ooh, I'll go trade you 3,600 iron. I don't know, I don't think I've ever played a game where trading being more restrictive has ever made me stop playing. I can't think of a single game. Even old school RuneScape back in the day, when they got the super controversial trade limit, like I had nothing against that. Back when they had like the most controversial trade limit back in like 2008, to try to make botting, anti-botting and everything. It's generally considered the worst trading system the game has ever had. And I'd be perfectly fine if that's how RuneScape worked today. It was very absurdly restrictive, but it was really anti-bot. Like, the most wealth you could ever unevenly trade was, like, 1 mil. Which in this game, comparatively, is, like, 1 gold piece. That's, like, the biggest disparity you could do for a trade. And that's if you had, like, every quest done. It'd be even lower if you didn't. Because I know, what was that one cozy MMO? Palia. Palia has an absurdly restricted trade system in that you basically can't even trade, but you can get like a few items gifted to you per day, which is kind of like trading, but not quite trading, because you know you can do it for one person and then you do it for you, so you get like a couple items that you need, so you can kind of trade like 4 items a day basically. That was like the cap they put on it. You can't trade everything, mostly just raw material, but they made it a 4 raw material cap per day, or at least of like the type that you can do. You heard the magic word? Yeah, Isabel heard Palia. She's been playing it like every day. But they're currently in beta right now, and the max you could do is like 4 items a day. And only resources. You can't actually trade like the big items. Like in that game, you can't trade like plushies or furniture, which in this equivalent in this game would be like potions and armor or weapons. It was even more restrictive than like absurdly so. And even that I didn't really have any issue with. But it'd basically be the equivalent if you couldn't trade, like, anything but a few raw material a day. Like 4 inventories of 24 or something. Oh, you can trade plushies? Okay, never mind. They did add that. So they basically added weapon and armor trading then. There's just a cap on how many you could do for, like, resources. And yeah, I don't think you can directly trade gold either. So why am I dropping them one at a time when we have drop all? If trading comes out soon, you're going to be out of luck. No one is going to buy fish from you. Honestly, I would. I'm in need of COD right now, so if someone had a lot of COD for cheaper than the shop, I would buy it. Honestly, even if it's slightly more expensive than the shop, just so I don't have to go to the shop, it might be worth it. Like, if it was 3 silver or less per COD, I would maybe do it. It would have to be tier 1 COD, though. I need the really cheap stuff. But the shop sells it for 2.8 in the game. If someone was selling it for 3 or less, I would definitely buy them all. Because I would need them soon. It's way better to instantly get 200 something traded to me than have to buy them 24 at a time. Because you'll be able to trade bank to bank. Alright, start up the timer. Drop all these. Get the timer to stop St. Paul's. There we go. Maybe they fix that on Steam. It has like a weird glitch where if you were hovering over like a term, it keeps the text there. It's kind of weird. They'll fix that at some point though. That's a Steam side issue, not a Brighter Shores issue though. But if you have, or if you're like hovering over the thing, it like stays there. Like right there, it keeps the pause. They'll fix that at some point though. Are we getting the lending system? Oh, yeah, that was one thing during that time that was awful. The lending system was one of the worst mechanics ever added to RuneScape. That was one thing that happened during the restrictive trade era that was really absurdly bad. It's kind of like how America, and I guess the entire world's starting to get, where you basically own nothing, and you have to just pay for like 1 billion subscription systems. That's basically what the lending system was in RuneScape back in the day. Where basically you perpetually stayed poor because you had to keep, like, not owning anything. You simply just had to pay for, like, 1 billion subscriptions for all your armor and weapons and everything. Because it was way better short-term to have the better stuff. But then you're on a perpetual wheel where you were just paying for, like, 1 billion different subscriptions for weapons and armor. But it basically kept players that were poor, just perpetually poor forever. Because you never owned anything you had, you just simply were, like, renting it out. But it was one of the worst systems ever implemented in RuneScape. Yeah, I hope Brighter Shores never gets that. That was one thing that happened during the restrictive trade era that was super horrible. The actual restrictive trade was fine, but the whole lending system was, you basically just had loan sharks for everything. The game needs an in-game brightness option? Is there not? I never bothered trying to adjust it. I never realized this game doesn't have one. I just kind of assumed it was. I normally don't bother adjusting it for most games. So I didn't even know that we didn't have one. Are the cryopots worth it? Which tier? I would say most of them are worth it if you're a cryo knight. As long as it's around your level range. The plus 40s and plus 60s are the main two, though, at the lower level range. Because I believe they both make profit if you sell them back. As well as if you're using them, they're pretty cheap to get. Compared to some of the other ones. Not like the cheapest, but, you know, relative to the level range. They also almost all sell back for profit. Or at least the plus 40 and plus 60 do. I don't believe 50, 70, or 80 do, though. But 40 and 60 do if you were like a non-cryo knight. Unless you're saving them for later down the line. Black Desert Online has some great systems, but it almost no one-to-one trading. And a very restrictive AH. Good friends for the first hour. Learned we couldn't be able to help each other. Oh no! Yeah, one-to-one trading is going to be the main thing that's going to be Brighter Shores trading, I feel like, initially. Like, all the runners and everything else, they're probably not going to take off initially. But one thing that's going to be really popular in Brighter Shores is one-to-one trading weapons and armor. It's going to be an absurdly common way of trading in this game. Especially early on when almost no one has currency to spend. Because basically everyone's perpetually at, like, double-digit or less gold. Well, while everyone's at, like, nearly 0 gold, it's going to be very common for one-to-ones. Or trading a resource for another resource. Like, hey, I have, like, 3,000 something iron. And then trading that for X number of potions or something. Just to play the auction house? Nice. Yeah, I never really used the Grand Exchange much in old school RuneScape, or even RuneScape in general. I found it fun, but I'm definitely not someone who'd be under, like, the flipper category. And at this rate, I don't think I've used the Grand Exchange properly in, like, 8 years now. Between the last time I played RuneScape properly, or, you know, properly, as well as compared to recently when I've just been doing Iron Man mode. Yeah, I don't think I've really touched the Grand Exchange in, like, 8 years in that game. You're just from top 100 rank, but want to do post 200 scout and 207. Nice. Getting there. And I feel like I play a lot of MMOs like a single player game. Even when there's multiplayer components. Well, it's because I hate social interaction. So it works out perfectly. I still engage with it occasionally, obviously. Though I'm not one who really uses it particularly high amounts. We definitely will be with this channel and everything to some degree. Like, you know, when group bossing comes out, raid, stuff like that. Even group skilling, if it ever got buffed enough to be worth actually doing. We tried it some, but it's in a pretty weird state right now where it's not really worth doing. Yeah, they already confirmed they're eventually going to add raids to the game. What exactly their take on it is still unknown. But they have confirmed in the AMAs eventually raids are coming. But I know no details beyond that. Yeah, I never cared for raids in old school. Or WoW. Actually, I can't think of a single game where I enjoyed raids, actually, now that I think about it. Especially when you're not able to solo a raid. And it's forced group content. But yeah, I can't think of a single game I've ever played where I like the raiding system. Though my only two examples are World of Warcraft and Old School RuneScape, so I'm not sure other games take on it. I guess technically I also didn't like Albion's Online's version of it, but I wouldn't really call what they had raids at the time. I'm not sure what you'd call it. It was basically like group PvP, but also enemies. Do you think they will give more purpose to the profession that aren't getting used much? I sure hope so. Fishing and cooking really need a buff. Detective also needs more of a benefit beyond level 83. Because those are the 3 skills that are probably the least useful in the game right now. Fishing is just completely dead. Cooking is nearly completely dead. And Detective is basically dead after 83. Because you get the last useful aspect of the skill. Then it's just a weaker moneymaker than Leathermaker and other things in the game. But all 3 of those skills are basically dead. Cooking because there's better moneymakers. Fishing because there's better moneymakers and it just feeds into cooking, which is already a worse moneymaker. And Detective because after 83 the skill is just a worse moneymaker as well. They're all money-making skills that don't do money-making better than another option. But the problem is they don't have secondary benefits. Secondary benefits of detective right now at 83. Cooking has none and fishing has none. At least with leatherworker, even after you've like depleted all the gold you would ever need, you still use it for armor making. Obviously bone right, blacksmith, stonemason, you'll always need it for equipment. Woodcutting carpentry is a little bit weaker, but you're still going to need it for all your weapons. But yeah, the only three that are really bad right now are cooking, fishing, and detective. Detective post 83. Pre 83, it's scaled pretty well. After that, it's just a number go up. Yeah, the AFK raid then's giving absolutely nothing in return is kind of weird. Like, obviously it's meant to be like a mainly EXP-based method. But it's kind of weird that you don't get like a little bit of a token prize. Like, even if it's only like a few silver. The fact that it's literally nothing is still kind of weird. Like, I understand it not being good money. It shouldn't be good money. But the fact that it's literally no money is kind of weird. Oh, so LT is still here grinding. They made her this whole time. They're really on that guard. They really want that 200 guard. Yeah, you can loot the chest, but only in a couple of them. Not every raid has a chest in it. And even then, I believe I'm sure there's a normal chest. They're not like an extra buffed chest rate or something. But only a few of them have it in it, not every single raid. So depending on your level range, there wouldn't even be any in them. Alright, it's time to stop up the save timer. No, not repeat. There we go. Save the potato timer. Oh, so far we haven't burned any potatoes yet. But I know the second I don't do the timer, I will accidentally do it. Because I'll get distracted with something and then completely forget that they're on the ground. Which is why I'm not doing it that way. Do the chest for 1 silver? Ooh. Yeah, we're getting there. Still got a ways to go. Honestly, I almost feel like it'll be worth using knowledge at the end. Though, at 47, we can start doing kelp route. Which will help our XP quite a bit. I'm just not sure how I want to go about it. Because obviously we can't just do 6 kelp into 6 kelp. That would take forever. But I gotta do 6 kelp into something. I was considering the fish, but they're not the best fishing I could do at the moment. They're not the worst, but they're also not the best. I have another hat. Gosh, what's our hat piles looking like? We're not at double digit all. We're missing 1 yellow elf, And 3 yellow pudding. And it'll be a double digit, all of them. We're getting there. Our stacks are getting hefty. There's probably someone already at like 30 all by now. Oh, we're almost at double all. Or double digit number. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We will get there. We calculated it out based on the rate that we're doing. Assuming it ends in really early January, like first few days, we should have around 70 to 80 of every hat. At the current rate at which we've been playing. Which checks out, because what, we're at like day 3, day 4, and we have like 10 all. He's still going for at least like another 3 weeks or so. Definitely a solid 2 weeks. We don't know about the 3rd. But he said early January, but that could be any day from January 1st to like January 15th. Oh, that's a nice looking spear. Gosh, just high tier spears are cool. Can't wait till we get our fishing up. We get the second highest one at level 197 or something. So whenever we do the base 200 grind, we get a cool looking spear as well. You like the 173 spear better than the final one? Yeah, the final one's all golden. The other one's kind of blue looking. So yeah, that makes sense. Because the final one has like a gold color to it, whereas the one at second to last is like a blue color. Which matches fishing a lot better. But hey, the final one would match the cape if we still have smithing cape by then. Merchant tips and tricks? Try to do as many as you can on any given board you have. Try to not backtrack any. And you can now drop all, so make sure to get like 1 billion stacks of items at the tower. You can have up to 16 sets of items at the tower because there's a 100 drop limit, and every set is 6. So definitely be utilizing the new mechanic that came in yesterday. You should always be pre-buying some amount of stuff. Ideally stuff that are like a mile away that you don't want to go back to. Like for example, at the really low level range, one of the best things you could do for that would be soap and carrot. Soap so you could just go down center street, and carrot if you want to go sweep to bottom for the eventual carrot into doll into pumpkin, and then make it so you don't have to go back to pumpkin for a while. But at the super early range, soap is in the middle of nowhere, especially if you don't have 83 detective yet. So dropping like 24 soap at the tower will help a lot. Or however many spears you have for your full inventory. I soap you get at level 0 and never falls off as a good task. But it's in the middle of nowhere, especially if you don't have the shortcut. But the turn-in location is so free for it. It's only the buy location that's bad. You keep forgetting the items that you drop. You can set up a timer. We're doing that for our tomatoes right now. I mean, our pumpkins. I mean, our I will eventually say the right vegetable. For our also tomato is a vegetable. I don't care what science says. It's a vegetable. But anyways, it's not a fruit. Anyways, what was I saying? I got distracted by tomato definitely being a vegetable and not a fruit. What was I saying before that? Merchant tips and tricks. Oh yeah, your items despawn. You set a 9-minute timer. That's what we're doing right now for our potato. Just so we don't forget that they exist. Set a 9-minute timer and you'll never hit your 10-minute timer. Oops, I actually don't have enough. I can grab 2 when I come back. Ask GPT what it is. Why? We'll give a whole argument as to why it is actually, in fact, a fruit. Don't worry, Kelp, we're coming for you. Level 47. It's around the corner. We're getting there. Honestly, once we get close, I might just put knowledge into Forager. So we can leave the potato area, because honestly, we are stacked on potato for now. We have more potatoes than we know what to do with for now. A tomato is botanically a fruit, or botanically a fruit, because it develops from the ovary of a flower and contains seeds. However, in culinary terms, it is often treated as a vegetable because of its savory flavor. Savory flavor, I lost track of where it was. Savory flavor, oh, never mind, that was the end. And used in cooking. So it's both depending on the context. So yeah, like it said, it's a vegetable. I see vegetable. Oh, I think the US thinks it's a tomato? I mean, is a fruit? Is that the case? I don't feel like... I think that's like a worldwide thing. I wouldn't know. We were stuck in America. I'm pretty sure it's a worldwide thing. Is it really just a United States thing? Where some people think it's a fruit? Have you seen the Alchemist high scores? You got over the wall? Nice. Congrats. Let me go check. I haven't seen it yet. I'll go check it right now. Where is he? What alchemy level is he? He is currently rank 4. And I assume he means the walls and he got to a good potion. I'm not sure what's at 290. But assumably a potion that isn't awful. Well, he got the cryo 277, so that's pretty good. I assume he meant leaderboard wall. Because he got past the potion wall a while ago when he hit 277 strength cryo. But he's got to rank 4. Ooh, he's 40 levels ahead of rank 5. Yeah, it's an issue I've had on the bottom end of total level high score. Is all the numbers keep getting like so close together. There's some times where we're all like one number away from each other for like 4 ranks. The two people ahead of me are getting a lot of a lead. We're playing too inefficiently. That can be fixed a little bit by just going super into combat. We've been super neglecting combat right now. Aside from the like base 200 that everyone has for Chronopolis, we basically have 0 on each one. I did go for a little bit more on Mind Fighter, but it's only 10 levels. It's not that many. The other two or the other three are basically just at bare minimum for quests. 30 was enough to do them all. 30 was enough to do them all. The rest was quest XP. Mind Fighter was 59 for the quest, but then I recently just did a little bit. I think that was the day hats came out. Because we were trying all the hat methods, and then I did combat for a little bit. So we got 10 levels during that day. Just because I was testing the hat rate. Oops, I did not mean to do that. I was just whack the plant. That would not be good. I definitely got to drop these after next cycle. I need to remember to always drop these a bit earlier. I feel like I keep waiting too long to drop them, and then I have a weird inventory situation. Oh no, I canceled it. I hate when I do that. Yeah, we'll start back the timer in a moment. You should be able to drop them next cycle. Oh, we're about to get 58 alchemy as well. How many did we start at? What did we start at? I think like 53. So we gained like 5 alchemy levels today. While doing the foraging grind. Oh, that can kind of help us determine how many knowledge points we got in that time as well. Because that means we got about 20 knowledge in that time. Which means how many per hour is that? And we're getting like 4 point something. We're getting like 4 point something knowledge per hour. Like really low 4 point something. Like a 4.1. I know you can get up to like about 5. But, yeah, of course we're not doing the better method. We haven't been doing circles, but I don't know. I don't feel like that's that bad. But yeah, we're getting about 4 per hour. Slightly higher, but let's just say 4. But yeah, 4 knowledge per hour while doing gathering, but not doing gathering circles is still pretty solid. It's still above average for a skill. Even without doing the efficient 5 knowledge per hour circles. The problem with that is you get less foraging XP. You get more knowledge per hour, but less foraging XP per hour. But of course that 1 extra knowledge point can go to whatever you want, including foraging. But it's not too bad. But yeah, the average came out to about 4 an hour. Took like 4.1, 4.2. But that's not that much worse. I thought it'd be like way, way worse. We're averaging about 4.1 knowledge an hour without doing foraging circle. Which is about the same as doing brambles, by the way. Brambles and Dissuavi is about the same per hour. Like around like that low 4 end. I got all those manta ray hunters, even a 200 something in there. Ooh. Yeah, look at that blue spear. That is pretty clean. I do have to say. Someone was saying earlier they like that more than the max one. Yeah, I see why. That looks pretty clean. Luckily, you're stuck with it for a while. You use it for like 200 something levels. You use it from like 180 something or something all the way till like 300 something. Like over 150 post 200 levels. So you use it for a while, but eventually you're forced to have to go back to the gold one. Ooh. Vorpal's over here. Wait, which one's Vorpal? I don't remember them on leaderboard. I know they're high. I think they were a knife. It's actually interesting because I think I was mentioning he was mostly doing skilling. Apparently he's on the combat grind now. There wasn't one of the people I was saying was like almost only skilling. Or was that someone else? It might be someone else. Where are they? Oh, are they not? Oh, they're there. Yeah, weren't they like only skilling for the most part? They had a little bit of combat here and there. But they were pretty heavily just all skilling. Actually, no, they did do a little bit of things here and there. Yeah, that wasn't the one that was all in skilling. There was something else that we went over. Because I was going over them yesterday just to kind of peek. And there was someone who was like super all in on skilling. I know Yips was pretty high. Oh yeah, we're back at 18 right now. But that's because I think there's a few people hidden. Not sure if we actually gained ranks on people. It's more so from some people above us being hidden. We're still pretty much at the same range we were before. It's just more people ahead of us are hidden than they were earlier. But the actual like location where we are on the leaderboard hasn't really shifted much. It's pretty stable right now. The only time it really moves is because people hiding themselves. But our actual range on the leaderboard has been pretty similar. It's not going down, it's not going up, it's just kind of staying there. Well, it's because I'm not grinding more or less, we're just kind of doing the same amount as we have been. Because I mentioned that a while back, like when leaderboards come out, it likely wouldn't have influenced like how much we play. Or you know, what we exactly do and everything. And for the most part it hasn't. Maybe a little bit here and there, but like the way I play now is the same before leaderboard. Hasn't really changed much. Another hat for the pile. Alright, next trip we should be able to go save our potato. And at this rate, we should have like 700-800 left. Or, you know, in the bank. That should be way, 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 way more than enough. Realistically, we probably only need like 300-400. We're going to have almost double that. I just realized, what's his name is gone. That already got a different server. He's been here like this whole grind, doing combat. But he's gone. But I think we're just going to do Forager to 50. I was considering 53 for the monument piece, but unless I'm doing combat in the room, I don't think I'm going to bother grinding to it. And the combat that we're going to be doing when we do go for 50 for the thing is going to be almost exclusively on the plant. Not only is it free to kill, but it's weak to cryo. So I'm pretty sure I'm doing these plants all the way to 50. Yeah, we're back at 18. We're going to drop as soon as they fix the leaderboard, though. The second they fix the leaderboard, we're going to drop to like 23rd or something. But then we could grind back to top 50 then. Then that would be the true grind back to top 50, or 20 grind, I mean. Is if they finally make it so all invisible are shown. Then the true top 20 grind begins. If we want to go for it. I would have to pull out combat to go do that, though. We'd have to pull out the 200 combats. The secret weapon. All the 200 combats we don't have. Yeah, we're almost there. Honestly, I almost want to use my knowledge on Forager now for the final 2 levels just to get us to kelp a bit quicker. Oops, I forgot to reset my potato timer. Timer has expired. Okay, timer, you can stop now. We don't need you. Go back. There you go. We will need you again in a moment, just not right now. But I'm not sure why. I thought the foraging XP you can get per hour was a bit quicker than this. I slightly underestimated how long it takes to train. Like, it's not slow, but it's slightly slower than I thought it was. We basically spent almost half a stream just getting 50 Forager. Now I think I almost might be underestimating how long it will take to get 50 Fisher now, too. The 2 combats we could definitely do in 1 stream, though. The 2 combats and fishing? I don't think we can. That's something to consider when we do the grind. Because I don't think we can get both in 1 day. Both combats, yes, but both combats and fishing, probably not. We'll definitely say fishing for last, though. So that might be the divide, then. We finish all combats to 50 tomorrow. I mean, Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we pull out the fishing as our final 50 for base 50. And then we go to base 100. No. Base 50 is probably where I'm keeping them for a while. I think I'm going to go for a base 60 or 70 or something. At that point, we're slowly heading 1 at a time to base 200. Like tomorrow, where we're going to go get 200 smithing. And hopefully 200 merchant if we can squeeze it in as well. But 100%, we do not end tomorrow's stream without 200 smithing. But if we have a lot of extra time, we will go for 200 merchant, which we should. Because we only need, like, what, 14 more levels? Well, technically 15, but, you know, it's basically there already. 14 merchant levels does not take that long. Like, even if I'm doing it slow, you can easily finish that in, like, half a stream of how long we go. Half a stream, we can get that merchant done. And smithing's not going to take more than a few hours. Unless I'm drastically underestimating the XP rate. But 193 to 200 shouldn't be that bad. Especially if I have it all banked already. The biggest issue if I don't have enough banked. That's something I do need to resolve between now and then. Because I believe I don't have 200 banked. I almost do. We got thousands of iron banked, but it's like slightly short of how many I need. If I combine knowledge with it, we'll definitely have enough though. But doing bars only, I don't think we have enough. To do bar only all the way to 200. If we did bar plus knowledge, we could though. Yeah, we can almost start training alchemy again. That's one nice thing about this grind. Since we're grinding something in Hopeport. Is it's going to be really easy to eventually, where am I going with this? Yeah, it's going to be really easy to end up getting alchemy up because we're already potted up for the extra boost. So whenever I'm training anything in this area like this, might as well just put it right into alchemy. If we're in a bad alchemy range like right now. Because we're already getting the extra 5%. The only reason I didn't sometimes in the past was because of like a goal that we need to get to. I just wanted to make sure we get to. But as long as we get to 193 smithing by tomorrow, we should be okay. Not in a rush to get it up right now. As long as the second half of the stream we put all of our knowledge into it, we should be good. Like basically just when we stop foraging, for example. Though I'm not sure if I'm going for that much Gatherer. I kind of want to go for the next bone for Gatherer. I don't know, we'll see. Because I might pivot into like a little bit of Merchant just to make it a little bit easier for tomorrow. Plus I need the money for the spear, the fishing spear. Because between now and Wednesday, at the latest, we need our 3.5 gold to stay like 19 gold. I forgot to start the timer. Whoops. Not too big a deal. Yep, another hat. Still not at kelp yet. 2 more levels. So tempted to put that in together, though. Yeah, technically we could go get every cape if we want to. I'm probably not going to, though. This could be a huge waste of money. Because each cape's like, what, half a gold? And there's 18 skills. So that is 9 gold. Technically closer to 10 because there's slightly more than half a gold. It's about 10 gold for all capes. And I currently only own the smithing one. I don't think that's worth it. Way down the line, I would. But 10 gold is like half an upgraded 25. I am eventually, for completion's sake, going to buy them all. But that's definitely an after trading thing. When money's a lot easier to come by. I'm not going to do that pre-trading. Because 10 gold in this economy is way too much money. What do I do with all my stuff when I have 25 all? Either try getting whatever I'm power grinding, like 5 or 10 higher. Kind of like how we had the pickaxe to 30 instead of 25. And beyond that, trading should be out by then. Like, trading should be out before I even have 25 all tool. Or at least 25 all useful tool. Like, trading will exist before I have 25 every useful tool. Most likely. Because trading should be in the next few weeks. Either by the end of this year or really early next year, we should be getting trading. For better or for worse. I'm just concerned about the worst part. We had all rant about it for like half an hour earlier. I'm not going to do it again. Honestly, every day that goes by, I'm more concerned with what the trading system will be. Not going to bring it all up again, though. We already spent like half an hour of this stream. We made our points. Regardless of how wrong they are. Or right they are. But we'll see what happens. I was very concerned with it, though. But by then, we'll have trading, so we have, like, infinite money by then, so it's not that big a deal. I'll wait until then. So about trading, I know, right? Let's see. Let's say all the positives about trading. Like positives that aren't like broken beyond belief. Like I'm not talking about like ultra cheese strats. I mean like normal positives. It'll be really easy to trade for 3-star items. I'm gonna enjoy that the most. I wish all trading was that. Like trading a 3-star for a 3-star, like a 3-star 199 for a 3-star 199, gonna be really nice. Quality of life. And I feel like that's the main thing I would use trading for. Maybe one of the only things I would even use trading for. But definitely the biggest. You won't need to go gather your own resources anymore. Like if I need like 1,000 more iron and didn't want to mine it myself, I could just buy it. Obviously I would need the gold and everything to do so, or something else to trade for it, but you know, I could just buy it. Rather than needing to mine it myself. So there's that. That also means that you don't need the level in it. Like for carpentry supplies, for example. You just buy it from someone with a high wood cutting and carpentry. You don't actually need to have the levels. So I can get like my tier 4 stuff I need for my crafting. Or even tier 5. Without having the wood cutting or carpentry level to go get it. Which is one of the reasons I'm going into Bonerite. Or Gatherer into Bonerite. Because I'm realistically, I'm just going to be buying all my carpentry stuff from trading. That's why I don't really plan to get it up anytime soon. Then we'd have to train carpentry. But even if we didn't care about training carpentry, let's say it was the favorite skill in our entire game, and we just loved carpentry for some reason, it's still in this situation probably better just to buy it from people. As long as the market isn't like too expensive on it. And a few other things like that. Those are probably the positive things. The best part of 1 to 200 in Carpenter is using all your knowledge point to get it and avoid it by any means necessary. And yeah, post 200, you can just AFK. Actually, that's an interesting thing. When can you start AFKing carpentry without any material? Please tell me it's low. Please tell me it's low. Please tell me it's low. Oh no, it's not low. 224. Ill. You need 224 carpentry to never do carpentry again. That sounds disgusting. But you need 224 carpentry to not do 200, to never do carpentry ever. That is the first infinite supply AFK post 200. That doesn't require any material. But yeah, 224. That's when you can do carpentry by never doing carpentry again. I called it disgusting. Carpentry is so bad. But yeah, it's definitely our favorite skill in the game. 100%. No, carpentry is not that bad. I definitely overhype how bad carpentry is. It definitely has flaws, and it's the worst skill I would say definitely in the game. But it's not like the worst thing I've ever done. We've definitely done worse in games before. No, honestly, I don't mind Leatherworker. I feel like Leatherworker is everything carpentry should have been. Leatherworker is basically just correct carpentry. Like, everything that Leatherworker is what carpentry should have been. Because it actually has variance between every single resource. You're not just doing the same thing every time. Its value is so absurdly high, whereas carpentry, you only ever make money if you woodcut yourself. Otherwise, you're just burning money. Whereas Leatherworker, you do both. You don't need Merchant to do Leatherworker. You still profit off of Leatherworker, even without Merchant. But you can't profit off of carpentry without woodcutting. But yeah, it's mostly the lack of variance and the way that you're forced to have to do woodcutting to train it properly. Whereas you're not forced to have to do merchant to do leather worker. You should, but the game doesn't force you to, like it does with carpentry. Like, it's highly encouraged, but not required. Whereas for carpentry, it's literally required for the higher level range. Unless you're planning on burning, like, more money to max out carpentry than your alchemy. And at that point, you might as well be training alchemy. Oh, oops, our things are ready. What am I doing? Our potatoes are ready for pickup. What level is that? When do you get the higher level one that? It's one of those weird ones you need the net for. Then the lily in the water. Hey, you think carpentry is cringe? That's funny. It takes part of your soul. Honestly, it did. The only stream I've ever had to... Oh no, some of my things despawned. Oh no. I went too late. That's the first time that's happened. My potato timer, I started it too late. I killed my potatoes. No. I killed some of my potato stack. That's the first time that's happened. Potato timer failed me because I started it slightly too late. But yeah, some of our first potatoes that we didn't intend to die that died. We've deliberately let some die. But that's the first time we didn't mean for them to die that they actually died. Rip potatoes. That's what happens when you start the potato timer late. It's one of the reasons I have it at 9 minutes and not 10. Or like 9:30. Is to account for that, but it started it way too late that it didn't even account for it properly. But yeah, those are the first potatoes in these few hours that we've been doing this that actually died. Sad. Luckily they're worth basically nothing, so it doesn't matter too much. So unfortunate though. Oh yeah, I was mentioning something with carpentry. The only stream I ever had to end early, I was actually getting a headache because I was doing carpentry. I'm pretty sure there's other factors, but I was getting such a bad headache that I actually had to stop doing carpentry and stop the entire stream. Because carpentry was so bad. I'm pretty sure it was just a normal headache though. It wasn't because of carpentry. But I like to think that it was because of the carpentry. Literally the only stream I've ended early. Because of headache or anything else health related. Or for any reason, really. Oh, I guess technically the birthday the other day, but you know what I mean. But of, like, actual physical capability. The only time we've ever ended early was because we were doing carpentry and I had such a bad headache that I actually legitimately had to stop. Not just carpentry, but the entire stream. Because it was giving me such a headache. I'm pretty sure it wasn't because of carpentry, but I like to think that it was because of carpentry. I forgot to start the timer again. How am I supposed to save potatoes with a potato timer if I keep forgetting to start my potato timer? Oh, you finally got Brand Elf Inheritance done? Nice. That's a great milestone to have. Hey, Brand Elf Inheritance is so good to have done. If you want to go really serious on like Bonewright, Blacksmith, or Stonemason, or all three, you're definitely going to need it. Especially Armor Maker in next chapter. But it's good to get done early. Not as good as, you know, like Spider Nest quests. But the earlier you can get it done, the better. Maybe not before you leave Zone 1. Like, I wouldn't advise a new player to go do it. But, you know, if you've kind of already gotten through all the chapters and you're, like, looking for a quest to go do, I would say that it isn't Spider Nest because you already would have it done. So not counting Spider Nest, I would say it's like the third highest priority quest that isn't Spider Nest. Lost and Found being number 1. Number 2, honestly, probably being the Mines of Matubin one. The 3-star one there. And then after that would probably be the Brinoff Inheritance. Because honestly, Chapter 3 hasn't missed. Every single Chapter 3 quest is actually good. As far as a reward. It's the only chapter where every single reward is good. Because every other chapter has at least one quest where the reward is kind of pitiful. But Chapter 3 is the only exception to that at the moment. Where both the two quests are really, really, really good value. So much so, I actually have my old accounts AFKing the 3-star quests there. Also because I believe it gives some smithing XP and I eventually need 60 anyways, or 58. But also because if we're going to get 60 anyways, I might as well just do the other thing. Because we're already going to need 60 smithing, I might as well get, you know, the quest that requires 35 done as well. It's a non-boostable 35 though. The 160 for Lost and Found is boostable, but the one for the whatever it's called, the Batubin's Legacy is not boostable. Oh yeah, so whatever happened to that one video we were supposed to get going over special attacks? Did he never post that yet? Because honestly, it's been like a week since there was any mention of it. Has he just forgotten or busy, I guess? Trying to code cueable actions. Because weren't we supposed to have that already? I almost forgot about that. Yeah, he's just gonna drop it out of nowhere. Tomorrow's update's just gonna be special attacks. No, I think he wants community feedback before he adds it, though. That would be funny. Just shadow drop special attacks that will influence the rest of the game forever for combat. It's not really a shadow drop, though. We know it's coming. You just don't know what it is, or how it's gonna work, or really anything about it. Like, the closest we know is it's probably going to be associated to every single weapon per class. So every weapon will have one special attack associated to it. It only works on 4-star weapons. And beyond that, we know nothing. Oh, also probably do guarantee elemental damage. Not a single one of those 3 things are confirmed, but they are all very, very likely. That special attack weapons are attached to, you know, the specific weapons that you have per class. With each weapon having one. They'll likely do guarantee elemental damage on hit, as well as whatever other special effects they might have. Assuming they are an elemental one and not a physical one. And, yeah, is that it? And there'll be 3 of them. You know, your 1-hand, your 2-hand, and your range. Beyond that, we don't really know much specifics. Gosh, it's one of those days where my mouth just does not want to function. Remember when we had, there's one word that began with C that we kept trying to say the other day that we kept getting tongue-tied on until we eventually got it. Gosh, that's how I feel right now. My tongue just does not want to cooperate. I think I need some water break. Let me do it right now. It's the only problem with foraging like this. There's like almost no downtime to do water. Alright, there we go. Does anyone remember the one word we got like so tied on yesterday? Or the other day? There's one C word that I kept like mispronouncing like a billion times in a row until I eventually got it. Like consistently. I want to see if I can still do it now. Oh, I know what it was. It was catastrophic. I think it was catastrophic. Was it Candace? I don't think it was Candace. I think it was catastrophic. For whatever reason, the other day I couldn't say catastrophic at all. But now we can do it easily. I already knew how to say catastrophic. But, oh no, I just kept getting tongue-tied on it the other day for some reason. Because I was trying to say it in regard to something. And it just would not come out at all. Not sure why. My mouth just did not want to work for that word that day. Yeah, catastrophic, I think, was the one. I just realized we have enough potatoes. I can go do a run right now. Don't worry, potato timer, we got you. I forgot the second set potato. What am I doing? Alright, now we got them all. All the relevant ones. The other one could just despawn. I never bother doing it a third time because it seems like a waste. Also, we probably almost have 1,000 of these banked now. I might have too many of them banked now. I should honestly go put my next knowledge or two into Forager. Because we got way more than enough potato now. For all the fish and chips later at 102 cooking. Like at most, we're going to need like 400 or 500 of them. And I think we almost have 1,000 banked by now. Oh yeah, on the poll, oh gosh. On the poll, we have about 50 votes on, hypothetically, not sure how hypothetical it is, but hypothetically, if we were to power grind a 500 watch person detective, how much stream should we use until we get it done? It is at 22% for about 10%, so barely at all. Basically less than an hour. 33%, which is, you know, like a few hours every day, is also at 22%. At 50% is about at 20%. Gosh, too many percents. But the lowest number is 50%. And the highest right now is technically 80 to 95. Oh no. I'm also in the no category, or the 10% category, but we were talking about it some earlier, and currently, technically, though if we do ranked choice voting, 10% and 33% is outweighing 35%. Or, you know, the 80 to 89 at 35%. So if we rank choice voting this, technically the lower end is winning. But, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Because that's a lot of time. If we're spending, like, let's say 8 hours a day, hypothetically. Like, if we do 8 hours a day until we have, one 500 watch person detective. That's a lot of time. Of course, that's still only 2/3 of stream, which is actually less than, you know, the other number. It's still a lot of time, though. 8 hours a day until it's done. Basically a full-time job of just doing watch person detective. They would basically have to take a full-time job doing just raid dens. I just now realized that if we were to do that 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, it'd be 48 hours a week. Which is definitely, it's technically under like full-time job category. As far as how many hours it'd be. Of literally just doing raid dens. That is a lot of time. That's like a scary amount of time. Hey, why is the timer still going? We don't have any potatoes dropped. Now we do. Alright, now the potato timer can go. Oh, sorry, why did I say 46 hours? I mean 48 hours. Is what it would be if we did it 6 days a week. Because obviously Mondays we wouldn't. But if we did it for 8 hours a day, it would come out to 48 hours. Well, almost 50 hours, because we definitely do some off stream, obviously. It'd be over 50 hours of doing raids per week. How long would that take, though? I have a feeling, even with that much time, there's probably still 5 weeks, isn't it? It's hard to tell, because it depends on our drops and a few other things for some things. Because we have to keep re-gearing for every raid. Though there aren't too many raids we gotta go re-gear for. There's only 3 left. Though each one does 3 is gonna be a hefty grind to get a gear set up for. The closest one is for 219. But after we get past the 219, we get a really long time until we need to do it again. As the next one is until 344. And then after that will be the final stretch. Because once we get geared for a 451, we could literally camp it to 500 if we wanted to. The problem is getting a good weapon for that. It's going to be hard. I wonder what that would trade for on the market. If someone has like a 5-star or 4-star cryonite weapon in Chronopolis. I wonder how much that would cost to buy. Like, let's say hypothetically, someone had a 450 of like any weapon that isn't awful. Ideally a good one. Let's say even isn't the best. Just like any 450 4-star. I wonder how much that would cost in Chronopolis. I'm not even sure what to guesstimate for the number. Like, we talking like 20 gold, 50 gold, 100 gold? Even more than that? Less than that? It's hard to tell because we don't really know what the market is. Like, how much would I be willing to pay for it? Probably not as much as it's worth. Because the most I would probably pay for that is probably like 30 gold. Especially if it wasn't one of the best ones. Maybe up to 50 if it was like a 2-hand or something. And by 2-hand, I mean the longsword that has the quick attack speed that's really good for AFK. A 4-star 207 has a sell value of 660 silver. Yeah, this is another thing to factor in too, is they have to go for more than their sell value. But the sell value of a 450 couldn't possibly be that much. Like, what are we talking, like 5 gold? If you sold it to a shop? I don't know, has anyone done the 500 combat grind? How much does like a 450-ish 4-star sell to a shop? Like any, doesn't matter which. Just like literally any. I have no clue. There's only people who've done the 500 combat grind would know. Or people have seen someone do a 500 combat grind. It's only 2 to 4 gold per items above 450. Are you talking about a 4-star or just like the low tier stuff? But yeah, that's like nothing if that's a 4-star that you're talking about. Yeah, definitely be able to trade it more for 2-player. I was talking about like 20 gold for a bad weapon and like 50 for a good one at that level range. But that means it would only sell for like 4 to 5 to a shop, if even that. Or 3 to 4. Or 2 to 4. Oh, we'll have to wait and see. It's hard to tell what anything will sell for in the market. Because a lot of things are heavily dependent on what people are willing to pay. Like, for all we know, due to the low demand, something like a 450 could go for like 10 gold only. Just because who on earth is the demand to buy it? Especially if it's like a different area that isn't Chronopolis, where people are doing less combat. Like, let's say like a 450 in Hope Forest for like Cryo Knight. Because it's untuned. Or, you know, it's not tuned. Or, you know, it is tuned, but, you know, it's locked to Hope Forest. Like, something like that. It's probably like 5 to 10 gold. There's almost no Cryo Knights at that level range. Alright, next cycle should be our potato run. Oh yeah, did I forget to use my knowledge on foraging? I did it again. Whoops. This next level I will put into foraging, I think. I don't know, maybe I just go with alchemy. We already went this far. I might as well just keep going, honestly. Because at 47, we can start doing a kelp route. I'm just not sure what I want to do for my kelp route. We're going to take 6 kelp into, I guess, fish or something? Because otherwise we got to pick up like level 8 shells from the seashore. Which doesn't sound good. Oh, I forgot potato. Did I forget other potato? I did not forget other potato. I forgot this one's though. Somehow. Yeah, I don't think you can get a 500 from a mop currently. You have to craft for 500s. I assume they go up to 500 when crafting. Some of them have some weird limits, but I believe similar to how everything go to 0 at level none. I'm pretty sure it's the inverse, where all tier 6 material can go to level 500. I'm not sure if anyone's gotten high enough to confirm that yet, though. I feel like someone in the game would have by now. But I assume every tier 6 material, regardless of what you're making, can probably go to 500. Because some stop at weird ranges, like rapier. But I'm pretty sure the 2 outskirts always work like that. All tier 1 material will always let you make a 0. Even if it's a later one that requires like 30 something. But it still lets you craft down to 0. And inversely, I'm pretty sure all tier 6 material, regardless of what level range it lets you start at, can go all the way to 500. I'm sure that's been confirmed, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Otherwise it'd be weird, because then you can never make a 500 rapier. But I assume all tier 6 can go to 500 regardless of what level it starts at. Because it would make sense if it is. But not sure if anyone's actually confirmed it yet. Someone had to have by now though. Because that sure sounds like how it would work. Because the low end works on everything to 0, so the high end should work on everything to 500. But only for tier 6. It would have to be the max ore and the max stone and the max bones. The max carpentry supplies. All right, a few more sets. Honestly, one more set of banking of the potatoes, and I think we're there. And if not, I'm going to dump the knowledge point into it because we're just so close already. Just to push it over. But I think even without the knowledge point, I think one more double turn in a potato and we're there. And that should also be enough tier 2 potatoes for life. Actually, maybe we'll sell the excess to the market. Like when trading comes out. Maybe we'll save them. These tier 2 potatoes honestly aren't too bad. And due to the buy time, they should sell for about 1.5 silver each. So if I have 500 excess, that's what, 750 silver? That we can sell off in probably like 10 minutes or less. It's not too bad. Obviously we need to find someone buying it, but I assume there's some market for it. Beats buying it from the shop, that's for sure. Even at a silver a piece, that will still be about 500 extra silver. If we can sell it in 10 minutes, that's half a gold in 10 minutes. That's still more than any moneymaker method we have at the moment. 10 minutes to make half a gold. Obviously it took longer to collect them. But otherwise the alternative is basically to scrap them. Or try selling them 24 at a time, which would take way too long. It almost feels like a restaurant in that regard. Where you either sell the product or throw it out. That's basically what the economy of Brighter Shores is going to be like as well. Because it takes so long to sell them, to like trash them to a shop. They either have to sell them to someone or literally just like click the delete button on them. Because the other alternative just isn't worth the time. All of our rotten tomatoes or potatoes we're just gonna have to trash maybe. Depending on what the market is like. There has to be someone who's gonna want like 500 tier 2 potatoes though. Because I'm only going to be able to use about half of these. The other half is useless to us. The only reason I'm still banking them is because why not? I really don't need to be at this point. I'd rather have way more than enough than not enough, though. Oh, another hat for the pile. I almost keep forgetting we even have that event going on. Still going for like another 2 to 3 weeks as well. Gonna have so many hats that we don't need ever. Oh, the knowledge point is getting close. Honestly, I'm so tempted to put it into Gatherer. Like any second now, my finger just wants to move over there and go click it. I don't know, what do you guys think? Put it into Gatherer? So I can move on to Kelp? Because we've been stuck on potatoes for like 3 hours now. Got like a lifetime supply. Start up our save potato timer. One last time. Should be the last time this stream that we need to save potato timer. We'll probably still need a timer for something else, but at least we're saving the potatoes. That'll be the last set. That guy's called Guard. He knew his role. He's training guard while having the name guard. And the only thing he's really training is guard based on his total level. He's at least level 50 guard, but is currently fighting at level 90. So yeah, I think he might be guard only. He named himself guard and is only training guard. He probably has level 0 everything, because you can actually get through the tutorial while maintaining level 0. You know what? I can't not do it. I'm putting this in alchemy. We don't have to spend too much longer here anyways, even without the boost. Like, we're pretty much there. This potato cycle will be done. Or, you know, when we do our double turn in. And then we can go do kelp. Or kelp, I mean. Those are probably two drastically different things. Maybe we could do kelp at one more level. We're almost there. And then we do kelp for 3 levels, of course. And now we actually need... Actually, what is kelp used for? Does anyone know? I'm pretty sure it's used for the smaller heal pot. The one at like 28 or 29. Which is 100% worth making. It's better than have to buy them. And we can get 25% instead of 20%. It's like an in-between between us having to do really slow 28%. Or buying them for like instantly but have to spend more money. The only problem is, I believe it requires a secondary ingredient I don't have, because it's probably kelp plus wall plant, I believe. And wall plant I can't do until level 59 Forager, which is kind of rough. Yeah, we need 59 Forager. I just want to buy them, but I don't think it's worth buying them. But if we've already had both of them forged, is 100% worth it. But only if we have forged both of them. Alright, it's almost time. It is time. Potato run time. Alright, I'm just gonna grab what I have. There we are. Kelp time. Alright, let me go bank all the last potatoes. Honestly, I almost want to go do a chef run just to see how many potatoes we have now. That's because we still haven't gained our daily cooking level yet. I'm kind of tempted to check. It's such a waste of time, but I kind of want to know. The only problem is if I go there, I kind of want to check what my cooking contracts are. Oh, we're right at the reset time. Never mind. That's a really weird time to go do it. We will do it, though. Because I must know. Alright, so what on earth is our kelp route? Obviously, we got a bunch of kelp here. The problem is we can't just camp kelp. We need an alternative once we have 6. What the alternative is... Oops, that's not the first kelp. The first kelp is over there. Well, we have level 6 shells on the beach, so that's not going to happen. We have 22 flounders over there, which honestly seem like the play. And just drop all flounder. Oh, the kelp is all the way over here? Oh. Wait, that's kind of awful. Wait. Wait, that's kind of horrifically bad. I forgot. It's a double room. That is horrifically bad. I might have to do forging circle. Oh, no. I'm going to have to do tight forging circle. Yeah, we're going to be forced to do forging circle. Yeah, I don't think there's any way around it. I don't know, by the time we get back here, it kind of respawned. But this would be so slow. How much XP are we getting per? 273. I don't know, what's the route if we do foraging circle this? Obviously I have 6 more than I would normally have right now though. These 2 are free, but we can just drop them. Those we could pick up then drop. Pick up then drop. Possibly pick up and drop. Alright, let me start it all the way from the beginning and just kind of see. Trying to see how many drops we're going to have compared to bank. Because I want to route every potato, or at least like as much potato as we can circle. But I'm going to do a foraging run. But only the things I actually want to bank. And all the high level stuff. Alright, let's go test it. So we're going to go really wide in this kelp. Which normally you wouldn't take, but we definitely need it. But we're going to try it and see what happens. We'll take one of these, take one of you. Take one of you. I wanted you to go the other way, but it's fine. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought that was north. Yep, east-west priority. Alright, then we grab the shell. I should have grabbed the other shell too. In the other room. Doesn't matter as these will be a drop. These shells will also be a drop. No, not the tile I wanted. Good old northeast priority. Alright, now we go on our potato run. I can now drop everything from the seashore. Then we grab potato. Doing like the inverse order of what we did earlier. I ignore the other limpet. This is too far away. Too much backtracking. Then we grab the other potato. The problem is what we're doing right now is not giving us as good EXP, but it's good knowledge. And a Santa hat. It's good Santa hat. Alright. Not sure how we're going to go about this. I'm sure this is worth it. Oh, hello, Genki! Welcome, welcome. My 6 potatoes are still on the ground from earlier. That's kind of funny. I don't know, is that worth it? I can't do these 83s. The 10s are not worth. Huh. I think we just like bank everything. I wish there was a way to cycle the 6 kelp, but just the kelp. Like still go into that center circle, but then like back into the kelp? Maybe we can. What if we do it back and forth? Let's go try it back and forth. So what I'm going to do is grab all the kelp and then do a back and forth on it. And see what happens. Because if we spend enough time in the area, the other one may have respawned by then. But not sure if it will. But if I go into the circle, it might have respawned. That's what we're banking on. And then we can double up on the kelp and then bank after. Like we're going to be backtracking, but we're going to be backtracking into spawns. Is what I'm trying to do here. I just not sure if their spawn time is quick enough to do that. Because the answer is probably no. We're going to try and see. Because I got to spend enough time doing a whole circle around the monument that these have respawned. Like everything on the beach. Oh wait, but then how am I going to go back then? Yeah, it's not going to work. Because let's say hypothetically that does happen. How would I do it the other way around? Because then they won't be respawned. This won't work. But I do want to see if it does respawn at least one way around though. Because then we could technically fish stall, I guess. I just do a little bit of fish while we wait for the respawn. If you do like a U shape. Oh yeah, the 200 passives are really good. I did my first one last night. And they were giving as much as like an ore at my level range. Every single time you did AFK. It's actually insanely good. So what I'm going to do here is circle here. And I'm hoping the other way is respawn by the time we get back there. We'll find out though. If it's not that big a deal. But then we can do a U-shaped pattern. And then we just have to stall with some fishing. The problem with that is we have to stall with some fishing. And I haven't upgraded my spear yet. But they should be respawned by the time I come back. Yep, the kelp is respawned. Interesting. Yeah, then all we have is the stuff we actually want. Which is mostly just the kelp. And then we don't have to go touch the bank. Or the other room where there's like nothing other than the thistle I can't touch at the moment. I'm not sure if it's worth it or not. The biggest issue is I can't use shape back. Because the ones in that room that I'm going to take are not going to instant respawn. There's only a bad thing with this pattern. Because after I take all the kelp here, I would then need to go take all the kelp here. Which is obviously impossible. As we've just taken all the kelp here. I'm not sure it's worth it. We might just have to do full circles and just deal with the trash later. Because I'm trying to avoid having to go to like 1.5 dead rooms. Oh, I did not mean to click drop all. Why is that even an option? Yeah, the problem now is we would have to wait out the kelp here. Which means we'd just be catching a bunch of random fish here. With our unupgraded spear. Yeah, I'll probably just do full circles. It's not worth it. Kelp's ready. That's a lot of trash we're going to have to clear out later, though. I guess that's just a later issue. We don't really have much of an alternative. Into alchemy you go. Gosh, dropping all is still so much quicker than banking, though. I still want to see if I can try avoiding that one room. You got to Chronopolis, no longer your lowest total level? Nice. What are you doing in there? Oh, nice. Green Alpha as well. One of the more festive looking ones. I just realized I have exactly enough inventory for this. Maybe we do it. Oh, no, I won't. If I skip one of the other things we can. You have to skip one Hagaberry. As long as we do that, we should be good. It'll also help keep the 2-2 even. So we'll have the exact same of both banked. But I guess I'll just make a few of them later. And here we'd have to drop the starfish. Hey, I found kelp twice. Kind of funny because we're trying to go for kelp. And we found kelp while trying to go for kelp. And then we finish our 3 kelps. Then we go bank them. And then we go and catch some fish while we wait. I think I'm just going to keep doing this loop. I think this is a good mix between doing full circle and getting kelp. It's a nice in-between. We're still getting a ton of knowledge. We're still getting the kelp we need. The only big downside is there's some fishing in between. And I haven't upgraded my spear yet. Beyond that, it's working out pretty well. And then we just fish until these respawn. Gosh, why does that have to be so far away from each other? Come on, get over here. Yep, the kelp has landed. It looks like we can get about 5 of them before they respawn. But yeah, this route is all over the place, but it gets your job done. It's a really weird route, but it does what it needs to do. Gosh, I love the drop all option. How did we live all this time without a drop all option? How does old school RuneScape still not have a drop all button? Like, how do you play any game with an inventory system like this without drop all? It's just so convenient. Now we can truly trash the ground with max efficiency. You know what? I shouldn't be taking this one. I should be not taking this one and take the other one. The other one's closer on route. That's why I keep going for that one. That one's actually really bad value. I was just doing it because we're on route, but now that we need to drop one, that's definitely the one we drop. It's just too far out of the way. Because the double jump into, you know, double back down. Also, I'm not gonna bother with that bell plant, I don't think. We technically could, but it's only one item, which makes it more awkward. If there was like 2 or 3 we could get, it'd be more worthwhile. I think it's worth grabbing the one bell plant. And whenever we get the hog bear, I should be getting this one over here. These one's like literally on our route. Whereas the other one we have to go around for. And the potatoes respawn. We'll grab that as well. And now we can grab all these stars, grab all the kelp, drop all the stars, grab all the shell, drop all the shell, grab all the kelp, bank, repeat. And just wait on the fishies. Yeah, I think we got a cycle going. It seems decently efficient. Gosh. It's just surrounded by resources. The shell is surrounded by shells. But only one of them gives us XP. And yeah, we only need this for 2 more levels then. It'll be good to go. Backer flounder, stop running. Gosh, I hate that they have so much room to roam here. They're like a mile away from you. Oh, a Santa hat from one. Gosh, I think it has such a weird hitbox. Half its hitbox is underground. Like, it makes sense, but still. You obviously half the shell is also underground. There's an enemy in the Mines of Matubin that's like that, where it like digs underground. But luckily you're already engaged in battle by then, so you don't have to worry about the weird janky hitbox. Because before you click on it, it's not underground yet. But I gotta remember to skip this one coming up. That's one mistake I was making earlier. Because we can only get 2 of them. So I might as well skip this one because it's by far the slowest. The other one we're gonna be at automatically. While even pathing out our way. Oh gosh, we're gonna get bombarded by those. Oh no. Oh no. They still haven't fixed that. They will at some point. Can't wait till that auto bank feature so you don't have to get bombarded by that. Oh, they'll still find a way though. They'll still pop up like 10 times somehow. There's a problem with banking your XP to make the notification not come up. Is it actually stalls your character. It's also all the way at the bottom rather than the top. Even though there's a button that clicks all the way to the bottom, but still. The biggest issue is it stalls your character. So whatever action you were doing gets cancelled. Whereas clicking out of that menu does not cancel your last action. Which is the way you think the other one would be too, but not quite. Unfortunately. We'll fix that at some point though. Also, apparently we do need 2 XP pots per run. That's fine. Honestly, these give a lot more XP than I thought they would. Oh, you know why? The trail is also applying to it, that's why. I was gonna say. Seems like they're giving like an arbitrarily high amount of XP. We are 5% boosted and 4% boosted, which is why they seem so much more than normal. Because the last time it took them, we have 9% higher XP compared to before. That guy's name is Apatol. I feel like I always notice the RuneScape reference ones immediately. It'll be like some other references like, wait, what is that? Like some kind of reference that should be obvious. But isn't to me. Get it, get it. Got it. Actually, I can get one more. Still haven't spawned yet. Right now the other one is. Right, we're out here. You gotta remember to double pot. One only goes halfway. Second one goes all the way to the end. No, I canceled. No! I hate that. Cubable action soon. I think that's his next big feature he's working on. And special attacks right now. And trading. Hello, Blazo. Welcome. Once again. Alright, level and a half to go. And then we only need 3 more skills for base 50. So close so far. Yeah, that's our goal by Wednesday for sure. I guess tomorrow's goal is 200 smithing and or ideally end merchant. Should be doable. I've been spending most of my knowledge today on what's it called though? On alchemy. The sad part is I don't think we're actually gonna have 62 alchemy by the end of this. It'll definitely be way higher than it was before, but it won't be all the way. I need to check what gathering resources you need for that. Because we're about to be able to make the Arbor 62. I'm not sure what you actually use for it. If it's stuff that I'm just going to buy or can gather easily. in either chapter. Because now that both are around 50 something, hopefully we can make the supplies for 62. But knowing how uneven some of them are, probably not. It'd be like, nope, you need 100 something to be able to make the 62 potion. Or vice versa. Oh, you're doing everything in Chronopolis at the same time? Interesting. That's something I haven't bothered doing. Trying to do thieving, or, you know, trying to do, not thieving, the opposite of thieving. Trying to do detective while also doing merchant run, while also doing leatherworker. I tried 2 of them at once. I've never tried doing all 3 at once. Though even detective with merchant, I still find it hard to path a lot of times. Because that's one dead slot that you can't use for merchant. And sometimes the merchant routes never want to bring you to the detective locations. The other issue is a lot of detective locations go all the way top right. Which until the really high merchant levels is somewhere you never need to go on a merchant run. Alright, but how many more circles are we going to have to do? It looks like 5, 6, somewhere around there. Hard to tell because a lot of the XP we're getting is also from things that we're dropping. I want to say like 6 more rotations, we should be good. But I'm liking this little cycle. I'm not sure if it's the most efficient way to go, but seems like about the best that we can route at the moment. The only thing that's kind of awkward is the fishing. Because the route that we just made does require us to fish like 5 fish, 4 to 5. Which is not foraging, but we need the fishing XP at some point, so I guess it works out. It's not the best thing we could be fishing, but it's a pretty good one. The problem is they're so separated from each other. The fish, that is. The foraging route itself does work, though. It's a little awkward having to do fishing in between, since we're not doing like a perfect circle around. That potion should be able to go to our alchemy, which will bring us to 60. 2 more levels until we can actually train alchemy properly. I'm not sure if we're going to bother getting it today. There's one thing I wanted to do while we were doing the gather and grind. Just to bring our alchemy a little bit more in par with where our foraging's starting to get to now. But honestly, foraging's kind of cool. I like that they have to like reroute every single like 10 levels or even less. Obviously post 200 a little bit less than that even. That's a cool little mechanic. You have to constantly keep adjusting your route based on what you need. And to try to fit as much, not only XP drops, but also bigger XP drops. As well as supplies you actually need. So nearly every item, you actually have to adjust your route slightly. It's not bad. It's definitely better than Forager. I mean, Gather, I mean. Gather is definitely better than Forager by like 1.5 miles. So I did a little Gatherer to stream. Honestly, we should have finished 200 Gather before we even went to Forager. Because now if I want to do one or the other, I'm going to want to do Forager instead. Instead of Gatherer. But we still need all the bones from Gatherer. I have another hat. Oh, yeah, there should be pretty good hats per hour. Aside from merchant or combat, there should be like the 3rd best method for getting hats in the entire game. Of course, we already have all the hats we want, so it's not too big a deal, but if you really wanted to stockpile hats, this is like one of the 3 activities you'd probably want to do. Good old foraging circles. But yeah, no, foraging's kind of growing on me. It's not bad. Oh, we finally given it a good shot. I like that you gotta figure out your route every like 10-ish levels. Like pretty much every new unlock you gotta consider how to route it in. Only problem is some of them don't really have a good route, like the wall plants. Which I guess you would just have to do combat or something nearby. And luckily you have 2 different options. You have the Death Crows or the what's it called? The Thieves. I forget. What is, does anyone know what is the Death Crow weak to? Oh, perfect. Yeah, we did Death Crow then. Or for your Guardian, you would do the Thieves then. Because I believe those are weak to Arbor. But yeah, we just killed the Death Crow in between then. Ideally, at a combat range, that'd be worthwhile. Alright, we're almost there. This triple almost gets a level. Trip after that will, and then we just need one more. And then we're one step closer to base 50. It's probably the last 50 we're going for today, though. We're still going to keep going, of course, but as far as the 50s are concerned. Because I want to do both the combats in one stream, and fishing will probably be the last one we do. Because I ideally want to do a 25 spear before we go all in on it. It's not required, but it should be that hard to go get it. Especially if we're doing 200 merchant and 200 smithing tomorrow. Well, I'm probably going to be banking most of my bars, if not all of them, from smithing. One thing we will make a lot of money from is merchant. And then I can AFK leatherworker off stream the next 2 nights, and that should also be the money we need. Because we got to scrap together, like what, 19 gold or so? Before we go do 50 fishing. Not required, but it is what we're going to do. Let's just speed it up a little. I say as I'm doing some fishing with a level 0 spear right now. Could get to level 10 right now, but the amount of time it would take relative to how much fishing I'm doing right now would not be worth it. After we get our foraging, but then at that point I might as well just wait till we fully max it. And by fully max I mean level 25. Let's go grab our little fishies. I'm going to ignore the other one. He went too far away. I really wish they stayed a little bit more condensed. This isn't an issue with eel or puffer or anything like that. But all the beach ones are so far away. Such a degree. I'm not even going to bother with that one. It's just not worth it. I know we potted too early. Spawn already! Spawn! There we go. And that's why you get 5 instead of 4 fish. Even though it didn't look like there was enough time, there's plenty of time to go get the 5th. Even though he was dragging us a mile away. Ideally, if they were closer together, you'd be able to get all 6 of them. But you can pretty consistently get 5. Unless they're all on top of each other. Because we only did 4 there, and there was so much downtime. There we go! 1 more level to go! We're nearly there. But overall, my verdict after giving foraging a good shout at this point is actually enjoy it. It's been pretty fun. I like the routing that you have to do for it. I think is the main appeal of it. You just figure out at any level range like what you need to route. I'm pretty sure it's already solved and people have like entire documents of it, but I don't know. It's more fun kind of figuring out. Even if this is like slightly less than max efficiency, it's still pretty high up there. Might not be like perfect tile though. Also, due to all these extra potatoes, I think we have like 1,000 banked now. We'll be able to serve fish and chips forever. Oh gosh. He's attacking a 490? What on earth? A number 7 called number 10, or a 7 number 10 is killing a 490 plant. Half of that sentence makes sense, but that's what's happening. Yeah, 7 number 10 is fighting a 420 or 490 plant. That's what's happening there.
Report him? He's not botting. He's probably not botting. Wait, did I forget something? Oh no. I think I forgot a potato or something. Wait, what did I forget? Wait, what did I forget? I honestly have no clue. I'm missing something. I guess a potato? Because I don't see anything else missing. It looks like I forgot to route a potato somewheres. We walked by the potato. Because I got my 2 pearls. I got my 2 shells. We should have 12 kelp. Yeah, this will be 12. Yeah, I had to have forgotten a potato then. Because everything else is here. Accidentally walked by one of them. All good though. Yeah, somewhere's in that route we forgot a potato. Alright, so what's our goal after we get 490? Oh no! I misclicked. I'm not sure what I want to prioritize next. I don't want to go back to Gather though. Just we've done so much foraging, I almost don't want to go back to Gather. Just because it's so similar. Even though it is different, but you know, they're kind of similar. It's just foraging requires a lot more routing. But the premise is the same. You pick stuff off ground, get XP. Gather just does it way slower, but we get a better material out of it. You love the sound effect of getting kelp? Yeah, it makes like a squish sound. Yeah, really good sound design. Was that the potato I forgot last time? I'm actually not sure. I'm gonna be paranoid about our potato this time. Because I have no clue which potato I missed. Because that was the first and only time we missed one on this cycle. It was definitely a potato because everything else was there. It couldn't have been anything but a potato. I thought that guy was walk backing every single time. I was gonna say, I guess if you have a really slow weapon, if it's really quick at attacking, it could work. Instead of a step under. I forget what their attack speed is though. We'll find out if we ever do guard again, because we gotta go slaughter their entire population. Alright, that time around we didn't miss a potato. Not sure what happened in the last run. Because yeah, they're all kind of just perfectly on route. Kind of weird that I missed one. No, enough. What's new? Nothing's new. We always just walk past stuff like that. So common. There's always that one node that eludes me. Doesn't matter what activity we're doing. Wait, did I miss one again? Oh no, I only missed one of the stars. That's fine. Well, speaking of which, there's always that one node that eludes us. That one's not as important though. I was not expecting it, but it took about half the stream in order to get foraging to 50. I really thought 20 levels would be a bit quicker than that. Like, the knowledge rate is quick, but the actual XP rate is like pretty much just average. Maybe slightly above average, but barely. The problem is you're grabbing a lot of resources that aren't your max level, which is fine for knowledge rate per hour, but is worse for XP per hour. It's something I greatly underestimated when doing foraging. It's not like you're taking your max node every time. You're taking a ton of nodes that are lower level than what you should be, because they're just there and they give you free knowledge and XP. But they're weaker than if you were just taking only good node. But due to how foraging works, you can't just take only good node. Unless you're doing some in-between activity like fishing or combat or something. Another hat. I'm sure I'm still excited about them. We have way more than we ever know what to do with. And I like to hear the little jingle when it comes in. The little ring of a sleigh bell. Oh, I forgot one. So we're getting decently close to 2,000 level. You know what's kind of funny? I think the day we go for base 50s, like finish it, like this Wednesday, I think that's the day we get to 2,000 total. That'll be quite a fitting day. We'll get base 50 and 2,000 total in the same day, most likely. Which makes sense, you know. Getting base 50 will generally get your total level higher. You know, the act of getting your total level higher might actually get your total level higher. Possibly. So that does make sense. But yeah, base 50 and 2,000 will be on the same day, most likely. Though getting your total level higher is definitely a great way of getting your total level higher. Oh, I canceled my drop. It reminds me when it like looks at your stack. Or like turn around to pick up the item, but then it's like, nope, doesn't pick it up. This is what just happened there. He got stalled as if he was going to drop the items, but didn't actually drop it. I clicked off slightly too quick. I'm actually got all 6 for once. Hey, perfect. They didn't troll us this time. I think this is the first and only time we got all 6. And we got back in time. Look at that. Perfect. We still had time to spare. We're getting slightly better. Though this pure RNG if the fish want to behave or not. I really wish all the pools were a little bit smaller. Because that's a really big issue with all the ocean ones. Because they have just a mile and a half to navigate through. And they can navigate very far away when they roam. It's one nice thing about eels and pufferfish. You never have to go more than like 2 tiles to go get them. I do wish they would reduce their roaming range or something. Or at least make them cluster a bit more. Because right now, every single ocean one that you catch is way more annoying. Due to their perpetual movement. In such a wide area. I think we only have to make 2 more trips around and that should be 50. Then we pivot into... I have no clue what, honestly. Maybe a little bit of the ribs we need? Not sure what I want to go for next. I know what we need. Not sure if I want to go do that grind right now. Merchant into leatherworker. Because we need the money for Wednesday. We're currently at 3.5. We're going to need 19 or so. Which, now that I think about it, how much per day is that? Because you got to make like 5 gold a day. Assuming we're starting tomorrow. But you know, we can start getting some of it now. Because I didn't actually account for making any money this stream. So the more we make now, the less we need to make later. Oops, I only grabbed one. That's fine. That's right. I just ignored all the shells, but sure. Don't really need them. I like the lowest XP thing we take on this whole route. But of course, the knowledge is nice. Hey, another little hat. Let's go bank all these. 2 more cycles, and that should be enough. So in about 8 minutes from now, we'll have level 50, and then we'll move on to... Honestly, I almost want to do fishing now, too. The problem is I want the level 25 spear. We need the money for the spear. Because honestly, I almost want to catch up my fishing and foraging to my cooking level. And my gatherer. It's not really worth doing, but I kind of want to for no other reason than why not. Not anytime soon, though. But I really need to. I was getting tired of having to buy everything from the store. Like, obviously, we're not going to get everything from fishing. Like, the adventure ones, I'm definitely not doing. We'll still have to buy those from the shop. But, you know, some of them we can go get. Maybe it's not all of them. Like, eels, for example, are a really good example of a very free one. Where the place that you catch them is actually closer than the place you even buy them from. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, this might be our final circle. Might not even need another one after this. Oh, the only problem is I still need 1.5 alchemy levels if we ever want to do alchemy again. Hello, Justin! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of endgame they still gotta add. They'll get to it eventually. Oh no, I'm perfectly happy with number go up for now. There's not too many big things to try to go for. But we've been having pretty fun just setting our own goals and just kind of waiting it out. Next big update is queuable actions, and the one after that is, for better or for worse, trading. Most likely. Oh gosh, trading. We've done like 2 rants already about trading this stream. But I hope trading goes over well. I definitely don't want it to go badly, that's for sure. My concerns with it grow per day though. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Like, some things with gathering make sense. Like, oh, you need to have, like, a certain skill to be able to, like, cut this from a thing. But then there's other things, like, hey, this thing's literally on the ground. And you can't pick it up. Like, some of them make sense. Because it's like, oh, I need to cut it in, like, a certain way. Like, with the secutors or something. So he needs to learn how to get better at, like, you know, cutting. Through foraging. But, yeah, some of them don't make any sense at all. Like, here's just an item laying on ground. Level 300 something requirement. Well, my concern with trading is that it's going to be too good. I actually have the exact opposite concern. My concern with trading isn't that it would be useless. My concern with trading is that it would be too good that it breaks the whole game. Compared to how you do things now. Yeah, that's one thing too. With foraging, you can kind of see it as like as your guy gets higher, it kind of is able to identify things better. How would it break the game? Oh gosh. Rant number 3. There's a couple things. For one, you'll likely be able to trade everywhere. So you'll be able to sell off any excess that you have for doing any activity, which will bank it so you basically never need a bank. Because you can just have a runner that will always bank. And they'll make a profit, you'll make a profit. So people will definitely be very willing to do it. It'll probably be about 5 to 10 gold per hour doing just running for resources of various things. Like, let's say someone does combat. And instead of banking, they could just sell all 20-something items that they have to a runner. And then you both make a profit. The runner makes money doing the run. And then the other person, you know, makes some amount, not the full value of whatever they would have sold, but some amount of it. You could do it to break basically every gathering skill where you never need to use a storage rift. You simply just use people as your storage rift, essentially. And just simply give you a similar amount to the value. Obviously, they'd still be making a profit. You'd be making a profit. Beyond that, merchant. Assuming you can trade anything related to merchant. Merchant is basically just a buying from player skill then. Because you would never, between your ground that you would have on the ground and everyone else trading around you, you'd be able to trade at every single one of the stalls. You'd be able to trade around the market square. It'd be very broken for merchant XP. You might even be able to go and get all 6 of them per hour, or per 2 minute, I mean. Which we're getting pretty close to with the drop all method, but with every single person just selling at the stalls themselves, like you just go to the turn-in point. You wouldn't even need to go to the actual stall to buy anything anymore. You simply just go to the turn-in point. Let's see, what else is broken? There's at least like 20 more things we could probably mention soon. I just don't want to rant all of them off again. But there's a lot of things you'll be able to use it for. Old School RuneScape has been the same mechanic for a while. Well, Old School RuneScape used the mechanic a lot more. The issue, or the thing that Old School RuneScape kind of did is they added enough quality of life where it didn't matter. Whereas Brighter Shores currently has 0 of that quality of life. And trading's probably coming before the quality of life comes in. Like, there's 2 things they could do to fix, like, all, like, runners in Brighter Shores. Like, 2 basic things. You need to be able to quartermaster sell your stuff and storage rift from anywhere. If those 2 things were in the game, then you wouldn't ever need a runner for almost anything. It'd still be broken for a couple things like merchant. But as far as, like, 95% of things, if those 2 things were added, you wouldn't need runners. The problem is both of those things will possibly never get added. And even if they do, they are likely not coming out before trading. But no, it's still abused pretty heavily in Old School. It's just most people don't bother with it. People boost almost everything in the entire game. They boost bosses, they boost mini-games. They have runners for rune crafting. Like, obviously not everyone does that. Like, I personally never boosted in Old School. But it is a, like, multi-$1,000 business. Or multi-million, I should say. Like, each individual person makes thousands doing boosting. And obviously, real-world trading is illegal in this game, as well as the other game. But people still do it. Which is very problematic. And having a system where you need runners in this game is just going to be encouraging it. Well, the main thing you would use trading for, other than like abusing every system in the game with trading, is 1-to-1 for armor upgrades. After the Lost and Found quest, you need 1 of each class's equipment in order to upgrade your gear. So the main non-broken purpose for trading that Andrew Gower is probably intending for everyone to do, if he ignores every single broken thing that will probably be used for, but the actual balance part that I actually would engage in is you'll be able to 1-to-1 trade gear. So if I go get like a 199 Cryonite gear off a blacksmith and go trade that for, you know, like a 199 or something similar off of like a Hammer Mage or a Guardian, stuff like that is going to be really common trades within the game, where you trade gear for gear, because you need all 3 class components in order to upgrade your own. And it's probably the main piece of trading that he's really wanting to encourage people to do. People use it for a billion other things beyond that, but that's probably one of the biggest things that's really useful for in the current state of game. Is trading your class's 3-star gear for other classes' 3-star gear. But yeah, personally, as far as number go up in this game, I'm perfectly fine with that being the only mechanic at the moment. Like, obviously, it definitely needs more, but during the AMA that they did recently, they already mentioned they're going to be adding raids, they're going to be adding group bosses, clan chat kind of thing, stuff like that. Just as a ways to go to get everything developed. Obviously, right now, it's still in its extremely early stages. But I don't know, even if the game stayed exactly like this for, like, years, I'd still be fine with number go up. But obviously, they've been doing updates constantly. This update was 1 day ago. Last, like, ultra major update was, like, 3 days ago. I just realized I already hit level 50. I've been so distracted with explaining every reason I hate trading for the 3rd time over that, or at least some of the reasons. We need a whole documentary for every reason why I'm against it. But, where am I going with this? But yeah, I was so distracted. We actually already got level 50. We should probably stop now. Unless I'm going for 53 for a monument, but we could do that later. But since I already started this route, I kind of want to finish it. I don't want to leave it partway through. So we might as well go all the way. We're already here. Finish what we started. But yeah, this will be our last Forager route for the entire stream. I'm not going for 53 yet. We will at some point, but not today. Obviously, we need to go to 490 eventually, but extremely not today. Not even this month. Not even this year. Well, because this year's, you know, less than a month away. Ugh. But eventually. But yeah, 50 was our stopping point. 53 could be a stretch goal, but I'm fine with it just at 50. The one funny thing if I did do it to 53 is it would be the same as our Gatherer skill, but I'm just going to leave it at 50 for now, though. Is more than enough. That guy just died. Rip. Do you think dying should be more punished? Yes and no. I think the reason why dying is so little punished in this game is because he made it so hard of a punish last time around. And I think he's overcompensating. Because last time around, you lost... There was no banking of coins or any items, and you lost everything on death at one point in Classic. The death system was literally lose everything. All your money, all your items on you, everything. And then they eventually added banks where you could store coins. Then they eventually added, you know, banks where you could store everything. As well as the 3-item system that still ran today. Where you keep your most valuable 3 items. But death was literally lose everything you own ever. Back when he made Classic. Like literally everything. Every coin you have, every piece of armor on you, every weapon on you. So I think what he did was do that, but completely 180. Where now you lose literally nothing, it can even be beneficial. Whereas the first time around, he made it absurdly ultra punishing. Where you basically lose all progress on your account per death. As far as items. Not XP, but item-wise. So I think he just completely, like, 180'd that. But I do believe, yeah, there should be a little bit more of a penalty. Especially if you die to a boss or something. Like, one way I could see him doing bosses is do almost like an entry fee system. Where to get into a boss, you have to pay, let's say, 1 gold. But if you don't die, you don't have to repay the gold. So, you know, like, the next time you die there, in the boss room, you will lose your 1 gold. And then have to pay the entry fee again. So you only have to pay the entry fee like every single time you die, essentially. I can see something like that working, because I don't think he's going to scrap armor or anything like that. But I could see there being like a 1 gold fee to go fight a boss. But you only have to pay that until you die. So if you do like 100 kills without dying, you don't have to pay it again. But you know, if you die like 5 times, it's 5 gold. I can see something like that being a thing. Maybe not exactly that, but you know, something along those lines. Like an entry fee, but you only have to pay every time after you die. Though I'm perfectly fine with normal content not costing anything. Like if you die to a random enemy that you're just training on, I'm perfectly fine with that being no penalty at all. Like, you know, if I randomly die to like a Death Crow or something. Like, I'm fine with that having no penalty, but I feel like bosses should. And similar content to bosses like raids and such. But I'm perfectly fine with all neutral enemies that you just train on not having any penalty. This makes it a lot more relaxing so you can semi-AFK them. And not need to worry about, oh, I'm going to have to pay like 500 silver or gold whenever I die here. But I feel like the extra stakes matters on bosses and raids. But not so much on like normal enemies. Normal enemies is fine having no penalty at all. Like, the exact system on normal enemies is perfectly fine. But it should be quite a bit more punishing for harder content. Bosses and raids and stuff like that. Things where you're actually getting like good stuff from. But the current death system's fine for now. I don't think you should be overly punished or punished at all for dying to like a neutral enemy. Which is basically all enemies right now. Yeah, once the combat system's actually fleshed out too, I could see him making it more punishing. Until it's fully fleshed out, he didn't want to make it particularly strong, or even any punish at all. Until he figures out what he wants to do with combat. And at that point, it could be a bit more punishing. Once the combat system is fully fleshed out. I don't think he's ever going to do a gear scrapping system, though. Because we already know, they actually confirmed in the AMA, you will not lose any gear on death in PvP. At least not with the PvP they're initially going to be releasing. So if you're going to be losing anything, it's going to be some kind of like coins or something. As like an entry fee or a staking fee or, you know, a death fee. But they already confirmed that you're not going to lose gear in PvP, so you're probably not going to lose gear in PvM either. Alright, we're almost done. Let's go finish this last run. I'm done with foraging for now. Oh, so did I say that last run and then I did like a whole nother run? But truly, this will be the final run. This is our final foraging run for now. Alright, so what's our game plan now? How much time do we have left? We got a solid 4 hours to do anything. Now to come up with something to go do. There's like a billion things I need to do. I'm just not sure what I want to do right now. There's definitely a billion on that list. Obviously we have 3 skills left for base 50s. But I kind of want to separate them to different streams. We're going to do 2 combats on one and then fishing on the other. So that'll be Tuesday and Wednesday most likely. Obviously, Mondays are normally our shorter stream. Tomorrow, we're doing 200 smithing and 200 merchant. So maybe today we do a little bit more merchant then? Just my brain just really does not want to do merchant right now. I think what I do is a normal merchant for one and maybe just do leather worker. But I don't want to do leather worker quite yet. Because I feel like by then I'd want to like end a stream. Or, you know, not end a stream, but you know. Like, my leather worker at this point is like, I'm done for today. Unless we're doing like a leatherworker only stream. When you go ahead to the leatherworker at the end of the stream, it basically means we're in like full wind down mode. So don't want to do leatherworker quite yet. It's a bit early for it. Alright, let me go. You know what? Let's go do our cooking contracts real quick. Because we haven't gotten our daily cooking level yet. You hope there's an option for zero stakes PvP as well? I assume there will be. I don't know, we'll find out. I feel like PvP minigames would be like that. Also, there's the final stack, for anyone wondering. 882 potatoes. Supposedly, someone said earlier these are needed for fish and chips. Hopefully they weren't trolling, because we just banked 882 of them for fish and chips. Well, we'll find out when we get 102. Oh, no. It's for the appetizing one, though. That's fine. But I gotta use the normal one for tier 1. Unless you're allowed to use a higher tier 1. In which case I'm using it for tier 1 and tier 2. Does anyone know? Are you allowed to substitute a higher tier resource for when it comes to these? Oh, no. If so, we're gonna be able to use these for a while. Unless I can only use them on them. Does anyone actually know? I never actually tried. Are you allowed to substitute a higher tier ingredient? Oh no, I'm gonna need normal potatoes. No! I can't use these for 131. Alright, we're still gonna use them though. I just can't use them immediately. Oh no. I thought we could use them at the lower level range. That's fine though. It's not too big a deal. Alright, what on earth are we making? Also, do I even want to turn this one in? He wants so many. That's so many things. Alright, I'll go get all my fish and then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. There's so many people still fishing here. So where we'll be on Wednesday, probably. When we go finish base 50s. As well as probably 2,000 total that stream. What am I buying right now? I already forgot what I was going for. I'm looking for 2 jellied eels and 8 oyster. Yeah, that's 8. It's weird because I didn't hear 8 dings, but it did buy 8. Because I know I clicked 8 times, but the one weird audio glitch in this game, or maybe just do that to not spam you with noise, but anytime you click a button X number of times, it doesn't always make X number of clicks. So if you're doing it based on sound, you could easily be off. It doesn't always make the correct number of sounds. Hopefully that's something to fix in the future, or maybe that's just to make sure there's not too much noise. I'm not sure. But it makes it so you can't depend on audio. Because audio is inconsistent when buying items. Now, let's go just make everything we have here. I'm not even sure if what I'm doing right now is a good route. I was just getting all the fish first. Let's see. Thieves' Den. What's the other one? Thieves' Den and Ella. Okay, yeah, this is good synergy. That's fine. I'm just going to cook them now then. We can then just drop them on the ground. Alright, what are we doing there? What goes east? Honestly, based on those, everything but Little Lucy is east. I have a double Little Lucy. So basically, it's just based on what I can fit in my inventory then. And currently we're consuming 10. So I can throw a 9 into a 5. Oh no, that's a Little Lucy. I can't fit the other two, it'd be too many. I guess I could do a 9 into... What if I did the barracks and did the other thing last? Because we have to do those two, but what if I did the 2 lower ones, which are 7 and... Oh no, I can't. Anyway, look at this. Wait, do I at least have enough when I go to the Little Lucy to go do it? Let me see. If I do, let's say, a 9 into double Lucy, how many is that? 6, 5, 11. Yeah, that's fine. See, I'm gonna probably do Pipe Alley into Little Lucy. A little bit of a weird run, but I think it's fine. Which means, can I fit 13 more in my inventory now? Yes, that would be the exact inventory. Oh no, but that's Little Lucy. No, wait. Wait, what am I supposed to take here then? I'm supposed to take barracks and that's it. Yeah, let me go get my omelets then, I guess. But I think this is a barracks angle. Yeah, this run's gonna be really small then. Alright, how many eggs do I need? 7. Just for barracks then. And it should be pretty free. We just go to, Ella. Actually, we should go to Thief, then Ella, then to, Telly back. As we telly back to barracks, we then go back to the chef place, make the other 3, buy the other 3 ingredients, should be good to go. Oh, so I did count that right? Little Lucy, 5, 11. Yeah, we're fine. He uses 21 of our 23 inventory. I just gotta make the mash first so we can do it a little bit better. Alright, let's go do our run. So we're starting at the Thieves' Den. Then we go to Ella. And then we telly back. I'm about to get a knowledge as well. Honestly, I'm probably just about to put it in alchemy. Because we're only 1 alchemy level away once we do that. To finally be able to do alchemy again. Alright, who am I turning into what? Ella wants the eel. You want the weird other fish. So you're the 2 fish orders we have to go out of our way for. Give that to you. Put this in alchemy. Should be a level. Nice! 4 more knowledge points until we could start doing alchemy again. So close, he's so far. Don't do it. Don't do it. Nice, we got past him. And then we go to barracks with the eel. I mean, with the omelet. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I said omelet, so I thought I was thinking omelet. No. There we go. All right, now we go to the omelet. And then we turn in the other 3. Yeah, simple enough. Oh, wrong person. I forgot this is the weird sergeant guy. I always think it's quartermaster, but it's actually this guy over here. Alright, you're the one who won this. Hey, we got a hat from him too. Nice. Oh, that was one of the ones we needed. Wait, that's one of the ones we were low on. Nice. So I'm missing 1 yellow elf and 2 yellow pudding. And we'll have base 10. We're almost there. Anyways. What do we need? Let me get the sausage and mash first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He wants the higher tier 1. Which is this one, I believe. Ooh, if only we had 89 foraging. Ooh, the money burn. If only we had it already in our bank. Ooh. Ooh, pain. Ooh. Honestly, my cooking's starting to get high enough where I really should get higher foraging. Start our 200 foraging arc. I need better tools before I do that, though. Just start getting our 200 foraging arc going. No time soon, though, but I really need to. So when we do our 490 arc, it won't be as painful. But yeah, at this point, I think we go to Little Lucy, then turn in at Pipe Alley. Or even vice versa. Do Pipe Alley, then Little Lucy. I think that's a little bit less backtracking. I don't know which way's quicker. Yeah, I think Pipe Alley first, then do Little Lucy. Has slightly less backtracking. I can even try going through Thief Road if you want to chance it. So you know what, I might as well XP pot here. It's not that worth it, but it's better than nothing, I guess. They're cheap enough that honestly I don't mind chugging XP pots in this zone. In like chapter 3 and 4, it's a little bit more hurtful. But zone in 1 and maybe zone 2 aren't too bad. Because how much cheaper they are. I think these were like 1.8 silver each when we bought them earlier. The problem is they're like 3 silver each for Chronopolis or something. And like 2 point something for Mines and Matubin. Despite the fact that you can craft them for like almost a silver each. Or under. Their price is still so much higher when you buy them from the shop. Alright, let me go grab the other supplies. Hopefully we can cook them in the next minute. Stews I won't be able to. Eggs I definitely can. I need 5 eggs, 6 stew. I did the opposite way. No! Oh, an extra egg. I'm just gonna sell the spear to him. And unfortunately, I don't think there's gonna be a cooking level. It's gonna be pretty close, but I'm not sure if it gets us all the way. Obviously, we have 3 turn-ins, so it's gonna go way higher, but I think it's still gonna fall slightly short. Or maybe not. We got a 4,000, a 4,000, a 5,000 to turn in. And a big check. Let's see. Oh, yeah, never mind. We're fine. This is definitely a level. Never mind. False alarm. 100% a level. I just remember to sell 1 egg. It'll drive me crazy if I have to drop 1 egg. I know we're only dropping like 1 silver, but something feels wrong about just dropping a perfectly good plate of food on the ground. I don't know. Have any of you guys done that yet? Because I haven't. Did you ever like get too many of an ingredient? Instead of coming back to sell it, you just threw it on the ground? I haven't actually ever gotten too many yet. Like, realize mid-run, all the way at the end of run, you have like 1 spear. And you just drop it on the ground. I have yet to do that. I'm not sure if I could do it, though. I would have to come all the way back here just to go sell it, even if it's inefficient. Like, right now, I'm not going to drop 1 omelet to the ground. Just gotta remember to sell only 1. There we go. Success. Alright, anyways, let's go do our run. Gotta do Pipe Alley, then double Little Lucy. You spend ages dropping stuff you gather? But that's your line? Yes. Oh, I forgot to check what I needed. Oh yeah, he's the one that wanted a sausage. Which honestly is a scam. I think I actually lost money on that turn-in. The only reason I still do them is because I need the XP. So even if we're losing a bit on a deal, we need it if it's good XP. Even if it's at a loss, it's worth it for a little bit extra. And there we go, our daily cooking level, as is tradition these days. The traditional daily cooking level. Honestly, ever since the Branolf Inheritance grind, There's not been a single day we have not gone without a cooking level. Just so we never need to do that again. Wait, that's not what you ordered! Oh, was it ganache? Oh, wait, or was it the other one I had to double turn it on? Veggie stew. Veggie stew. I got the wrong tier. Wait, how? How did I buy the wrong one? Well, I gotta go do it now. Oh no, do I? I haven't gained a cooking level yet. We gotta go back. Okay. Speaking about XP waste, let's go back. How did I grab the wrong one? Now that's a new one. I don't think I've ever grabbed the wrong rarity thing. Alright, round 2. Alright, let me double check. She wants a fine stew. Is that not what I ordered? Yeah, it's a fine... I'm so confused. How did I not buy that earlier? Interesting. Okay, well, let's go sell these reject ones then. And go get her the higher end stew. Not sure how I accidentally bought the lower one, though. That has happened to us before, but that has been a long, long while. It happened to me really early on because I didn't realize that the... because I had, like, a mix of contracts. Like, some for the previous stage and one for the later stage, and didn't realize I had a mix. And then turned in the wrong one. But yeah, I'm not sure what prompted me to get the wrong veggie stew there. Oh, well. Alright, and then after that, we'll get our cooking level, and then... Still gotta figure out what our grind is. Honestly, I'm leaning towards merchant. That, or honestly, I also need to go mining. Maybe that's our Mines of Matubin grind. I still need to go bank 200 smithing. Which needs to happen sometime between now and tomorrow morning. And why not exactly right now? But yeah, I might have to hit back the mines a little bit. Not too long. Just enough to bank 500 or 200 smithing. Which shouldn't be that many. I technically only need to bank 199 smithing. Because 199 to 200 I'm going to be making rapiers. So I only have to do 193 to 199 with iron bars only. How many iron do we need for that? I don't know. I feel like 4,000 or 5,000 is probably enough. Worst comes to worst, I still need to get 193 smithing, which is one of our main goals that we should be doing this stream. And since we went so much into alchemy, I need to go put the rest of my knowledge into smithing for the rest of the stream. Because I was banking on the second half of the stream for, which I haven't been grinding it too much. So I guess we'll do a little bit combination of like mining and merchant probably. Is likely the game plan at this point. Mining because I need it for tomorrow. Merchant because we also need it for now and for tomorrow. In order to get our smithing up. And there we go, level 86 cooking. Oh, we got a new dish. The next tier leek. Fortunately, I can't currently gather it, but hey, we're getting there. Alright, anyways, next order of business. Probably get rid of these pots for mining pots and then go mining. To the mines we go. So how much knowledge do I need for that? We're at 189.5. Which means I need about 14 knowledge points then. Which means if we did literally anything within about 5 hours, we would have it. Which is longer than the duration of this stream. So we might need to crack out some better methods like merchant. Just so we can get there a little quicker. Yep, wrong one. Oh yeah, you know what I want to go do real quick? Because it's going to bother me to no end if I don't. Wait, why didn't I get so many hogberries? I was gonna say, I want to process a couple of these. Of that, like that one weird stash we had. Oh, I just saw the thistle we got the other day. When do we use this? 77. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's the one for the cryo pot. This is for the low level heal, right? Yeah, the 29 heal. The problem is I don't have the wall plant to go with it. It's the only problem with that one. Oh, I still have some tongues left. Oh, I guess we're pulling out some alchemy real quick. Why not? Yeah, I'll do a little bit of alchemy. I just want to clean up my stash a little. Oh yeah, that's the one for 62 that we're getting to soon. Ooh, good thing I banked a couple of them. They were kind of far from a bank, but slightly less we'll need to get later. What was this for? Oh yeah, Wolf Potion. I was like, why on earth do I have that? That'd explain it. Alright, I'll go grab a couple of these, grab a couple of the dust one. I'm gonna try to clean up my inventory a little. It's gonna bother me to no end that I have so much junk in there. So I want to clear a little bit of it out. Yeah, might as well. We trained all this alchemy. Might as well train it the normal way. Because we got like 9 levels today off of just knowledge. Might as well do a little bit normally. I mostly just want to clean up my storage bin more so than anything. From the little mess we made earlier. This will definitely not get us to 62, but, you know, one step closer. Less we'll need to worry about later. Oh, since we're here, I might use 1 knowledge point for alchemy. Even that's gonna be slightly short, though. I really want to get to the point where whenever we feel like it, we can start training alchemy again. But to be able to do that, I need 62. For the same reason I need 193 smithing or 117 stonemason. Basically locked out the skill until it happens down the line. It's not too big a deal. We'll get to it eventually. So I really shouldn't have done that. We're gonna have to wait now. All the XP I'm burning. Burning so much XP! I know, Kettle, we're coming for you. He's wearing a good cycle now. Still want the hard version of this, by the way. I want something like this, but like 8 of them at once. Hey, big Christmas tree. Another one for the pile. I just realized I'm still wearing the Santa hat from earlier. I put that on earlier and never changed it back. We changed into that like 9 hours ago. And never changed it since. Or not 9, like 7 hours ago. And I never switched it back since then. It's fine though. This is definitely my favorite one. Good old classic Santa hat. Yeah, it should be the last of this machine we need to bother with for now. I just want to clear a couple of the random knick-knack stuff I have. Like that one Tempest Stay Potion. But yeah, 3/4 of an alchemy level and we can finally train it again. I'm so tempted to put this XP burst onto it. The guy, I just want to get it there. That way, whenever we really want to go... The main reason being is if we're going to get more into combat at some point, I want this plus 60 cryo. I forget what you need for plus 50. I'm pretty sure it's something annoying. But I want this plus 60s. Not only is it our best XP before we like start losing money all the way until like what, 104 almost? Or something. I forget if that one even profits or not. But not only do we have to use it for almost 30 levels, at least 20 something, but it's actually a really, really good potion for us. It's our realistic heist that we're going to have for a very long time before trading. Even once trading comes, anything higher than that's going to be way too expensive to bother with. You might as well just use 40s at that point. Also be good if any bossing comes out in that time too. These plus 80s are probably going to be too expensive, but plus 60s will be a nice in between. There we go. We got a level. Alright, I go put these away. Wow, we ran out a lot. We used a ton of them when we were doing combat earlier. In Mines of Matubin. I was like chugging those down. Alright, oh, what am I doing? We had a hog berries. Let me grab you. And grab you. What else do we have here that's like junk? Not seeing many. Oh, so how did I get 2 combat stacks that both went to 999? I don't understand that. That's why I kept thinking there was a 999 limit. Because somehow 2 of my stacks in Mines of Matubin, from getting 59 Mindfighter, as well as 69, they both capped out at 999. Not because they actually capped out, I guess, but because somehow, coincidentally, we stopped exactly at 999 twice. Which is really confusing. I know they go higher than 999. But we've had 2 times now where we did a grind in Mines of Matubin and they capped out at 999. Not because they actually capped out, but because I happened to hit exactly 999. And it bothers me so much. So I keep thinking something got deleted. But no, I just coincidentally twice over got 999 in Mines of Matubin. Alright, let's go use our alchemy XP. Yeah, we're almost there, so close. I don't think we're going to get all the way there to stream, but we're in a position where whenever we do want to go do alchemy, we can. That's the main thing I wanted from our gatherer grind today. Or forager, I mean. While doing the 2 of them together. Is now whenever we do want to go get 62, it'll take us like, what, 10 minutes? Not even? Assuming we're using knowledge on it. You can double stack and instantly get that if you want. Obviously it takes a little bit of time to double stack them, but you know. It's not going to take that long for us to get set up and ready to go. But at this point, whenever we want to train alchemy further, we can. I'm not sure if I'll really need Tempest Day potions. But we do have a few banked from our route. And I figured I'd make them because I haven't really been making them. And gosh, are they expensive from the shop. These aren't they like almost 3 times that number? I know they're the most expensive of them. Which is really annoying. I wonder what they would go for in the player market. I'm saving them in case I ever want to use my mace. We have a mace and a throwing axe. That's actually pretty good. The biggest issue with both is they require carpentry. But they're half-decent yellow weapons. They're not as good as our blue ones, but, you know, they get your job done. Especially when special attacks come out and everything. If something's yellow weak and those things have spec on them, we should be fine. Is there any other trash that we got today that I need to get rid of? Can't use that yet. Can use these. Don't have even an amount of both of them, which is driving me crazy, though. This will be the last batch then for now. And then we're like 2 knowledge points away from 62 whenever we want it. Or poised for the grind. If I'm not mistaken, let me just double check. I'm pretty sure you make profit from this next one here. Let me just double check. I keep thinking that we do, but I never actually checked at any point. But I'm pretty sure this next one is profit, last I recall. And even if it's not, I do have some banked. Not a lot, though. It is 700 profit each, yes. It's one of the last few potions that even do profit. I think the last one is Minds of Matubin. Wait, does the Fear Potion profit? Ooh, yes it does. Wait, that's a lot of profit. Wait, what? Is that the profit bar? There's no way it profits that much. Is this the what? Wait, why do Fear Potions profit so much? Wait, Fear Potions are... And I have most of that bank too. Wait, what? Why? Why are Fear Potions pure money? The 9-minute Fear Potions. Not only do you make 2.5 silver each profit if you buy everything, but also, they sell for 3.5. I think I have like a ton of them banked, don't I? Gosh, I should be keeping those suction things more often. I was only keeping a couple. But, yeah, wow. Yeah, no wonder why I wasn't keeping them. They're basically worth nothing. Wow. I have 108 of those, and then only 55 toad eyes, though. Honestly, I don't think toad eyes are worth banking, then. Neither of them are. Just buy them from their shop. They're so cheap. I do have a little bit banked, but, yeah, just buy them from the shop. They're, like, literally 0 each. You're making 2.5 per potion. And it's closer to bank from the shop than it is to bank in Mind of Matubin. Unless you had a runner. But with the current storage rifts, you have to go like 5 rooms away, 6 rooms away? I think it's 5. Let me double check. And the toad eyes even further. Why are they so far away if they're worth like nothing? Because to bank toad eyes, you have to go from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rooms is the closest storage rift from the closest room that you could fight them. Or if you tele somewhere else, you have to go 2 rooms, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, either way you do it, it requires 7 rooms to go bank from fire toads. It's a little bit not as bad for tentacle. Tentacle is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or sorry, 4. Well, you'd have to do the telly. Yeah, it's 4 both ways, similar to Toad. Or you can use the telly method or the storage rift method, depending on preference. But, yeah, that's so far away. And you could buy both of the 2 ingredients for under 1 silver total. Not each, total. And it sells for 3.5. So yeah, there's no point picking those up from the ground. At least not the tier 1 ones. Alright, anyways. What are we doing now? I was about to do something and I already forgot what it was. Oh yeah, mine. Are we doing mining now? I kind of want to go get 1 merchant level real quick, though. No real drop shenanigans. I don't want to do that. We did that so much yesterday. I will when we seriously do merchant again. But right now, I just want, like, 1 merchant clear. Like, 1, 2 inventories and go get a level real quick. It's just bothering me that we didn't get 186. I stopped, like, right before it. I want to go finish the 186 real quick. The main reason for this is this gives us a new tier hide. And we definitely want that. Have time to bring out the side panels. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? Probably a smaller run, but we'll go for it. What do we need here? I guess just bring them back. Oh, I don't have a timer going. That's fine. We're not doing that many runs. I'm not going to bother getting a 2-minute timer going. I'm doing merchant for like 5 minutes. I think we can live without it. No, because I don't know the timer, I am going to have to bring it in immediately. Someone's here to buy your rug. And then go buy double wine. Now we're poised for a middle to bottom route. If we can get a 6 times turn in here, this should be a level. Oh yeah, I'm here way too early. This is why you do a timer. But we only need like a run or two, so I'm not too concerned with it. Good water break. Oh, carrot. Carrot's good for this. What else? What else? I could technically turn this in the other way back. That's not worth it. Grab meat real quick, I guess. We're just gonna roll with it. Because I only need one level, and this should be enough to get us a level. There's a little bit of a walk, but I think it's fine. The only thing that's kind of awkward is having to take clockwork and doubling it back. But beyond that, should be an okay route. It's one we definitely have never taken before, but should be fine. Also, I just realized, did we get a new item or something? Why is our thing so much more valuable? Oh, yeah, 184. That's why. We got a new item at 184. I was going to say. Next one after that's 191. And I've heard some good things about stew. Or curry, I mean. Heard curry's good. It's one of the things that makes chef better. Because right now I feel like chef route is pretty hit or miss right now. You got a little bit better with tomato, but barely. But apparently stew makes it a lot better. Oh no, I don't need anything from you. What am I doing? I just realized, how am I going to turn in clockwork if I gotta go turn in carrot? It's the exact opposite direction. Oh, there it is! One of the Christmas ones! Yeah, stealing's not within the Christmas spirit. Someone was saying that earlier, that they added a bunch of festive comments to whenever you do something like that. That's the first one I've seen. It's funny. That's some nice flavor text right there. Apparently there's a ton of them. I just haven't been paying attention to the dialogue until someone mentioned it. Let's see if we get a new one here. No, he's just doing a normal one there. There's a small chance you get a Christmas-themed comment when you catch a thief. Apparently it's for raid dens as well. Though I'm too AFK to ever notice. I'm not sure if I'm bothering to bring this clockwork in, but I guess we are at this point. I got secured a level so we can do leather. Not immediately, but later on. Gotta get the money printer running again. Oh good, we actually brought plates for a burger this time. We do that very rarely. Normally we bring our burger but no plate. But now we're bringing our plated burgers. The full deluxe set. Here's your plates. Here's your burgers to put on your plates. And honestly, I'm just canceling this other one. Oh no, I can't cancel it. I'm gonna walk a billion miles just to go turn this in real quick. I can't bring myself to cancel. It's not that far of a walk. Good scenic route. But we got what we wanted out of it. Oh, we got a knowledge point too. I'll probably put that knowledge into smithing and go into the mines next. Start getting our iron. Start getting our smithing to 193. Because I 100% have to have that by tomorrow. It'd be kind of hard to get 200 smithing without it. So that's probably the game plan then. Turn this in, go mining, and keep doing it until we have like 193 smithing. I'm not sure if we're going to go that hard on it, but definitely bigger number than now. Let's see if we get a Christmas themed one here. You're getting coal in your stocking this year. No comment. The thief thought we were too cringe with the Christmas pun. Not really pun, just reference. Let's see. That's funny. I like that they added those. Yeah, I didn't notice it. Someone brought it up the other day. I didn't notice it a single time. Apparently it's been since the holiday update. It's been in the game for like 3 days now. Honestly, those text boxes could say anything and I probably wouldn't notice. Because I never pay attention to them when they open up. I was always assuming they're going to be the same one every time. Or in the same few that it cycles through. Yeah, we'll grab a couple of these. There should be about a couple. Alright, well. The mine yearns to be mined. We have returned. Similar to Chronopolis, we basically live here now. Though we're not top 20 anymore. Some people really went crazy on levels. Even Patricio. Even they went for it. The rank 1. How convenient of them. They're all clearing the path for me. They're like a whole crew there. But we're back. We're back at the iron spot. This is why I'm doing the AFK activity as well. Imagine how much iron we'd have to do if we didn't do the AFK activity. I'm doing it at 204 to get us up. And then again at 215. I'll do a little bit of death metal. We won't be able to today, but it'll probably get us like 1 level at best. Though there's our first post 200 method, so maybe it is actually kind of good. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. But our main goal right now is 193 smithing. Through any means necessary. It doesn't have to be mining. I just figured mining is quite fitting since we're using the same boost pot. And the other benefit of doing mining right now is I do need more iron than how many I have banked. I have almost 4,000 banked, but I think we need closer to 5,000. Though it could be that I'm way overshooting because I didn't bother calculating it. So 5,000 might even be overkill, I'm not sure. But worst comes to worst, you know, it makes sense to boost something that you're already in the area for. So might as well do some mining. We need to do it at some point anyways. Might as well do it when we get our 200 smithing. Which means across the rest of the stream, or even just tonight in general, I need to get 13 more knowledge points. Mining is like 3 point something per hour. The highest we could do is merchant. The next highest, without us dipping into combat, would be Forager. Though, given that we've done Forager almost this entire stream, I think we're going to take a little break from it. Which is why we're at the mines. That's pretty much the game plan. Mine until we have, like, higher smithing than we're at right now. Like 191 at least. Ideally 193. I'm trying to think of, like, anything else I could do to, like, boost my mining. I guess I could technically use my green ore and get the first time bonuses and maybe make a bow. The problem is the bow is way lower level than what I would want it to be. It's the big issue with us not being at our smithing goal right now. Is until we get to 199, every single one of these is way too low level. These 199 is the lowest we'd want to make them. Ideally even higher than that, but it would have to be way higher for it to be worth it. Like 220 at the minimum. There's going to be another weird gap within smithing. Hopefully we can get to an AFK at some point there. When's our next AFK for smithing? 206, but it's gold. Ew, it's all the way at 226. No! That's so horrible. Because I can't do gold because the gold panning is awful. Relative to using our pickaxe boost. But yeah, that's bad. Oh no. Yeah, it's really, really bad. We basically got to get 226 before we can AFK. Well, I guess I could buy from the shop. I'm not sure how much money you would burn doing that. Not sure if that'd be worth it, but it might be worth it. Like, we can pan for it at a certain level. The problem is you don't get extra mining XP while doing it. I can start panning for it at... Not that. I can start panning for it at... what level? It's not like we can't get the material. The problem is the XP rate that we get while getting the material. Wait, where is it? I'm looking at mining right now and I don't even see it. Oh, maybe it uses the lower tier gold? Oh, that's super not worth it then. Because where's the higher tier gold for that level? I guess it uses the lower tier one. Alright, never mind. That's even worse. Alright, scratch that. If we want to do that, we definitely got to buy from the shop. And burn, like, so much money. I wonder if the wiki has it on it. I feel like there's a page that wouldn't be filled out. But yeah, signet ring. I could check. Almost guarantee that's the lower tier stuff, but hopefully because it's the highest tier gold, maybe we can sell it for more. Signet ring, signet ring. Signet ring. Uh, 206, I know that. What material do you use? It uses the gold from the lower level range. How much does it cost at the shop? Value, how much is it from the shop? 36! Ooh, that burns money. Not sure if that's worth it. Would you be burning like 20 something gold an hour, or 20 something silver an hour? It's not ideal. Especially for how many we'd have to run it for. Like, I think that's like 510 gold just to get it from 206 to 226. That's like 20 levels. That's not good. Especially since it's like, what, 8 levels or 8 hours for a level, let's say. It's going to get even worse by that point. So let's say it's like 10 when you average out all of them. Like the lower level range and the higher level range. 10 times 20, 200. 200 hours. And every hour is burning, what did I say, 20 silver? So that's only 4 gold. Okay, wait. It's not that bad. I said the math summer's wrong. Unless that's 4D gold. But no, if it's only 4 gold, wait. It's not that bad. It sure sounds like it's a lot worse, though. Burning like 20 something silver an hour. It's still a lot, though. 4 gold for 20 levels. But, I don't know, it's probably worth it. Compared to the alternative, it's probably worth it. Though when player trading comes out, we might just be able to do ore that way. Oh, what am I doing? Gotta go bank these. You can do like a drop cycle, but I normally just bank to 20. It's too annoying to deal with. A lot more relaxing just doing 10-10. Though with queuable actions, we can start doing an 8-8-8. The only problem with that Is even though it's more AFK to do an 888, one big downside is going to be, well, for one, you can't do the potion with you. Otherwise, it'll be 887. But the bigger issue is you're giving up 2 ores. So at bare minimum, even if you're keeping up with it with no AFK time, it's still 20% worse than doing a 10-10. Both an ore amount and an EXP. Also, I'm tempted to do this until we get a mining level, by the way. Which is about the equivalence of getting 4 mining levels because of how levels work post 200. We're definitely not going to get to blast mining today, though. However, oddly enough, if we have time tomorrow, I actually will have it by tomorrow due to the AFK activity. Because our AFK activity tonight is mining. So whatever mining I don't do now will probably get done by our AFK activity. And that's what all of our ventures are for. These things every 12 hours. They give us more dynamite. Which go towards the next death stone. And hey, we're about to be at the next death stone. Gonna be stuck with it for a long while too. So if I ever get more from the daily, it might still be worth it. At least prior to like 223 mining it is. Particularly up to 215 mining because that's when we get our next AFK that's even better. But it's definitely not worth buying it, though, is the problem. So we're still going to be in a weird in-between. Because at absolute best, I have, like, 2 levels banked. Probably only 1. But at absolute best, we have 209 banked. Probably 208. Which is still several short of 215. So many people with Santa hats on. I feel like it's definitely the most popular one of the 4 categories of hat. Everyone wearing the good old Santa. Good old classic. Come on, smithing level, go up quicker. As I'm doing like one of the lowest knowledge rates in the game. I'm not sure if it's like one of the lowest, but it's definitely like average or slightly below average. Pretty much anything you ever do in the game is at least 3 an hour though. But the main reason we have to do this is to bank the smithing. Because once we get to 193, we need something to get to 199. And that's what this is for. Because that's the exact level range you can start using it. Otherwise, we'd probably be smithing it right now, to be honest. But I still need the smithing level. If we could check this real quick, we can actually see it on the ore. Click info. 193. So close, yet so far. Too bad we can't boost it or something. Start doing it at like 191 or something. I wonder if they ever will add active boost potions. Currently, all boosts only work for AFK. He's not added active boost potions. Maybe if they ever add another alchemy skill. Because those are 2 I feel like would be really helpful. Especially for people bypassing quest requirements that they don't want to grind as much for. is if Chapter 6 does get a new alchemy skill, the 2 potions I probably want to see the most, other than some creative ones. But 2 that he's kind of done in the past that would be nice is boost potions, but for active activities rather than just passive. Up to +5, like how the other ones go to +5. And aggro potions for X amount of time, where you drink it and everything around you keeps remaining aggro, and will keep attacking you over and over and over again. That way there's a resource cost associated to having the mechanic active. But it basically allows you to AFK combat anywhere, consistently, for the full duration of the potion. Kind of like how you do raid dens, except for the full duration of the potion. And you'd be able to kill normal enemies, not just raid den enemies. So like anything in the game that isn't a boss, basically. Which is basically everything in the current state of the game. But, yeah, aggro potions and active boost potions would be so nice. Because we currently only have passive boost potions, and the only way you can really have an aggro effect is if you do raid dens. It's the only piece of content in the game like that at the moment. And they are very popular. Both to their high XP rate, as well as their multi-skilling, as well as their, fact that you can go like 2 to 3 minutes AFK. But once they add aggro potions, let's say like a 3-minute aggro potion, that's basically the same thing as a raid den. A 6-minute is like 2 raid dens, but with 1 potion. A 9-minute is like 3 raid dens, but with 1 potion. It's what the fear, like they should buff the fear potions by like so much time, but use the timing that they have for fear potion for aggro potions when they add them. Because I think fears are like what, 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15 or something, or 18, whatever it goes up to. Like, those should be the number for the aggro potions, and every single one for fear should have like a 0 at the end. The lowest tier fear potion should be like 15, then 30, then 45, 60. Because they are absurdly not worth doing in the current state of the game. The only one that's maybe worth doing, but they're generally just better to sell to the shop, at least in the current state of the game, are the 9-minute fear potions, just because the ingredients cost like 1 silver each. Oh, we got a yellow one. Oh, that was one of the hats we needed. We now have 10 of all the yellow elf hats. The only one we don't have 10 of now is the yellow pudding. Not sure why. It's always yellow that we're getting the least of. Well, until we got a billion Christmas trees, but it took us 63 before we got our first. Now we have more of it than any other one. Oh, no, actually purple elf hat is actually higher. But, yeah, the only thing I'm missing 10 of for double digit now is the good old yellow pudding. Oh, we'll get there. We're definitely going to have plenty enough over the course of the event, that's for sure. It's not going anywhere anytime quick. Though I do have to remember to go do it on my alts, but I'm pretty sure they're naturally going to get it. One of my alts needs to go do the smithing grind to 20, so they can start AFKing smithing. And the other alt kind of just needs to keep AFKing smithing for a very long time. The only problem with AFKing smithing is without the mining component, you actually burn money. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be having them AFK all the way to 60 mining or something, or 70. I don't need them to for any reason other than to save them money. Otherwise, half the stonemason AFK and all the smithing AFK burns money. As well as 1/4 for the bone rate AFK. It's actually one of the few things that Bone Rate Etch is going for it. It has a lot of really good AFK options. The only one that's bad is Dice. Because you need the Gatherer thing. Which I don't believe is worth doing. Except for, like, post 200. Kind of like how we didn't do mining until post 200. The only reason I do on the alt is so that I don't have to manually train them. But the mining AFKs before 200 are pretty bad. Honestly, the AFKs for most things are pretty bad before 200. Well, particularly mining, because you're getting so much material that I'm probably never going to use. I think fishing has the same issue like that. Or maybe Forager. Where you're getting like so many secondary ingredients that you're never really actually going to combine into anything. Oh, is that something I didn't actually mention when we were talking about all the trading stuff earlier? I wonder if anyone's going to start like a mega collection of something. Like some obscure item that no one's really going to ever need, but is still just fun to collect. Because I'm pretty sure you won't be able to bank cabbages, so there's no one who's going to start like a 100,000 cabbage collection. Though that would be funny. But I'm curious if there is going to be like a weird resource. Like just a tier 1 of something pointless or something. That someone's going to gather like literal 100,000 of and just hoard them. In case the market ever shifts on them or something. Just hoard like an absurd stack. Bigger than anyone in the entire game. In case there's ever a market for it. Obviously not by collecting them themselves, but from trading for it. It feels weird when I have the camera like this, because I have it set to always north. But because of that, I have to click on like the exact opposite direction. It always throws me off. Like you could do it the other way around, but then it's all weird and curvy. I wish there was a way to do this view, but it snaps to always be like a 45-degree angle. Or 9-degree angle. Whatever way you want to look at it. Like perfectly straight. The problem with this is this isn't straight, nor is this. This is also angled. This is also angled. There's no way to go and make it like perfectly straight. And it bothers me to no end. Hello. I see some people joining us on the mining grind. We can suffer together. No, actually I enjoy mining. It just post 200 anything starts to get very slow. It just feels weird now because we don't have 200 everything. Once we have 200 everything, this will be just considered like our new like standard. It's like, oh yeah, just everything in this game is that slow now, isn't it? Oh, that guy's called the Bone Zone! See, I told you, the Bone Zone. See, I told you. That one Guardian was named the Bone Zone. Oh yeah, anyone you watching and not actually visually seeing the game. There's a guy called the Bone Zone. A Guardian heading over there. But yeah, I told you, the Bone Zone. Actually, we didn't really do much boning today, did we? Because I didn't really do Gatherer today. I was going to, but it didn't really fit because we... honestly, it took way longer to go to Foraging than I was expecting. The knowledge rate was good, but the actual XP rate was a bit worse than expected. So it took up a lot more time than I was initially anticipating. Which is why we basically haven't touched Gatherer. Even though we got our nice shiny 25 rake. It's something we do eventually need to go do, but yeah, just haven't gotten around to. We need to again, though. I figured after how much foraging we do, it's too similar of an activity. As I'm doing a different gathering activity, which is also a similar activity, but you know. I feel like it's different enough. Next we'll go do woodcutting. That's different. It's a gathering activity that's slightly wood instead of rock or plant. It's been a very gathering heavy stream, that's for sure. But tomorrow's going to be a pretty production heavy stream because of smithing. I guess merchant as well. I'm still not sure if I'm going for 200 merchant tomorrow. If my brain is up to it, 14 merchant levels is so free. The problem is, are we going to want to do 14 merchant levels tomorrow? I feel like we will. I just got to spread it up, though. Like, we got to start with a little bit of smithing, then when we're a little burnt out, it's like, yeah, let's do a little bit of merchant. But then after that, we're going to burn out, go back to smithing, and be like, a little bit more merchant. How'd the other poll end? It was kind of like a weird 50-50. I divided it into more sections. But yeah, the poll is currently at, people really want to see us go grind to the ends of the earth to go get a 500, apparently. Because currently the grind forever number is almost higher than both 10% and 33% combined. Because even if we do ranked choice voting, 10% and 33% for how much we should focus on a level 500 is at 39% right now. And at 38% is at the high range. Like, basically spend almost the entire stream doing it. Even if we do end up doing that, hypothetically, it would still be probably like next month. Like I don't probably plan to start it this month yet. We might do it a little bit here and there, but like as far as doing it like 10 hours every day or 8 hours every day, we'll see. Because I will probably start next month. We're definitely not starting it yet. Gosh, that will take forever. Oh no, we'll see. It's just with trading around the corner and everything else, we're going to be getting so much not loot from it. Makes us feel better about our own grind. Yeah, having to do the post 200. Post 200 takes forever on any skill. Doesn't matter which one you pick. Even something as AFK as that. How do you start merchant? You're at the house at, for level 1 and you're lost. Go to the merchant building all the way to the east if you haven't already done that. Is this building over here? The Merchant's Guild. If you haven't already unlocked it, definitely make sure to get the portal southeast of it. You'll be needing that thing tens of thousands of times. But go and unlock this portal if you haven't. Then go over to the Merchant's Guild. All the way up at the steps, all the way to the east there is a merchant board where you can get tasks. And basically, you have to go and buy from one location and sell to another. So, for example, some things you'll probably have right now are carrots and soap. I think even ribs, but carrots and soap are pretty good. Ribs not as much. But take all the carrots and soaps and then go and buy them from their shop. To identify where you need to go and buy them, you can figure out where to buy them by going to the little guild thingy here. So if you go to your guides, you want to basically step into every building. If you haven't already scouted out the entirety of Chronopolis, you probably want to do that now. After you go get the teleporter and everything else, go into like every single room in Chronopolis. What this will do is whenever you go to this page for merchant, you'll be able to go check where it is. Like let's say you don't know where carrots are, they're right over there. If you don't know where soap is, it's right over there, so on and so forth. But basically you want to go and pick up those items from their corresponding locations and then turn them in. To figure out where they turn in at, you have to go to your bounty and then click on it. And if you click on your bounty, it will show a show on map option. Click on that and it'll show you where to turn it in. And that's basically everything then. You use the skill guide to figure out where to go and pick up the item from. You then go use your bounty that you just took from the bounty board in order to go figure out where to turn it in at. And then boom, you get a ton of XP and money. And you keep doing that, and it keeps getting more and more convoluted as time goes on. And you will start to get a billion different routes that you can start taking. But it starts to really open up by like 2030, I want to say. Around that level. But their lower level range, honestly, you can just camp like carrots and soap for quite a while. It's like your best task you have pretty much until a while, gosh. Pretty much until pumpkin. Like until you can do it like a doll pumpkin run at 28. So you can stick with those for quite a while. Obviously, there'll be a few other things that will pop up and everything. But yeah, you can go pretty heavy soap carrot early on. These are some of the better ones. Or even soap into ribs is pretty good. Because they head back to the tower when you go turn them in. There's also the first like buy sell option you really get. Do they have a 1 hour cooldown? No. They have a 2-minute cooldown. It's actually really, really quick. But yeah, it has a 2-minute cooldown on the bounty board. Ideally, when you get to a higher level merchant, you want to do as many tasks as you possibly can within 2 minutes and then return back to the board and keep doing that over and over again. But it's only a 2-minute timer. It's meant to be spammed over and over, unlike cooking bounties that are mostly meant to be like an hourly kind of thing. But in the case of merchant, that's like the whole way that you train the skill. There's not like an alternative way like with cooking. So yeah, the refresh timer is only 2 minutes. And ideally, the whole goal of merchant is to turn in as many tasks as you possibly can within 2 minutes. And then keep doing that over and over again. And he gets a lot of money, gets a lot of XP. It's actually some of the quickest XP as well as the highest knowledge rate in the entire rate if you in the entire game if you get really good at it. And on top of that, it also gives you a bunch of discounts. Some of them is for herblore supplies, but the most notable ones are for hides, which you can then do for a leather worker and get a lot of money from them. It's a little bit bad, the ratio that you get early on. But later down the line, you get some really good profit from merchant into leatherworker. It's one of the highest consistent money makers in the game. But if you have any other questions, feel free to ask in chat. That's something we'll probably be doing some tomorrow too. 200 merchant, 200 smithing. Seems like a game plan. Depending where my smithing level is, I'm going to have to do the merchant first just to get 193 smithing so I can even do it. So we'll probably do merchant, then smithing, then merchant, then smithing. And that should get us to 200, 200 tomorrow. Which will be the second day ever we get a double 200. Not sure if we're going to bother doing that again. Because I can't think of any double synergy where that's actually going to happen. Unless we, like, deliberately force it to happen. Or just coincidentally happens to happen. But I think for now, let's go for one mining level. And however many ore that is how many we'll stop for today. And just hope that is enough iron for tomorrow. And then after that, honestly, I kind of want to go back to the money printer. The leather worker. I think it's almost time for the wind down period. Let's see, what time is it right now? That's still a little early. But I kind of do want to go back to the money printer. How close are we to our next upgrade? Because the one we're at right now is actually less money than the one we were at previously. So it's going to be even a bigger jump when we go to the next one. 175 though. Oh, sorry. Wait. Never mind. 168. That's not too bad. It's still 5 levels though. We're definitely not getting that today. Let's not grind it off stream, but main thing I should be grinding off stream is making sure we get 193 smithing. And or even more iron ore just in case. I'm not sure how many I need, but I'd rather have way too many than not enough. Because whatever I don't have tomorrow, I gotta go mine. And I'd rather we just do smithing merchant mostly. But if we do have to mine, I will mine. We're at like over 4,000 right now, so hopefully that's enough. Like every several hundred should be a level. I only need to get 6 levels off of bars. So if it's taking like 700 per bar, or you know, per level, I mean, on average. That's what, for 6 levels, that'd be 4,200. At this exact moment in time, we should have almost 4,000. It's like 300 more. Basically, that's why I want to get my level. Because at that level range, it should be about exactly enough. Because by that point, we should be like 4,500-ish? 4,400-ish? 300-ish? Somewhere around there. All those numbers should be enough to get us to 199 from 193. And from 199 to 200, we try making the perfect rapier. An 89% cryo rapier. There's a 1 in 20 chance whenever we get a 3-star. And I want to keep at least one of them for ourselves. And the rest I would probably trade when trading comes out. Not sure how much it would go for a perfect rapier. I assume decent because it's only a 1 in 20 chance in the current state of the game. On top of whatever RNG you already have to get a 3-star. So first you got to get a 3-star, but then every 3-star is a 1 in 20 chance it's actually the right one. The only Cryo Knights would care if it's perfect, though. Every other class, it doesn't matter what the percent is. Because they just need it as fodder to upgrade their tool. Or their weapon, I should say. But Cryo Knights would care if it's 89 or not. Alright, 190 smithing, 10 levels to go. So close yet so far. There it is. So close. Come on, go quicker. Honestly, I almost want to do some merchant just to get the number up quicker. Even though I'm banking smithing XP right now, number immediately would go up quicker if I did merchant or something else that's really good knowledge. I just don't want to start a whole floor thing going on for merchant for like 2 hours. It's too late in the stream to go do merchant effectively. That's one thing I need to make sure I do it tomorrow. Is any merchant grind we want to do, we got to start pretty early. Because by this time, tomorrow, I would not feel like doing merchant. So if we want 200 merchant tomorrow, it would have to be done by like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Because the later it gets into the night, the less I would want to go do merchant. Yeah, I see why the people on the mining leaderboard have been moving so slowly. I think I see it now. Because, wow, is post 200 kind of slow. I can see. It'll get better once we get a level 200 plus resource, though. Like at 207, we should be able to see some really juicy XP drops. Blast mining, I wouldn't even be surprised if it's like 8,000 a blast. Especially for how expensive they are to use. But yeah, look at that. Lowest point on leaderboard, assuming there's no hiddens, which there might be. There's only a 229. And Rita Orr still going for Jester. Jester actually had a way bigger lead. I know Rita Orr was dropping everything at one point. Not sure if they still are now they're at tier 6. But I know at lower tier stuff, they were dropping it all. It's kind of crazy if they're still dropping at tier 6, though. Because they're eventually going to get to 500 mining. And they're going to have like 0 ore banked. Maybe not 0, but pretty low. And I know for sure Jester was at least banking Flint. I'm not sure everything he was banking, but I did see him banking Flint many times before. And I'm almost guaranteed he was dropping Carbonice, but he was still banking Flint due to how close it was. Not sure if that's still a thing he's doing. Maybe he's doing Basalt Flint runs or something similar to bank. But Flint's the only one I've seen him directly go to a bank for. Probably because there's so much downtime to go bank. You don't actually waste time banking there. Unlike basically every other ore in the game. I've seen Mine Goblins so often. I feel like they're like absurdly high in this area. I feel like anytime I'm ever in the Mines of Matubin, I see Mine Goblin, number 1. Oh, so I just noticed that one guy's name, Sir Clicks a lot. Hey, we got a blue pudding hat. Another one for the pile. Still curious what kind of transmogs he's going to add in the future. If there aren't just like holiday hats or something. He's hoping to get some pretty cool ones over time. He's probably not going to go too crazy with them though, because, you know, none of them are microtransactions, so he doesn't make like money from them. At least not directly. But hopefully we get at least some Halloween outfit ones. Because he did make the transmog system for every slot. Even things like boots and gloves and, you know, everything else. There isn't a single slot that isn't covered other than weapon and shield. And I guess technically cape. But I have a feeling he's going to eventually make all the capes into a transmog. That way there's more cape reward space in the game. Because right now the only cape reward space, of course, is all the achievement capes, but they have no stats or anything. I feel like by the time he adds any keep of stats, all the achievement keeps will be transmogs by then. I would assume that's going to be the case. I would sure hope that would be the case, because that'd be really annoying if we have to choose, do we want to wear the best in slot cape that is the definitive only answer, or do we want to wear the cosmetic one that does nothing? Ideally, we'll be able to wear the one with stats and then just transmog the cape over top. Oh yeah, a merchant is always a quick skill level. That never changes. It's the highest knowledge rate in the entire game. And is the quickest to level skill in the entire game. Second place would be combat. And third place would be foraging. The foraging's XP rate doesn't seem particularly high, but its knowledge rate is. But yeah, it is the highest knowledge and XP rate in the entire game, merchant is. It's the highest for both. The only reason there's not more 500s is it gets a little complicated later down the line. It starts very simple, but I feel like it drips feed content at just the right pace. But it gets way more complicated. It's really taxing. It's probably the hardest skill to do in the entire game. Whereas every other skill is pretty much just like brain off, just click stuff. Later level merchanting it actually requires a lot of planning. With like 1 second precision. Because every second you're just standing there is XP that could be earned. But early on it's pretty straightforward and nice. It does get a lot more complicated, but it always remains the highest knowledge in the game and the highest XP for any skill in the game. With the only exception being some situations in combat that are really broken. Like if you have a really good weapon, you're potted up and everything else. But even then, merchant's normally still quicker. Main thing that's keeping people from doing it though is this complexity compared to an average skill in the game. And because people just really like combat. Even though the combat system in this game needs a ton of work, but they're working on it. They already said they plan to overhaul combat quite a bit, as well as special attacks coming eventually. Is it the best profit margin right now? It's not the best for making money, but it's used to get one of the more consistent money makers. Doing merchant into leatherworker at a high level is really good money. But yeah, merchant's okay money. It's not the best in the game, but it's pretty solid. The main two that beat it out is leatherworker with merchant discount, as well as combat at super high level. Both make more profit per hour than merchant. So there's probably a few other things here and there. But yeah, it's pretty good for money, but not the best. The main value that you get from merchant money-wise is your discount for leather. All the hides that you get a discount for, like right now I got 186 earlier for one level in order to go get my next tier of hides. This hide gives about 1.3 gold per hour processing it over and over again and then selling it. It is really absurdly good profit. And unlike combat, it's 100% consistent. Whereas combat has some resources that you need to spend and, you know, inconsistency with how many good drops you get. Leatherworker with the merchant discount is 100% consistent as profit. Like this is like 1.2, 1.3 gold every hour. 100% consistently, unless we're just standing there doing nothing. Because we went AFK or something. He's also pretty AFK. Like you have like a good minute of downtime between every action. There's a little bit of variance, but it's pretty AFK, so if you ever want to do it while multitasking other things, it works pretty well. But yeah, it's really, really good money. And that's the route that a lot of people do if they want to go and get like tools upgrade or anything else. Is they'll go like 200, 205 merchant, then go all in on leatherworker. I'm not sure the total that you make all the way to 200 merchant and 200 leather worker, but I know it's really high. Like almost a triple digit number. Like definitely a high double digit number. If you were to sell everything. Your experience with merchants so far has been helping lazy shopkeepers? Yeah. That makes sense. They gotta stand at a stall. They can't just leave. I know whenever I did flea marketing, I would go with my dad a lot of times as well. And, you know, someone would always have to watch the place. That's one disadvantage whenever you went solo. Because you're basically stuck there. You can't even take a bathroom break or anything. Otherwise, people will steal your stuff. So you almost always want to go with someone. Otherwise, you just get stuck there the whole time. Because you can't just have, like, 0 people there. And that's how I view the shopkeepers in this game. Because not only are they getting thieved from... But, you know, they can't, like, leave their stall to go get the item they need. Because they gotta run the stall that they're currently running. I did flea marketing for about 3 years. It worked over pretty well. It's definitely the most profitable job I ever had. The biggest issue with it is constantly having to keep stock up, though. Not like literal stock, as in stock market, but, you know, stock of your products. Because it's physical products compared to electric products. I used to flip Dota 2 stuff and a few other things like that, and they were a lot easier. Because you don't need, like, you know, an entire room to go store, like, hundreds or thousands of items. Whereas, obviously, with physical objects, really big issue with storage. And making sure that you actually have supply of everything. That's one nice thing about digital goods in general. Is you never need to worry about storage for them. Good old storage rifts. If only you existed in real life. Make things so much more convenient. But yeah, storage for flea marketing is a nightmare. Especially if you're not buying to get a warehouse and you're just using like your garage or a spare room or something. Luckily, the house that I was there with my grandma and dad, they had a like entire spare basement, so we never really ran out of storage, luckily. But it's still a gigantic mess. Just keeping track of where everything is, what we have, everything else. You've been trying to queue bounties to chain together. Generally, that's how you do it. Like, especially early on, you can easily get a double-double-double or even a triple-triple. Later down the line, you gotta get slightly more synergistic with them, though. Because you're almost always gonna have completely different tasks. Or at most have, like, a double into, like, 4 singles or something. But I've been meaning to cover a merchant guide. I just feel like there's been so many videos on it already. Though no one has covered a drop method one yet. With the new methods that became available as of yesterday. I don't think anyone has covered an updated merchant video yet. Which I kind of want to. It's just a lot of effort. But, these merchants definitely the most complicated skill in the game. The other issue with it is explaining at every level range. Because what you would do at level 20, level 50, level 80, 100, 150, 200, 250. They're all drastically different things. Like, every single one of those is, like, 8 different, completely different skills at that point. With how much different the routing is. Like, it uses the same basics for all of them, but, like, what you're trying to prioritize at each level range is very, very different. That guy named Not Bald. Wouldn't that be funny if he gets bald in like the next 5 years? I'm not sure if I'm gonna get bald or not. I think my dad started getting bald in like the early 30s. And I'm currently 30. So we're at the start of early 30s. I don't know, I still have all my hair. I'm not even like balding at all. Hopefully not to jinx it within the next year or two. Yeah, I'm not bald at all currently. Keyword on the currently. Oh no, I still have plenty of hair. Haven't had any issue with it yet, luckily. Forgot you need 60 Chronopolis total level to start the quest. Oh no! Wait, which quests? Oh, you mean finishing that one quest in Chapter 4? I think it only gives combat XP, so it's not too important to finish all the way. As long as you finish up to the point where you get access to trading. Which currently isn't in the game yet, but will be soon. Because Chapter 5 is like ages away. We're like a good 3+ months before Chapter 5 comes out. But if you're looking to get 60 total in the area, try doing raid dens if you haven't already. You unlock them at level 4 detective. They are some of the freest XP in the entire game. You can do them at 4, 8, 18, and 51, and A3. And it keeps going from there. But by the time you get to the 18 one, you can just farm that. In a second, you can start consistently taking out the 18. That will give you all the total level you need. If you don't want to do any merchant or leather worker. But yeah, they're really free XP. If you need to get your total level up for or get 60 total for Chronopolis. They're completely AFK too if you're strong enough for them. You just walk into the center, wait like 2 or 3 minutes, and it just fights itself. Yeah, Chapter 3 honestly is one of the best chapters to grind. If you haven't tried doing it yet, I would look into doing... Well, if you definitely haven't done it, try doing Matubin's Legacy. That's like the easier one. But after Matubin's Legacy, try doing the requirements for Lost and Found at some point. It's really high. It's actually the hardest quest in the game right now, requirement-wise. As far as the actual quest itself, it's really easy, but the requirements are high. Well, Lost and Found lets you craft 4-star equipment, which is really, really good. And it's something you probably want to have before special attacks and or trading comes out. Because special attacks will be locked to 4-star weapons, which you can craft with after Lost and Found. You can still get them beforehand, but you can craft your own after Lost and Found. And beyond that, yeah, you would also probably want it before trading. Because it will just be easier to make whatever you want. Because right now, one thing that's a little bit annoying is getting the components you need. Because you need one from each class to end up making one. However, they'll be really easy to do after trading comes out. Since you could just trade a Guardian for one of their Guardian pieces, trade a Hammer Mage for a Hammer Mage, a Crown Knight for a Crown Knight, and get all your pieces very quickly. Something that normally would take like hundreds of levels in these skills. You could just focus on one and just be able to craft like that. Like right now, of course, our smithing is the highest and will be 200 as of tomorrow. So if trading was out in like a few days from now, I could just trade a Hammer Mage for their 200. I could go do a Bone Right for their 200, and boom, we get a 200 weapon. Or 200 shield. Technically it works for armor as well, but the armor making skill isn't coming till Chapter 5, which isn't out yet. But you can also do it for armor. It's just really hard to in the current state of the game. Do you need items to do detective? No. Detective actually requires no items at all. There's a few tools that you need to get from the place in the middle. As far as inventory space, it actually uses 0 inventory space. You can technically synergize it while doing merchant, or just focus on it completely independently. But yeah, every single activity for detective, every single active activity, does not require any inventory whatsoever. Which I think is by design, so that you can synergize it with merchant if you want. I personally don't, but you can. You do basically detective and merchant at the same time. It's, I believe, the only skill in the game that does not require anything in your inventory to work. You still gotta go grab the tools, though, and buy them from the shop when applicable, though. Like the handcuffs and the magnifying glass. But beyond that, it doesn't take up any inventory space. So you can still do merchant with it. Yeah, we're so close to our level. It is post 200, so it's still gonna take forever. Honestly, that's basically like getting a whole mining level. Because everything post 200 is basically 4 levels. So 1 level is like 4. So every 1/4 of a bar is like a normal 1 level prior to 200. We're almost there. 1 level to go. And it should hopefully be enough iron banked for tomorrow. And then from there, it's gonna go maybe start up the money printer. Because we still gotta get, what, 18, 19 gold by Wednesday, and we're currently only at 3.5. I will make some when I go process some of the iron tomorrow, though. I'm not sure how much, though. The ore itself is going for over a silver each, but I'm not sure what a product will go for that uses like 4 of them. I would assume at least 4 silver. Even a 1-star, hopefully. And we'll find out. Do you use the cart system for mining? The cart system is worth it at the level range that you get it. It's really good for level 10 to 20. You tend to only do it until your next rock beyond the first cart, though. Like, for example, at like 175, it was only worth doing until 180. As soon as we got the next rock, it was better to move to the next rock. But at the really low level range, you can actually do the minecart all the way from 10 to like 18 or 22. And you'll be fine. At the higher range, you generally only want to do it into your next rock, though. So that's something like 55, you'd only want to do it to like 62 or so. But once you do unlock them in early game, 10 to 22 can be done completely off a minecart if you want. Though it is definitely worth switching to basalt at 22. Possibly even flint at 18. Because 18 is when you can start doing the tier 2 ores. And 18 is tier 2 flint. If they put out really nice raids and boss content, the people who will get 500 to blacksmith and bone stone will be the most rich. Honestly, that's one of the main reasons I'm doing it. Is regardless of what combat content they do in the future, we'll be ready. We won't have the highest in the whole game, but we'll definitely have really high. Like, we're definitely going to be in, like, the top 0.1% of crafters in the game. We just won't be, like, the absolute highest, but we'll still be pretty solid on it. But yeah, stuff like that's going to be really important, especially when special attacks come out. Because there's obviously going to be a meta for special attacks. It's not like all of them are going to be perfectly balanced with each other. And even if they are, there'll still be situations where you want to use them because of elemental weaknesses. So you're always going to need like a very specific weapon. And it's one thing combat doesn't do well. Combat is really bad at getting a very specific 4-star weapon. Like, you might eventually get it if you grind hard enough, but it's very unlikely. Whereas with crafting, you can actually just craft it yourself. Well, let's say rapier is like really good special attack or something. You know, we just craft rapier directly. We don't need to worry about like an RG drop or anything. It might take a little bit of a process to get to the point where we get it. And still require some luck because we got to get 3-star and everything else. Got to get a good roll on this percent for cryo. Stuff like that. But actually going and, you know, going through the whole process is not that luck-based. Like, compared to doing it through combat, like, making any 4-star weapon takes about, I want to say, an hour or two. Probably closer to an hour. And when trading comes out, it'll be even quicker. But in the current state of the game, it takes about an hour or two if you were to do it, like, completely from scratch. Like, you mine the ore, or you get all the stuff for every single thing. Even quicker if you already have, you know, most of it banked. And even quicker when you only have to do one component and could trade for the other two. Or do one component 3 times and then trade the other component for the other 2 you need. But that's assuming we could trade quickly. We don't exactly know how trading's going to go down. Like what the market's going to be like. I assume there's going to be a lot of one-to-one trading though. But I'm not sure if there's enough one-to-one where you could do it in like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or half an hour. Because if it's anything longer than 10 minutes, it might not even be worth it and just doing the whole process yourself. If it's going to take that long just to get a trade going. Not sure if they're going to have some automated system or how they're going to be doing it. Or if you have to manually trade every item you ever want to trade. Where do you buy items for detective? You can't find a store on the map. It's all the way in the center of town. It's right over here. 1 second, let me go to the next room. It's right over here. This place right here. The guardhouse lobby. You get there from the main street if you just go east. It's all the way in the main street in the center of town. But yeah, right north of the center there. Like here's the center and just left from there. Or west, I should say. It's all the way in the center of town up north there. And that first room is where you buy everything. The only other tool I think you ever need, other than from her, who sells everything, is you eventually get a venture where you can set up bounty posters. And when you do, there's a guy in the top right area where you can get it from in the corner. I think he's in like the south area. You just talk to him and he gives you your next bounty poster. You don't actually need to buy it. But everything else is bought from the lady that's at the front desk there. At the detective depot. Keep in mind, depending on your level, you might not be able to buy some stuff. I think the magnifying glass requires a higher level. As well as the binoculars. I think you only get the handcuffs at first. I don't know how many 500 weapons there will be initially. Because if I'm not mistaken, isn't it impossible to get a 500 weapon from combat right now? Which means there are actually 0. If that is the case, there should be 0 level 500 weapons in the entire game right now. And it'll stay that way for quite a while, basically until trading comes out. Because there are 0 people that have 500 in bone rate, smithing, and stonemason. The first 500s don't come into the game until trading. Because the 500 smither has to trade with the 500 stonemason and the 500 bone rate. Yeah, highest you can go to with combat's 490, yeah. So if you want the extra 10 levels, you'd have to go through crafting it. So it's like a whole 10 level range of power that you have to do through crafting. The problem is, when trading comes out, there's 0 people who can currently do it. Everyone who has 500 would have to trade with each other and then make the first weapons. So every 500 in the game would hold a whole monopoly on 500s. So it'd be really hard to do unless you're in contact with them. I wonder what the first 500s would go for. Well, obviously, we can't use them anytime soon. Also, what would you even use them on? That's the one weird thing with 500s right now. Like, let's say, hypothetically, you got your hands on a 500 weapon. What on earth are you supposed to do with it? There's no boss to go kill. You don't need EXP in the skill anymore. Like, a 500 weapon should sell for, like, nothing right now. Other than the vanity of being, like, one of the first people to have it. But its actual usefulness is non-existent. Because you already max the skill. If you're 500, you're already max. And there's nothing to go kill with it. I guess AFK mob farming, yeah. Is that worth it, though? I guess to try to get drops and everything from them. These people were saying it takes, like, over a day to even get 1 4-star from them. You can craft way more than that with crafting. Like, crafting in a day could probably make, like, 6 4-stars of anything to choose. Whereas if you do combat, you'll get, like, 1 random one at, like, level 490 or lower. Because there's no bosses to go kill with your combat, so your loot is pretty bad. Like, killing a 490 over and over again. Like, it's not the worst loot in the game. Obviously, it's pretty solid. But compared to just being able to craft your own is so much stronger. At least until bosses come out and stuff like that. There's nothing to really use the power that you have for 500 on. Well, how AFK can you really even get with combat, though? Like, how long does a 500 versus 500 fight last? Like, a minute? Because your stuff on ground will despawn after 10 minutes, so... You can't be AFK longer than 10 minutes. If you do some kind of cheese method to make sure you remain aggro. I know there was a few. I'm not sure if he patched all them out or not. I know there used to be. But your AFK time is only like a minute or two. And that's assuming you have good enough armor to AFK. Because wouldn't you eventually die to a 490 due to RNG? Unless you're in like full 3-star or 4-star. Like if you're in like 1 and 2-star, let's say like full 2-star, that's all 500. Or 490 I should say. Because those don't even exist yet. But let's say you're in like full 2-star at 490. I'm pretty sure a 490 could eventually kill you, can't they? Oh, you mean the AFK? I thought you meant like AFKing the actual thingies. You mean like the true AFK activity. Doesn't every AFK activity give that much money though? I don't think it's unique just to that. Because for example, the detective AFK would do the same thing, would it not? Pretty sure it's like nearly the exact same, if not exact same. Like if I do the 480 meticulous interrogation, I'm pretty sure that's pretty comparable to the 480 combat AFK. Or the only exception being that you can't use greed pots on it. Whereas you can use greed pots on the other one. So I guess the other one is better. Mostly because of the greed potions. But, yeah, so this one would be lower. But I'm pretty sure it's still a similar amount. It's just you can't use greed pots, I don't believe, on that compared to combat. I forget how high the highest greed pot is. Does anyone actually know? I think it was like 400%. I know the lowest one is 250%. Let me go double check. Let's see. I forget what number it was. It's under alchemy somewheres. The highest greed pot is 450%. That's a missing one. Yeah, 450 seems to be the highest. 250 the lowest. But yeah, with that could be a lot. But I don't think anyone has those at the moment. I guess you're just running to 250 or 300% or something. Because you could buy to 250. I don't think you can buy any higher than that, though. Until trading comes out. Or you make it yourself. Wait, 12 hours is giving like 10 gold? That's with greed pots, though, right? That would have to be greed pots. There's no way you're doing that without greed. Alright, that's with greed pots? Okay, that makes sense. Because you're burning money on greed as well. So that's not all profit. It's mostly profit, but it's not all profit. No, you're not burning money. You're definitely making money. I just mean that it's... The number that they're making is not 100% profit. It's like 95% profit. Or 90%. It's still a really big number, though. Because I know the lower greed pot was only like 49 silver, I think, or something. I assume the bigger one's like 100 silver, but it's probably still worth it per hour for how much extra money you make. But if they're spending something like 100 silver per hour, but, you know, they're making like 500 silver, that's still 400 silver an hour. Like, obviously, it's 100% worth using. But whatever number it says at the end is not profit. It's simply, because you have to take away how much the greed pots were from the end total. What's the word I'm looking for? It's their gross, not their profit. But it's pretty close, because I think it's only cutting in like 5-10% using 300% greeds. I forgot how much it costs, but yeah, it's still worth it. Oh no, 500 watch person looking a little more enticing. Can't you buy 300% greed from the shop? How much was it? I gotta double check. So I can tell you exactly how much they're burning per hour. I'm pretty sure you use 1 greed pot an hour. Greed. Let me just go to alchemy. Alchemists. Where's 300% greed? I mostly just want to check this for the shop price. Not for the potion mixture. Oh, I should probably go to AFK activity. Where on earth is the greed? I found 350%. Where's 300? Do you mean 350? Oh no, there's the 300. Never mind. Let's see how much this costs from the shop. It costs... Wait, only 28? Oh, wow. Yeah, that is like pure profit. Never mind. I thought they were like 100 something. Wow, they balanced those really low. Yeah, that's barely anything. It's like 28 silver an hour. I didn't realize it made them so cheap. I thought they were closer to like 100 silver. Yeah, 28 is like super, super cheap per hour. Oh no, should we go do the watch person grind? I don't think so. It's still forever though. You know how long it's going to take us to go get 500 watch person? Even if we did do it 8 hours a day. Like, we're talking almost a month. The other thing to keep in mind as well is, even though you're making a lot of money, you're burning XP. Because they're making 0 XP per night. So you're not gaining any total levels. You're basically exchanging potential XP for money instead. Because if you're at 500, you're making nothing. You lose 1 level per night? That's a lot post 200. 1 level per night is a lot. Oh, so if you're talking about 12 hours, it's slightly more than 1 level. It's like 1 1/3. And that's assuming you're not using any XP pots either. Which makes it even higher. It would definitely be worth it initially for tools, though. Like getting everything to 25, 30. But no, that's still a lot to have to work towards, though. Like, getting a 500 AFK combat, but then, or, you know, 500 combat, and then also, burning XP every night. Because that's not only a, like, 1 month grind, if not longer. But also you're not going to be doing your venture for, like, the next few months. But you'd want to do that at least for a month to go cash in, get infinite money. And then, you know, go from there. And you upgrade all the tools and everything. But it's like 2 months where you're doing, like, combat only. One through, like, actual combat in-game, and the next, like, fully AFK. Where you have, like, a month where you're not using any XP to any of this skill. It'll be worth it once you have, like, level 30 all tools after. If not 40. As well as anything else you would ever need the gold for. But no, it's a long time investment to go for it, though. Yeah, short term you lose XP, but long term you do gain XP. But the problem is you have to go out of your way to go get a 500 combat. Which is not a short duration. Oh no, I still kind of want my 500 watch person, though. If we ever are doing it, it's definitely watch person. I just don't have any knowledge dumped into it yet. It's something I need to go pivot to at some point. I want to take like a day or and a half to go get it, though. Even a day, depending on what we're doing. If we're doing like only merchant or something. But in a day and a half, we can easily get this caught up. Like all the knowledge we need for everything. Just out of curiosity, where do you even AFK this at? Ooh, the money pit is all the way in the bottom east corner. What a weird place to put the money pit. Yeah, there's the money pit in that area. It's all the way in the corner. Of course it's south of Leatherworker. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that's definitely the place to put it. They put the money printer next to the money printer. Honestly, they put every money printer in this chapter right next to each other. You got the tannery, you got the easiest enemy to kill in the entire region, and you got the highest level 480 AFK activity. I didn't realize that. They triple stacked the money printer in Chronopolis. They put a money printer on their money printer on their money printer. This is your early game money printer. This is your mid game money printer, and this is your end game money printer. I didn't even notice that till just now. But yeah, Chronopolis' north or southeast corner is literally just 3 money printers for early, mid, and late game. I never noticed that till just now. Like, obviously I knew the leather money printer, but I didn't realize they put all 3 there. Well, it's because I haven't done too much real combat in the area. Most of this AFK and raid dens. Which is still how we're going to go level everything as well. It's still AFK raid dens. You grind to 500, you didn't notice it until I said that? Yeah. Yeah, they put the best 3 monies there. Leatherworker, which is the best non-combat one. The super easy to kill enemy, which is a combat one that goes all the way to like 490 or whatever level that thing is at that level. Like 480, 470. Actually, what is the highest level thingy? I know it's pretty high. Is it the highest in the area? I never bothered checking. What's the highest thing? Yeah, it is the highest. It's the 490. Yeah, they did. They literally triple stacked the money printer. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, that's literally the 490 for the zone as well. Is the easiest to kill thing. Guardians benefit from this the most, I believe. Aren't they weak to Arbore? Or is it Tempest Day? Never mind. Hammer Mages gain the most benefit from that. Though, I do have a decent yellow weapon. It's just annoying to craft. Cryo Knight does have a half decent melee yellow and range yellow. The only issue is without special attacks, they're worse than our best in slot. Well, with special attacks, they'd probably be worth it. Hammer Mages would definitely have the best time there, though. Actually, I didn't think about that. What highest level unit is like the weakest right now to Cryo Knight? Because for the Blob, the Momentum Attunement, it looks like. So that's good. If we ever want to go really high on Mind Fighter, The best thing to kill is weak to cryonites. But, you know, weak to blue, but that includes cryonite. I didn't bother checking that for every region. Let me see. The highest one for this, I assume, would be Guardian. Terrifying Shade. Yep, Guardians do the best. It makes sense. What did they do for Hopeport, then? Oh! Cryonite advantage right there. There's 2 zones where Cryonites kill the 490 the best. Zone 1 and Zone 3. Guardians only have Zone 2, and Hammer Mages have Zone 4. If you're looking to use, like, your best style. That's interesting. I never noticed that till now. Cryonite actually has 2 chapters where the final thing is easy for them to kill. Chapter 1 and 3. Though 1 and 4 are the best 2 to do, because they're stationary units that don't move. So Cryonites and Hammer Mages have the best chance. Cryonites for Chapter 1 and Hammer Mages for Chapter 4. That's still not going to stop me from doing Watch Person, though. Watch Person is still going to be our 500 if we do ever go for it. What's Hope Forest? What about Hope Forest? Oh, yeah, you're making a joke. Yeah, poor Hope Forest. It's still so bad. Though I did find a really cozy spot I liked there. It was the Thistle Room. We were there the other day, and honestly, it's one of my like top 5 favorite rooms in the entire game. But overall, Hope Forest definitely needs a bit of work. So gosh, we've been mining for a while. I've been mining for a whole hour. Where's the time gone? I gained a whole level 2. I said I would stop at 206, but honestly, I'm addicted. The mines have gotten their hold on me again. What would I change about it? Honestly, that's the problem. I have no clue. I don't know what needs to change with Forest. Other than, like the boss we mentioned before and a couple other things like that. But as far as, like, fundamental things to fix Hope Forest, I don't really know. Like, as far as, like, some of the fundamental issues it kind of has. I just feel like its layout is really clunky. The layout of every other chapter kind of works. I would say Mines of Matubin's kind of clunky as well. Like, Chapter 2 and 3's layout is really mazy with how it's laid out. I would not describe the 1st and 4th chapter as that. Chronopolis' maziness is only because of, like, how the shortcuts are. More so than anything. And Chapter 1 has, like, no maziness going on at all. But no, something still just feels off with Chapter 2. It's hard to pinpoint exactly. There's a few things that are, like, really good in it. Its biggest things dragging it down, I would say, is the overall layout, the lack of ways to, like, store anything. Because the storage ref system there is really bad layout for some. As well as carpentry is just, like, the worst skill in the game. That's bringing it down a lot. But no, it just doesn't really have the vibe of some of the other areas. Some areas in the area does. But I feel like the overall area doesn't. Chapter 3 is really hard carried by its music. And Chapter 1 and 4 are basically the full package. You hope they get rid of the aggressive monsters? There's mostly because of the fear potion. I don't think they ever will. If anything, we almost need the opposite, where we have like an aggro potion so they stay aggro. But yeah, partial aggro rooms are a little bit annoying, but you can do weird step under methods and a few other things to make sure they don't attack you. We were messing with that actually yesterday's stream, when we were doing like Gatherer from like 40 to like 53 or whatever we did. You can do step unders on enemies so they never attack you. If you walk out from under them at the same time that they start moving away, they'll be stalled for 1 game tick. And if you move away from them at the same time, they cannot attack you. It's kind of like a mini aggro potion. It wastes about 1 second, but it's way better than wasting like 3 seconds to have to cast the retreat spell. I can go show it real quick. It's like a weird mechanic. I'm trying to think of something like naturally aggressive near me. I can't do it on a tentacle though. I'd have to do it on like the ghouls, but they have like a weird movement. I don't have anything near me I can go show it on. But worst comes to worst, just use fear pots. Fear pots do it automatically for extraction, and eventually you'll be able to equip them. They said they'll likely extend the tool belt to include like utility potions. So you'll eventually just be able to have your XP potion and your fear potion and everything else on it. At which point you can just keep chugging fear pots and never need to worry about aggro again. Right now it's not worth ever using normally because you have to waste an entire inventory space. Kind of like this potion here. But once you waste 0 inventory spaces, it'll be a lot more commonly used. Right now they're just way too clunky to bother with. But down the line you'll just be able to just chug fear pots every now and then. And nothing will ever attack you. I just canceled my pot. I keep forgetting you could do that. I just always assume it's going to go all the way through. Oh, let's see. But like almost everything in this game, you can accidentally cancel it. 8 more knowledge points and we'll get there. Let's see, how much time do we have left? Probably going for about 2-ish more hours, give or take a little. Doing natural means, that means we'll get about 6 more knowledge, but I need 8. I could just do the other 2 off stream while printing leather, so that'll be fine. You've seen that method on YouTube? Which one? The walk under thing? I don't think I've actually seen anyone do it. I know some people have done it accidentally. I never realized there was a guide going over it. It's the same mechanic that's in old school RuneScape though. So I assume whoever initially did it was from old school. Because that was the first thing I saw when I saw that. I was like, yep, let's just click under it. I feel like everyone who came from old school kind of just instinctually was like, yeah, let's just walk under. It breaks everything in that game. It will do the same in this game. There's the only bad thing with point and clicks. Point and clicks haven't really solved a walk undering. Oh, Jimmy is a bot, did? I know he went over it in combat. Did he go over how to do it not in combat? I thought he only covered walk under in combat. Because you have to do it based on the tick system. Which functions kind of similar to how old school does. Because walk undering outside of combat's different than walk under during combat. It's the same premise though. But one of them you're doing to avoid combat, the other one you're doing to avoid hits. Because walk under during combat you do to try to time so you maximize your cooldown with their cooldown. Because when they're on a when you're on a high cooldown but they're on a low cooldown, you want to walk under so you cancel their attack. Or at least stall it for longer so that your cooldown can get off cooldown. But walk under outside of combat is used just to avoid combat completely. So instead of having to retreat for like 3 seconds, you can retreat for 1 second. And not even need to cast the immunity spell. But you have to not engage combat for that to work. Otherwise you're forced to have to use immunity. Because there's a way that you do it during combat and a way that you do it out of combat. Both methods are the same though. But the timing is different. Because in combat you have to time the ticks with each other. But outside of combat you have to time when they're going to have aggro on you. And just push them out from under you and walk away at the right time. You're glad that we're doing crafting so you don't have to. That's funny. Yeah, I will be trading a bunch of stuff off stream. Or, you know, on stream once trading does come out. We'll probably give away like a bunch of like 3-star stuff and other similar things here and there. I figured it'd be fun. Plus I have a bunch of junk I want to give to people and hope they hand me down and just keeping it going. I might even make some gear for that. I'm not sure if people will actually do that, though, or just go sell it. But I kind of want to hand out some of this gear for people to keep, like, turning down to other people. Like, I have some 50 stuff that would be good in Chronopolis if they want to use, like, temporarily. The only problem is I got a bad cryo on it, but for AFK it doesn't matter that much. Like, these 2 pieces are really good for AFK 51 raids, for example. And a couple other items like that. Which you can also make more of. But otherwise, we'll probably hand out, like, a ton of 3-star stuff. Like, 3-star 199s. Especially if we're going for the perfect ones. Like, we'll probably sell the perfect ones, but just hand out all the non-perfect ones. And the perfect one's only a 5% chance, so... we'd have, like, 19 others to go hand out. And if you're trying to combine it into a weapon, you don't care if it's perfect or not. Only Cryonites would care if it's perfect. So we can hand out, like, the 85s, the 80, like, 8s, or even 87 to, like, Cryonites, and to just sell the 88s and 89s, or use it for ourselves or something. Because I'm going to get a lot of rejects when we do it. Like, even tomorrow when we go do it, we should have anywhere from... like 90% or 95% rejects. And that's a lot of 3-star stuff that we just don't need that other people would. And only keep like the top 2 tier of them, which is a 10% chance we get. But the other 90%, Guardians and Hammer Mages would still like, because it still upgrades your stuff just the same. Only Cryonites would really care if the other number is higher. But when you're fusing something together, it doesn't matter what the other number is. It just matters what the base number is. So if something has like a 71% cryo, it doesn't matter compared to an 89 if you're just combining it into like a Guardian weapon for a 4-star. Hey, how close are we on mining leaderboard? It wasn't really my intention to take it. But, where's the mining leaderboard? We are currently, like, 24 levels away from taking top 20. I don't plan to, like, really power rush it, though. I am curious if Rita Ore is going to win the race, though. I haven't ever talked to Jester, though. I've seen him around. I have talked to Rita Ore, though. And, they're catching up. They were way further behind before. They're actually really on the grind now. The only problem with the Rita Ore is I believe they're dropping literally everything for speed. So once they hit 500, they're going to have almost no ore banked. I'm pretty sure they're banking some of it. But I'm pretty sure they're dropping like 80-90% of all ore they ever mine. And stones. They're going to have almost nothing banked, but probably will have the first 500. Because I know for sure Jester is banking some. So if he's banking literally none, he'll eventually catch up, which he has been. Because I'm pretty sure Jester is banking, but Rita Ore is not banking, or very minimally banking. Unless he started to decide to only bank tier 6 or something. Is that something I've been doing on my ults? I kind of just been dropping everything. Because tier 1 and 2 don't really matter too much. Honestly, ore and stuff like that don't really start mattering like a huge amount until like tier 4. Only reason I've been getting it for bone right, or you know, the bones, is because we're going to be using it for armor maker and stuff like that as well. And also because I can get every little bit of bone right I can, because gosh, the skill is so slow to train. And I definitely don't want to make equipment, so we need as many bones as we can get to make up for a lack of equipment. Because I'm not going to be doing carpentry much, if at all. Carpentry and woodcutting I'm trying to avoid. I do enjoy woodcutting, it's just the carpentry component is the issue there. Anything I can do to ignore carpentry for longer is ideal. Honestly, that's probably one of the first things I'm doing when trading comes out. Maybe not the first thing. But I really need to go get some high-tier carpentry supplies. And see if they're actually cheaper than what the shop is selling it for. Not sure if there will be or not. Because otherwise I might just buy them from the shop. Because they do stock at the shop. They actually stock based on not your carpentry level, but based on your smithing and bone rate level. So for example, if I need some kind of rod at like, you know, 200 something smithing, that tier 5 rod will actually be sold at the carpentry shop. I don't need the carpentry to buy it. What I need the carpentry for is to get it cheaply. Because if you do it through woodcutting and then do carpentry, you get it for free. Otherwise, it costs a lot to go buy from the shop. Like, I think most tier 5 wood goes for multiple silver each. Even more for tier 6. But worst comes to worst, that would be our last resort if we really had to. If we couldn't trade anyone or anything. We just buy it from the carpentry shop. It's probably a lot more expensive, but it's better than not having it at all. It's one of the main reasons I've been hard skipping on carpentry and woodcutting so hard. Is, worst comes to worst, I'm just going to buy it from the shop if I really need it for something. Like, let's say for whatever reason there's like a really big need when specs come out for me to go make like a level 400 mace. A 4-star mace. Like, I don't have the carpentry for that, but I'll just buy this stuff and just make it real quick. Might have to burn a couple hundred silver and carpentry supplies, but maybe even up to a gold piece, but it'll probably be worth it for the item in return. Hey, another Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. Honestly, you know what? This month has not felt that Christmassy to me for once. I feel like it normally does. This doesn't feel that Christmassy this time around, though. Like, we're like, what? Less than 2 weeks from Christmas. It still hasn't quite, like, phased in yet. Probably because I've been too busy doing Brighter Shores. That could also be a problem. How long should you stick to raids? Well, it depends what your goal is. Technically all the way to 500. They're really good up to 83. The final raid that would be up to that point is 51. The main reason I say 53, or sorry, 81 I mean. Or 83 I mean, I'll eventually say the right number. You don't have to do it all right now, but to unlock every shortcut in Chronopolis, you need 83 detective. You unlock all of them but 2 by 18. And all of them but 1 by 51. So I would say stick with the 18 raid then for now if you're just trying to get some total level real quick. Assuming you can take it on consistently. But other than that, beyond that, yeah, you would want eventually 83. It's not like a super high priority, but it does help a lot if you're planning to do a lot in Chronopolis. Particularly Merchant. Its biggest beneficiary is Merchant. Because having all the shortcuts makes Merchant a lot quicker. Yeah, you're just doing a level 8 raid. Yeah, I did the same thing. By like level 25, you could probably start taking out the 18. Oh, also, if you haven't been doing it already, check the shop all the way to the west. Not only can you sell all your gear there, like you can in Chapter 1, but they have a rotating system there where you can buy armor. If you haven't already been utilizing it some. It's something that I definitely missed when I first got there. But this blacksmith right here just doesn't just buy your stuff. It also sells armor you don't have. It sells a bunch of tier 1 and occasionally some tier 2 stuff that is from random chapters. It's a great way to go and upgrade your stuff for Chronopolis when you fall behind. Because you're not getting any drops from the raids, but you can get some gear upgrades from him. But if you haven't been doing that, you can do that for every chapter now. You have to buy it from Chapter 4, but it gives you an assortment from every chapter in the game. And for the raids, of course, you would want to make sure to get the Chapter 4 stuff. And it scales to whatever your level is. And it refreshes every, I think, like 3-4 hours? I forget. I think it's 4 hours. It's actually a shop I should check more often because I still haven't got my glove upgrade. I'm still running the tier 3 glove instead of tier 4. I'm sure if you guys noticed, but we've been rocking the tier 4 boots all day today. I actually didn't have them prior to today, but I got them last night. They got like little wings on them. Did we check the info? Got little dragon wings on the little boot thingy. That was the main upgrade they got. It's pretty small. It's hard to tell. Pretty sure no one even noticed this whole stream. But yeah, that was one gear upgrade we had. As far as our visual. The only one I'm missing is a glove now. I just haven't been checking it that much. I check it like once a day. Maybe twice at most. But still haven't found the glove upgrade yet. Hey, one more mining level, we could actually do the new blast mining activity. After the AFK tonight, I'll definitely be able to. So sometime tomorrow, we're going to do blast mining. I might do everything I've banked as well, which is about, I want to say an hour's worth of explosives. Obviously, I don't need it for my smithing grind or anything. However, yeah, we'll try it a little bit. Maybe for like 1 hour. I want to see how much the XP drop is. Because I want to say it's going to be over 10k a drop. It's actually going to be our first post-200 activity. Because this iron is 197. So I want to say every explosive is going to be like 10k XP. Hopefully even more, but at least 10k. If it's anything less than 10k, I'm just using what's in my bank and never touching it again. But hopefully it's like around 10k or a little higher. I know, we'll find out when we do it tomorrow. Because my mining AFK tonight will 100% get us to 207 into tomorrow. Maybe even 208. And one thing I do want to try getting up, if that is going to be our main AFK activity for a little bit, is we got to get up our, what you call it? We got to get up our, words, go. We got to get to 215 mining. Because once we get 250 mining, we get a way better AFK. Not only is it more XP per hour for mining, but the material we're getting is for smithing rather than stonemason. One big issue right now is I'm getting stonemason AFK activity material, but it is way better if we get smithing AFK activity material. So it's one of the reasons I still haven't left this mining activity. As by the end of next weekend, or even by next weekend, I want to have the 215 mining activity AFK activated. Because it's really good for that level range, and it will start banking smithing XP AFK rather than stonemason. Because obviously we care a lot more about the smithing one. Stonemason's still nice, but it's less relevant. About to get another knowledge point. Nice. We're so close to 193. Now we can actually go use all this iron for once. I've been stacking. Honestly, we're almost probably at like 5,000 by now. I almost want to go just check right now. Just to see what it's at. So tempted to. After this trip, maybe I will. Just to see where we're at for our total stash. And then maybe switch to a different activity and go get some knowledge from that. Because honestly, it doesn't really matter too much what we're doing right now. I still wanted to do mining because it's a little bit of a priority at the moment. We can be doing anything for knowledge for the other two levels we need. Because I only need 7 more knowledge points. It doesn't matter how we get it. It could be literally anything. At this point, I'm pretty sure I have enough ore banked. I still need 215 mining, but you know, that's a later issue. If we AFK all week, we will have it by next weekend without even trying. I still want to actively train here and there though. Especially tomorrow when we get blast mining, because we'll be really good at that level range. It's really important that we get to 215 so we can start banking smithing AFK rather than stonemason though. It's one of the main reasons I do want to keep poking at it here and there every day. Also, on the hypothetically poll, it's currently up to 38% on if we should just power grind to 500. Oh gosh. And if you count the 2 lowest numbers, is at 39% to don't do that. And then some people in between. It is hypothetically though. We're not actually going to do that. Possibly. Maybe. We'll see. But I don't know. 8 hours a day every single day just seems like a lot though. We were joking about it earlier, but we basically be taking a full-time job just doing, or you know, as far as length. A full-time job worth of length of just training detective watch person. Because we'd have to do that for like over a month. Or probably about a month. I'm not sure exactly how long it would take. It would take a while though. I don't know, we'll keep poking at it here and there. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. No promises that we're doing a 500 grind in the next month though. But I definitely would want to do it. If we're going to do it, we should do it while it's still in early access. Before it goes nukes the whole combat system. Because I don't think I would want to do that post-launch. That's definitely a better pre-launch activity. Same as finishing Monument. Those are two things I kind of want to finish before the game launches to some degree. Not sure if we are going to do both before it, because that's a long grind for both. But if I was to do one or the other, I feel like we'd do the combat one. Because we get a free 500 detective with it as well, which is nice. Alright, moment of truth. How much iron ore do we have? If this number is over 4,500, we should be good. If it's over 5,000, we should be really, really good. Let's see. The number is... Ooh, a bit lower than I wanted to be. 4,214. Ah, that's... is that enough? I'm not going to mine more right now. I'm not sure if that's enough. We just got to hope it is. Maybe I'll mine a little bit more off stream so we get 4,444. But yeah, it's a bit lower than I wanted to be. 4,500 plus would have been not nicer, but 4,214 is still nice. 4,200 is probably still enough. I never did the math on it, so I have no clue. But I'd rather have too much than not enough. Especially since we still need to mine even more anyways. But, yeah, hopefully that's fine. Anyways, we got about a good hour to go kill. Good hour or two. Ideally we want to do something that can get enough knowledge. I don't want to do merchant right now, though. Honestly, I almost want to go back to the Forager path we were doing earlier. I want to go get 53 Forager, I think, real quick. And get a bunch of knowledge along the way. Because while we have the path that we're doing fresh in our head, I kind of want to keep doing it. Maybe get some more cooking bounties here so we can get our second level of the day. I'm not going to take them right now, but I do want to start stacking them. So we can get a nice set in. I already got my one daily cooking level, but, you know, a little bit extra never hurt. But yeah, lately, ever since the Brand of Inheritance quest, we've been doing one cooking level a day, bare minimum. Just so we never, ever, ever, ever have to do the mega grind again. So I've just been gradually doing whatever's on this board whenever I'm around the area. And just stacking a double board. And we worry about the rest later. Alright, but yeah, I think I'm going to go back to foraging. So we can get it to 53 like our gatherer is. There's also the next monument piece if we ever want to go for it, if not immediately. Because I feel like that would be a nice way to end out our gathering grind, is to get the next monument tier. Seems quite fitting. Alright, anything else we need? I think we're good to go. Let's go get 53. Because our route, once we have 53s, could be completely different. So while it's still fresh in my head, the route we did today, I kind of want to do it all the way to 53. Something I kind of wanted to do earlier, but we already did so much foraging at the time, I was like, I should take a little bit of a break. But now that we've taken a break, I kind of want to go back and finish the 53. Because our route at 53 is going to be completely different due to having to take the monument pieces. And it's going to be drastically different at 59 because we might actually do the wall plant for healing pots. Haven't decided yet, but we might. But for now, I just want 53. And doing so will be some pretty good knowledge per hour. Not the quickest in the game, but pretty high up there. I'm also not sure what the route, this specific route is. I want to say it's like 4.5 to 5. It's hard to tell, though. This isn't the normal route you would normally be doing for knowledge rate. This is a weird route that we've been taking for the supplies we actually need, as well as the level range we have. Yeah, we'll do this for 2.5 levels, so we get to level we need, which is 53. Then whenever we want to do monument pieces down the line, we'll be good to go. I don't need to worry about going back to the grind, because this part will already be done. We just move straight to the monument pieces later. I'm not going to do that now, though. But I want to get to the point where we don't need to do this method anymore. And just start to focus on monument again. For whenever we do feel like starting to work towards 490. Gosh, I really need to at some point, but 490 is so high. I would definitely sooner get a 500 combat than I would a 490 monument. Hey, red elf hat. I knew it. I knew my brain was thinking about skipping that. Which is why I use the sensor, just in case I would forget something. Just to remember that there was a potato there. Yeah, I'm still not sure if the route I'm taking right now is efficient or not. We came up with it earlier today when we were just messing around. Once we got to level range. Because I wanted to try to route something that didn't use the portal now that we have drop all. And I don't know, this was working pretty well. Because I was trying to route out having to use the portal. That you don't really need it as much. And this pathing seemed like it kind of worked. The only big downside with it is we do have to do a bit of fishing at the end. Which obviously we need for base 50 eventually, but fishing is not foraging. That's not too big a deal. But the only big issue with this route is it ends and starts at the same spot. So you gotta wait out the respawn timer. Normally most circle routes will, you know, circle all the way around so you don't have to wait. But this is a bit less foraging per hour, but we offset it with a little bit of fishing. You could also technically offset it with combat if you want to. I just figured fishing is our more immediate goal. Even though we will be doing 50-50 combat probably this Tuesday. Oh, we almost gained a level already. Gosh, compared to a level 200 skill, this is so quick. It feels so weird doing a post 200 skill than going to like anything else. Feels like I'm gaining like 1 billion levels an hour, even though we're only gaining like 3 an hour from this. How did you change the option to one click? Oh, it's in your options menus. It's under somewhere's in here. One of these. Controls. It's under controls. And you can change it to, all your click options to various different things. Most notably, if we go over here, it's what we have set up right now. But yeah, left click to walk, left click on middle. This allows you to easily go on stacks. So for example, if I want to click on this, I can middle mouse and click on it, and it'll let me go on this. So that's what that one does. Right click action. This is the one you want to disable. Disable it from left click and put it on your right click. That way you can right click something and it goes like this. Otherwise you can just click it and just immediately get it. And then the other one is, what else do we have? Rotate camera I have set to middle drag. You either disable this or use it depending on what you want. It just lets you move your camera. I pretty much never use this. But in case I ever do want to, I have it. But you could also disable this if you don't want to. Just have the walk to there. And then zoom camera right drag. Oh, wait, I have that set. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize I had that set. Yeah, apparently right drag for that. I didn't even realize I had that on. Normally I just use the mouse scroll wheel to go in and out. I didn't realize I had it set to my left click as well. Interesting. I feel like scroll wheel is easier for it though. But yeah, that's how you change it, no problem. Yep, no problem, force fall. No. I tried clicking the other button, didn't quite work. That's the only problem with the other thing. If you want to walk somewhere, you have to click like middle mouse. Which I am really bad at clicking on it. I normally just use it for scroll wheel. I do hope they fix that in the future. Like multiple things being on the same tile. They made some like band-aid fixes. Where if you keep like right clicking on it, it will like rotate through them. They really need a better system than what they have right now, though. But they're working on it. Like half the settings in that menu weren't even there at launch. Get in there. But I think our main goal right now is 53. That way we'll have 53 Gather and 53 Forager, which will look pretty clean. And then we just have to finish out the base 50s, which tomorrow's goal is definitely going to be 200 Smithing, 200 Merchant. Monday's goal is just going to kind of be do whatever, since we have a bit of a smaller stream on Mondays. And then Tuesday, Wednesday is when we finish out the 50 grinds. Tuesday we'll do all combat to 50, which means guard and scout. And then Wednesday will be finish fishing and whatever else hasn't been done. Obviously just fishing by that point, but you know, in case the combat takes way longer than I think. It shouldn't though. We should be able to 50 both these combats and still have time to go do some Chronopolis combat. To be a really all-in combat stream. Honestly, might do combat in every zone. Might as well. If we're already doing 2, might as well do all 4. Get like a few Mindfighter XP and maybe go get enough Detective XP that we can actually go do the raid. But, or not the raid. I need the 209 so I can do the AFK activity. Then I gotta do the 209 AFK activity to like 221. Then we could do the raid. Because right now, there's one big issue we have with Detective and Watch Person. Is we're currently locked out of doing the raid properly. Due to our Watch Person level. Do I have a Discord? Oh yeah, we have a Discord. Isabel just posted it. I don't use it that much though. But if you message me on Discord, I definitely will see it. But I don't check most Discord channels that often, including my own. Oh no, I forgot a potato again. I hate when I do that. I always forget the one potato. Alright, now we can do some fishing. Oh, so based on how much XP we got from that one run, it looks like we don't have to do that many more. Like 9 more? 8 more? Looks like 8 more. Depends what the XP curve is on the next one. Like 8 or 9 more rotations and we should be there. Each rotation's taking about 4 minutes or so. Maybe 5 minutes actually. So that's a bit under an hour to go finish this, which sounds perfect because that's about how much time we have left. And then we'll probably just end it with some leather maker because that's probably the first thing I'm doing off stream. That or A, based on the poll, maybe I go do it with some AFK raid dents. Start working our 500. Honestly, the stream has definitely encouraged me to go and do it more. It was always a goal of ours since like before the game even launched to go get the 500 watch person cape. But I think we're about to slowly start pivoting into it again. We've been putting it off for a while. But I think it's finally time we re-engage the grind. The main reason I stopped it is because it's post 500. Or post 200, I mean. And post 200 is kind of annoying. But, yeah, the more 200s we get, the more we are being forced to have to do it anyways. So now it doesn't feel as bad. Because when it was our only 200, it was like, ah, it's going to be such a slog to get up. But now that we have like 1 billion of them starting to roll in, it's like, okay, well, this is just how the game is now. Just that's our life now. Oh yeah, I just forgot. I should be probably putting that into smithing. Oh no, I forgot. That's funny. The reason I did that was because when we were doing this earlier, we're doing all in on alchemy. Well, at this point, honestly, I might as well do one more into alchemy though. If I did one, I might as well do the other because I can start doing alchemy again at 62, which at this point is 1 knowledge point away. So whenever I want to do alchemy again, we're already going to have it ready to go. So I guess I will put 1 more point into alchemy, but then after that, all of it has to go into blacksmith. Because I really need to have 193 by tomorrow. I assume the potato I'm normally missing is this one right here. I actually don't know which one it is, but I assume it's this one. Because it looks like you can't grab it at first, but then you can. Probably the most awkwardly placed one. I almost want to grab it preemptively, but you're way closer to it on your way out rather than your way in. But sometimes I completely forget to grab it, which wastes more XP than, you know, going one tile away. Oh, there's Meadow. We saw him here earlier today. But I believe he's rank 2 right now. Actually, we could check. He's not on leaderboard, but we see he's level 2601. So let's go check. What rank is Meadow? Meadow is rank 3. They are rank 3 behind Unbi. They're just not on leaderboard because they're hidden. But yeah, they actually got past then. The Unbi might be sleeping now, whereas Meadow definitely isn't. As we are currently actively watching them train foraging. But, yeah, they failed to 3rd. They were in 2nd at one point. Yeah, is Yips finally doing combat now? We saw his levels earlier, and it seemed like he had really minimal combat. So if he's doing any amount of combat, that's probably why he's skyrocketing. Because he focused on a lot of non-combat, so if he's doing combat now, he's going to gain a ton of levels. Because I don't think he even had his second 200 combat when I last checked. So if he's going through his 200s right now, he's going to gain so many levels. Yeah, honestly, that's one of the reasons I almost want to pivot to Combat 2. Is we don't really know what's going to happen with combat, and it might be better to do it now than later. Yeah, you definitely don't want to put knowledge into combat. You should never do that. But honestly, I am starting to consider the combat pivot. Not just for a 500, but also for 200 all. Just because we don't really know what's going to happen with combat after the changes. So, are we going to go on our racing for top 20 arc? I know we're pivoting into a pivot just because we have so many things I want to go do. There's too much content in this game right now. I know everyone always mentions there's like nothing. But gosh, there's still like a billion goals I want to go do. And I can't do all of them because there's too many of them. But honestly, I'm considering the pivot. Where starting Tuesday, we not only go for 50 all. Or, you know, by, you know, finishing out the fishing one and everything. But I think we're also going to be going and doing 200 all combat after we finish 50 all. Just in case they nuke combat so hard that it becomes more annoying to train them rather than easier. That way, worst comes to worst, we can at least AFK them. If they become way worse to train. But they could also become better, and we could just be wasting time. So it's hard to tell. But no, I think we're going to go on our 200 arc training arc as well soon. But I won't be starting until Wednesday. Or Thursday. Because I still want to get base 50 all before then. But once we have base 50 all, I think we do go on our training arc. Or 200 combat arc, I mean. Because at that point, I'm going to have the smithing level for it. We're going to have it tomorrow. So one of the hard requirements to do it properly, we already have. Already got all the bars banked. All I got to do is make the gear. You just upgrade our stuff whenever we get unlucky on drops. You just keep upgrading over and over and over again. Every like 20 levels or so, 30 levels, whatever we need. But, yeah, now would be the time. Starting tomorrow. Because the main thing we've been missing is 200 smithing. Or, you know, like a decently high smithing, but we finally have it now. And as of tomorrow, we'll quite literally have 200. Though we're only going to need like 190 something. Even 190 is probably fine. Like, even our smithing level right now is fine for it. Because once you make a 190 tool, you're not going to need an upgrade beyond that. You can easily go to 200 with a 190. You could probably even do it with a 180. Hey, a Christmas tree. Of course it's yellow. Why? Why are we getting the curse of the yellow Christmas tree? For any of you that don't know, when we first needed to get the hats, it took us 63 to go get to our full collection. And it was yellow Christmas tree that was our last one. Now, if we go check our yellow Christmas tree, we are at 19. Oddly enough, not our highest number, second highest number. But we went from 0 to 19. It completely 180'd. It run from my lowest number, it took us 63 before we got 1, all the way to our second highest. Only behind purple elf at 21. Yeah, you do get a lot of knowledge points from combat. The problem is I kind of want to use them at thresholds where it makes sense. I don't want just to like spam them on something and lose value like we did on smithing a while back. Like if I'm going to go all in on 200 combats, I kind of want to offset it a bit with skilling. Because if I'm at a good XP threshold for a skill, I don't want to keep using knowledge on it. Like if we just unlocked like our next best XP method, I'd want to go do that for at least a few levels and then go back to using knowledge on it again. For example, I could go and knowledge my stonemason up to 117, but at 117 I would want to use my stuff until like 120. And then I can go back to knowledging it again. But for example, when I hit 62 alchemy, I wouldn't want to keep doing knowledge on it, because we just unlocked a really good potion for that level range. So we'd want to go make that potion some, and then at like maybe 70, we can start putting knowledge into it again until I get to 77. And then at 77, I do the other potion. And then at like 90, I can start knowledging it again. But I wouldn't want to just like knowledge all the way to like 100 or something. I want to offset it some with the actual activity at thresholds where it has good XP rate. There's a big mistake I made with smithing, and I don't want to make again for any other skill. I keep thinking this would spawn way quicker than it does. There's probably enough time to go for all 6. I normally go for like 5 of them. It says +4, but there's actually 5 due to how the naming works. But, I really should go for 6. There's enough time. I feel like I'm always waiting at the kelp rock. The only reason I go for 5 is some of them sometimes go far away, so I'm like, I won't have enough time to get it. But every time I only get 5, it's like, I'm waiting here for like 3 seconds, doing nothing. It could have been an extra fish. Won't matter once we hit level 53 though, because our route will be completely different. Current route will be irrelevant. It's one of the reasons I want to get it done now, just while this is fresh in our head for this day. Because if I come back to this like a week later, I might not immediately remember the route we made today. So it's way better we just do it now. And then we just route monument pieces when we go do it later. The only issue with the monument pieces is the aggro room. I kind of want to do it at a combat level where I can actually fight the things in there. Because I feel like one good way to do that room would be to do the monument pieces, but fight the things whenever they aggro us. So we can like multi-skill on it. It would also give enough time for the monument pieces to spawn. So we can just keep cycling them over and over again. And use the one combat that we keep getting engaged into by force as a way to respawn all the stones. Is this my game plan when I go do monument pieces probably ever again? Is to try to synergize it with our guard levels so that we can multi-skill them. Because I know when I did it with all the aggro, especially without a fear potion, it is so annoying. Because the second room with all the monument pieces is aggro. The first one isn't, but the second one is. The one we were using earlier today wasn't. but the other one that has the other half of the pieces are. Any knowledge I get here fourth, I will bank for later and put them into, what you call it? Put them into smithing. Because at this point, I just need 7 more knowledge. But all of it needs to go into smithing. But there we go. We got our Arborate potion. That's the next best potion. I believe there's 700 profit each. 700 bronze, 0.7 silver. It's not bad. I do think I'm going to sell them, though. Unless we get confirmation that trading's coming in like a week, I'm going to be selling all of them. Unless I put up off my alchemy grind until trading's out. In which case we'll know exactly how much they sell for in the market. But right now, the immediate money is better than the later money. But we don't really know what people who really are into combat would pay for them at the moment. Like, the most I would pay for mine is, like, maybe 5 silver. But there might be people who would pay, like, 10 or 20 silver. Technically, the one in the shop is, like, 9 point something silver. So, technically, it could be as high as, like, 10 silver. And still be accurately priced. We just don't really know what the market will say. Or how loaded all the people AFK in combat are going to be. Who knows, maybe they would pay pretty good for it. Because right now we could sell them immediately for like 2.7. And it really comes down to is 2.7 now more valuable than whatever they sell for later? Because obviously 2.7 is less than whatever they'll sell for later. But 2.7 now is more useful than like, you know, even like 8 later or 10 later. Even though it's like 4 times the profit, 3 to 4 times. Alright, oh, put that over, put that over. There we go, catch a few fishies. Oh, it's not centered. I was wondering why my camera's so weird. It's not even centered on my area. Gosh, wait, all the way over there. See how much they can wander here. It still hasn't spawned yet. So we're not quite wasting time yet. We're about to, though, because I'm walking all the way there. Alright, the other one just respawned. Should be any second now. There it is. Alright, we're almost there. After this, we'll only need, what, 4 or 5 more laps? I think 5. That'll be good to go. I have another hat. A blue one. A blue elf. But yeah, once our meter fills all the way, I'm going to go and delay it. See if we can double smithing boost with the 5% later. Gosh, I love this new drop-all feature. It's only been a day, and I feel like we've gotten like a week's worth of value from it already. It's so nice not to have to drop items one at a time. And you don't even need to click on every single one, which is so good. Like shift-click drop or something. I still wish that was a thing, though. Just in case I only want to drop one item. But anytime you need to drop like 2 or more, the new system is so much better. It's still kind of awkward if you only want to drop 1, though. No! I hate when I do that. The cancel of the resource. Doesn't waste that much time, but it still hurts every time it happens. Hopefully queuable actions will fix that whenever they add it. These will probably always finish every previous action before you do the next. And you won't need to worry about human error of going slightly early. There we go, 52. No unlocked, but hey, monument piece next. We're getting there. I don't think I'm going to do all the monument pieces right now, though. Though I feel tempted to. I don't feel like that'd be a quick endeavor, though. Because last time I did it, I felt like it took way longer than I was anticipating it to take. Because I think it's like over an hour, which I don't have time for right now. We will do it at some point, of course, obviously. As with the rest of the monument at some point. Eventually. No time soon, but eventually. But yeah, we won't have time to do it today. I think it's over an hour to grab that many pieces that we need. No! Gosh, I hate when that gets canceled as well. Hopefully that's something else that's on queuable actions to drop all. I'm pretty sure we won't be able to, though. I really hope you can queue a teleport, a drop all, and a walk. The walk being the most important. Because not only do you need that to make sure you do tile perfect gathering, even if you're doing queues, but you'll also need it for going to the next room. Like, you won't be able to queue up resources in the next room, but I'm hoping you can at least walk to the next room off of the queue system that they had. I don't know, find out when it gets added. Hello, please? How long are you gonna go? Like chasing the fish around while you're right next to it. Just stab the thing. That should be good to go. Yep, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's always nice to see you guys in game. Thanks for whenever you guys say that. We really appreciate it a lot. Always nice to see you guys. That's why we added so many people as well. I wish I could add all of you. But there's a 200 limit, which we have hit like ages ago. So if you ever wonder why I'm not adding you, it is, we've been stuck at 200 for like a month now. I hope when they add a clan system or something, you know, we'll be able to just have a really chill, just kind of casual clan. For like gathering, trading, you know, whatever else you want to go do. Co-op, bossing in the future, you know, stuff like that. But it's going to be a really super just casual, just stop by, say hi kind of clan. Never a commitment or requirements or anything. But if they need to make the system first. But hopefully that'll be something they get around to in the next month or two. Because, yeah, we've been capped on friends list for like a month now. I think we filled it in a little over a week. There's a 200 limit on it, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would add everyone. That's one feature that I really like with this game. The fact that you get auto-grouped with people whenever you're in like the same area. I'll try to auto-group you with whoever you have added. And I assume it'll do the same with a clan system. We're going to probably try to auto-group people from the clan together. Just so you see you guys around and everything else like that. Just makes it a little bit easier. But I do have to say, honestly, Forager has really grown on me. I see why some people have been going like all out with the grind. I definitely prefer Forager over Gatherer. I feel like a lot of the material from Gatherer is a bit better, particularly the bones. But gosh, is banking horrifically bad. There's the only problem with doing Gatherer now is Forager is I'm never going to want to go back to Gatherer. I was originally supposed to do a bit more of it this stream than what we did. Did we even touch it today now that I think about it? I know we did a lot yesterday, but I almost don't want to go back now. Forager is just so much better. Hey, another Christmas tree. Can we get anything but Christmas trees, please? We're going to have like 20 all Christmas tree before we even get like 10 all in the lowest category. So gosh, it's already 10:30. I forgot I started a little bit later today. But yeah, once we could do the Forager grind, I might call it then. Once we finish Forager and go to our next AFK thingy. But you know what that AFK thingy will be though? Because I need it to be extra off stream anyways, but we're gonna go do the raid dens. I gotta get that 209. We gotta get it. And all the knowledge I get from it's gonna go into smithing, of course. That's my game plan once I get to 53 right here, I think. Because I'm actually starting to get pretty hungry. So game plan is probably finish 53 foraging like we're doing right now. Should take a few more laps. After that, we'll bring ourselves to the AFK raid dens. So we'll get some of it in today at least. But then all the XP from the AFK raid dens will go into smithing. And then going into tomorrow, we should be good to go get 200 smithing and 200 merchant. That's the goal. I think both are doable. It'll be the second day we get a double 200. A little bit of a weird 200 to do at once, but is the way that it will pan out. That'll be the game plan then. Then Monday's probably going to be money making so we can get the fishing rod or the fishing spear upgraded. And then beyond that, yeah, Tuesday we might be able to hit base 50 all. The goal is just going to be do the 2 combat ones, but if we can fit fishing in, I'll do fishing as well. Because by then I'll have a 25 spear. Right now I'm using an unupgraded one, which is really bad. Though we're still using it some right here. But yeah, we'll have a 25 spear going into Wednesday. But if I can have it going into Tuesday, that'd be even better. Which might be one goal of Monday's stream. Because if it seems realistic that we could do that, we might try. The problem is I'm pretty sure I need more time than that to go get it. Assuming if I'm adamant about having a 25 spear, we're going to need slightly more time to go get one. Because we need about 18 gold, and I think we're sitting at like 4 right now. And we will make some from getting 200 merchant, and even 200 smithing, oddly enough. Because we actually will be processing some amount of the bars. Not a lot of them, though. But some of them will be made into equipment. Because we're going to try for the 199 perfect rapier tomorrow. And see if we can end up getting it. Because we might as well. We'll be at the perfect level range for crafting it without having to click a bunch of numbers. Hopefully it'll make a make-all for that so we don't need to worry about that later. Yeah, that'll pretty much be the game plan. But for now, it's still going to take us a good, like, 15-20 minutes, though. Even after this cycle, I think I have to do, like, 3 more? Each cycle is taking, like, what, 4 or 5 minutes? I want to say 5 minutes. So we should be able to finish in the next half an hour, then. That'll probably be the game plan for the rest of the stream, then. Then just call it a little bit early just to grab dinner. Lunch, dinner, breakfast. Did I eat anything today? I don't remember if I did. I've been drinking water and everything, but, I'm trying to think. I haven't even had a snack yet today. I have ate literally nothing all day. It's actually been pretty common lately. I could easily go days without eating, though. I have been eating every day. It's just been off stream at, like, midnight. As long as you stay well hydrated and everything. Though I'm definitely going to have to grab a bite tomorrow if we're going to do merchant. I need all that brain capacity to function. So tomorrow's stream might be slightly later time. Just because I do want to get a really hefty breakfast and or lunch. Because we're going to need it for the merchant grind tomorrow. So we can do 200 smithing and 200 merchant. If we don't have time, even 205 merchant, we'll see. Probably not. Actually, what is the third thing we would do if I was to finish both? I'm trying to think. Maybe we could test out our shiny weapons now. We can make a 199. Oh, that's what we could do. Since the pole seems to be somewhat in that direction anyways. We can go make a 199 two-hand and go test Chronopolis. Oh, that'd be funny. If you're wondering why I say a 199 instead of a 200 or 205, well, for one, I'll have 200 smithing, but which will be slightly lower than 205. But the reason for a 199 is the rarity curve. After 200, rarity falls off a cliff, and 199 is the last level that you can still get really easy rarity. This is particularly relevant if we're trying to make a cryo weapon, like a really, really high percent elemental weapon. But even with other ones, it's still way, way easier. So when it comes to only a few levels like that, it's not worth it. Like, even if I could make a 210, it's not worth it over just making a 199. I feel like it would have to be at least 15 or 20 levels before it's worth it. Like a 220 or a 230. At that point, the extra time would be worth the extra levels. But you'd use a 199 all the way to like 230 in most situations. Either to a 220 or 225 or 230. You pretty much skip all those levels just because of how annoying it'll be to get a anything beyond 200. Like, you're never going to make like a 205 or a 210 or anything. The amount of extra rarity that you're getting is just not worth it. Or you know how much rare it is. It's basically going to be completely dead content. I wonder how much this will go for. Because honestly, something like a 210 might almost be worth more than like a 230. Because almost no one's going to be making like 210s or so. It's going to be like 220 plus. There's going to be like a huge gap between like 199 and 220. Just because of how not worth it is to make like a 200 to a 220. Or 100 to like a 215, I mean. Around 220 is when the people will start making them again. But no, I guess it doesn't really matter too much, anything beyond 200. I feel like there's not too many people that are going to bother making like a 5-level upgrade or something. Obviously some people might. But generally you want to upgrade like every 10, 20, 30 levels. Not every like 5, especially when the rarity curve falls off a cliff. Now, how many more do we still need? Also, I'm starting to get too much XP. We're actually getting too much knowledge from foraging. But I'm concerned I'm going to reach 200% bar before I actually get to my level. Whoops. If that is the case, I need to go get a mining boost potion. I just use that instead. Easy, we're getting concerningly close to that right now. Oh, I could have done the other fish. Actually, we still can. Has he even spawned yet? Oh, no, we can't now. Oh, no, I could have. Ah, no! I'm committing to this fish. I don't care if we lose some time here. Give me that fish. I definitely lost a little bit of time. If we just committed to that from the beginning, we would have been fine. Yeah, I'm going to need to go get a mining boost potion. This could be kind of annoying. Unless I want to use it without a 5%. Oh, no, I guess using one that way isn't that big a deal. It just hurts, though. Knowing that we're missing all that XP. I don't always use it with it, though. Oh, worst comes to worst, I could always put in an AFK activity. Is there any I can even do right now? Well, I can't upgrade my mining. I can't upgrade detective. Oh, no, is there any skill, like, way down the line we feel like we're going to use it on? Hey, start putting into Chronopolis combat if we ever have a spare. Oh, maybe that's the play. Because we know we're going to need it eventually anyways. The only problem is the first, like, 40-something levels are going to be really pointless. But eventually they'll be worthwhile. I don't know, do people bother doing the combat AFKs prior to 200? I don't feel like they're generally worth it. Post 200 they kind of are. Like pretty much every AFK. The only reason I've been using them on my ults is just because, you know, we're trying not to play on them. We're basically AFKing them all the way through the entire game. But on a normal account, you generally don't want to be doing the combat AFKs until way higher up. Like the 200 plus range. The main reason you do it for other skills is to fill gaps where the level range is bad. Like right now doing my Stonemason AFK to 117 if I don't want to knowledge it up isn't awful. Though it's still better to do a 200 plus AFK though. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put it into smithing without the 5%. The amount of time it would take to walk to get a boost potion just isn't worth it right now. And we're going to over encumber if we do another lap with this. And based on our foraging levels, it looks like 2 more rotations and we should be good to go. Which means I definitely got to spend the point then. Big ol' stretch. Yeah, honestly, my opinion on foraging has definitely gone up today. Not that I had a bad opinion on foraging, but it's definitely improved. Not that my opinion initially was bad, it was just kind of like neutral to slightly good. But honestly, I found a new appreciation for gathering today. I mean foraging, not gathering. Sorry, gathering. Gathering does have that one really cool room, though. I do like some of the aesthetics in some of the rooms that Gathering has. It's just the banks are like too many miles away. Come on, I'll walk all the way over there if I have to. I'm not even going to take the quicker shoreline. We're adamant about this. We will walk 1 tile at a time to get to you. Even if we have to take the slow path. Yeah, we got all 6. Nice. Alright, let me go use this on smithing. Oh, it hurts. It's not boosted. Alright, now we double bank for smithing. They're still going to need the same amount of points. I only need 6 more knowledge. Well, technically 5 because I already have 1 queued up. Which we can easily AFK within 2 hours off stream. By doing combat in Chronopolis. We'll work towards it. Our total level will suffer greatly, though. It's the only other byproduct. But if we go for 200 all combat, that will fix it. There's many other reasons for going for the 200 all combat pivot. As well as the 1-500 pivot. Other than the combat system being reworked and everything else. In order for me to go for a 500, I gotta get 200 all combat just to bolster up our total. Otherwise, our total level is gonna be like level 40 something. If we focus all in on like 2 500s. We're gonna speed run to like 50th place. We're going leaderboard in reverse. Let's keep speedrunning downwards at rapid pace. Which is kind of crazy because someone was like Chronopolis only, I think, on top 20. Like they have like almost like level 20s, 30s or something. And then their Chronopolis is just like absurd. Actually, is there still on leaderboard? I believe they hid themselves. I don't even think they're on leaderboard right now. Like the rank 1 Chronopolis guy. Oh no, he is KC. That's him. But yeah, look at his numbers. He's still top 20 with 431 watch person, 437 detective. That's the grind we're going to be doing. But yeah, he went crazy all in. And he's still top 20, I'm pretty sure. Let me go check. Where's KC? On total leaderboard. Okay, he's 22nd now, but that's because he's going for 500s. Like 2 of them. Like basically what we'd be doing if we do the pivot. The mega pivot. But at one point he was actually top 20 while going for 500s, which was kind of insane. But he has actually since fallen, but that obviously that makes sense. It's going to happen if you're going for, you know, double 500. Yeah, he's temporarily going to go down, but once he has 500 all in Chronopolis, I wonder if he's going to 500 all one chapter at a time or something. Starting with Chronopolis, because that looks like the angle he's going. We just don't know if he's going to do Merchant Leatherworker after he does the other two. But at his current rate, it sure looks like he's trying to. Oh, we're one more yellow hat away from base 10s, by the way. That one yellow gnome just reminded me of that. Yeah, the only one we're missing is yellow pudding. Because yellow gnome was the one we were missing earlier, but we have since gotten multiple, including the one we just got literally right now. Alright, final lap. Also, for anyone keeping tabs, either on stream, off stream, or anything of our current progress in old school, we've been woodcutting all day, but this time in leagues. And we have been using Banker's Note to bank 2,600 used trees. I know they're not the best XP at this level range, but I need something slightly more AFK. But yeah, we banked 2,600 of them. That's all that the account's been doing all day. We've just been stuck at U trees. Not the Brighter Shore U trees, those are way worse. But it's just been AFK woodcutting all day with Banker's Note in leagues. Trying to get 99 woodcutting. It's extremely inefficient, but the AFK time is like the best thing, other than magic trees, but those are way too bad XP-wise. Because I didn't pick a region that has redwoods. Yeah, for anyone keeping tabs on that, I don't think I showed it at all this stream, but yeah, that's where that thing is at right now. It's been stuck at the U tree for the 99 league woodcutting grind. We're almost base 99s in leagues at the moment. We're getting there. We played for like 6 days, and then I've just been AFKing the rest. But yeah, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. I was not sure why I didn't bother going for more fish, but I guess we'll just wait it out. It's not that bad. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Alright, final rotation. Then we'll go bring him to the AFK. Because we really need to start getting 209 Detective. Oh, we should be able to get it by Sunday night? I might even run that as my AFK tomorrow. Whereas today we'll definitely be doing the mining AFK. Like, you know, the true AFK, not the pseudo AFK. I'm not sure ever how to describe them in this game. Because this game has like a weird layer of AFK that's different than how you describe it in other games. Because I'm not sure how to properly describe like a logout AFK. They're currently called passive activities. But I feel like if you say the word AFK in this game, you're generally referring to passive activities rather than active AFK. Because active AFK and like true AFK are way different in this game. Like way, way different compared to a normal game. Because active AFK is like, you know, 1 minute AFK, 2-3 minutes, stuff like that. Whereas true AFKs, you log out and you come back like 23 hours later. Those are two very different things. Oh gosh, I took the venture really late tonight. I'm not sure if I'm going to bother staying up for that. I'm pretty sure I'll be sleeping by 5 hours from now. I forgot, we took them really late today. It's the only problem with forgetting about them. Is I'm almost guaranteed I will not be up 5 hours from now. Well, let's take it in the morning then. It's the only slight issue whenever I forget about them. Because it makes it so I can't take it an extra time during the night. Because that means I'd have to stay up to like 3:30, which sometimes I do. But normally I don't. Do you play any other game while you're AFK in this game? Yes. We just showed it a second ago. But yeah, we're currently playing Old School RuneScape. They're currently having a league. They had their peak ever player count the other day. But yeah, we're currently AFKing U-Trees over there. But I played it while doing Brighter Shores the other day. We did it for like 6 days. And since then, we've just been AFKing to Dragon Rank. I haven't been doing too much progress on it. I've mostly been pet hunting and going for 99s. Mostly because I haven't been actively playing that much. But nope, we're still going with it. Still going strong. I've never stopped. I've still been playing it every day. It's just been fully AFK rather than on screen. I still show it every now and then, though. Like, very rarely. I think this whole stream I showed it like 3 times for like 2 minutes. But, yeah, it's still going. It's still going, it's just not on screen anymore. You get a max 25 defense pure? Nice. Yeah, I haven't made a PK build in a while in that game. I used to back in the day, not really much recently. I've been too invested into max hardcore to really do anything other than that in that game. Alright, there we go. Forging completed. Alright, next order of business. Let's go get this guy to his AFK, go get him his correct potion, and probably call it for night so we can go grab some dinner. Alright, let me go put that away, put that away, put that away, put that away. Let's go to our potion hub. Before I do, though, let me go show that one shop I was talking about earlier. I was talking about the shop, but we haven't actually utilized it in a while. And there's actually a potion thingy right next to it, so I do want to go grab it real quick. Let me go head over there. Oh, keep forgetting the double room thing. I hope they eventually make movement and go triple room deep. I feel like there's so many times I click 3 rooms ahead and it's like, oh yeah, only 2 rooms. But then everyone will start complaining like, oh, we need another room extra. Like the second they make it 3 room, it's like, oh, why not 4 room? Then when they make it 4 room, it's like, why not 5 room? I still feel like 3 room is a nice in-between though. Without being like super overkill. But yeah, I still need gloves. Come on, gloves! We got gloves, finally! It finally happened. Ooh, we can even go fancier gloves. Do I go for it? Ah, they're so expensive though. Ooh, which one do we want more? Super fancy gloves that are way too overpriced? Or just tier 1 gloves that just do the job? Let's see, what's the armor difference? How much are we paying for here? We're paying for like 40 extra armor. Ah, that's tough. That's too expensive. I kind of want to go to cheaper pair. Otherwise, our whole set's going to be like 2 gold worth. I feel like we're going to get a better upgrade. I want to go with the cheap stuff. As tempting as it is, we'll eventually have enough armor just through getting levels. I'm cheaping out on this. Alright, let me go paint it now. But yeah, we're finally in full, we finally did it. We're finally in full tier 4. As far as the visual. Let me go grab my gear. Oh yeah, it's in this transmog menu. I was like, wait, where is it? Let me go get rid of these. It's definitely an upgrade if we go check it real quick. Oh, it's only 8 though. That's still an upgrade. It's a visual upgrade. I'm not sure what the visual difference is. Looks like it has a little bit more of a pattern on the thing. But this is the tier 4 appearance rather than the tier 3. Or it should be anyways. This one has a really weird level range on it. It says better weight, better defense against the thing we'd actually be fighting. Particularly the cryo. Even though it's not physically better, the cryo plus 30 is huge for the corner. Alright, let me go trade this, sell this junk. And yeah, let's go color this thing. Before I do, let me go get my XP pot. Then we'll go color our newfound gloves. Our nice new tier 4. I'm not sure if the other one was also tier 4. It's hard to tell. If it is a visual upgrade, it is such a small one. But we are officially in full tier 4 now. Alright, let me go put away these. So deposit those, get our mining pots. Grab a few. Alright, let me go color this real quick. These will drive me crazy. That's the wrong color. And then we'll go to the AFK activity and we'll be good to go. Also for our activity, I'll probably go put the helm back on. I know it's already on, but I want it to visually be on. There we go. That way we can also see us in full tier 4 officially now. I just realized, does he have his hands out? That's funny. He's in full metal armor, but his hands are not covered. That looks so weird. Full plate armor, but your hands are just like all exposed. Now let's see. This is truly full tier 4 at this point. The only thing I would kind of want to change out is maybe the legs for the better plate ones. There's a couple cool visuals that you could do for the leg, but let's see. There we go. We are official. Oh yeah, that is different. It has extra little thingies on it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it is a different visual appearance. They have extra dashes on the side. It's really subtle, but there's like 3 extra dashes on the middle thing there. Compared to the other ones that didn't have that. But yeah, there we go. We are officially in full tier 4 though. As far as the visual for each one. It's all tier 1, but it's all 1 star, but tier 4 visual. But we didn't get it until today. Literally just now. Obviously, the only 2 that was missing was the gloves and the feet, so it wasn't that noticeable. But we have officially done it. Alright, now let's go to the AFK den. Off we go. And that's where our guy will live for the next month. No. But he will live there for tonight. Let's see. Because we really need 209 detective by Sunday night. But this is where we'll leave it for now. We'll be back tomorrow, same time as always, noon Eastern Standard Time or so. The only reason it'll be a little bit later is I'm grabbing a bite to eat. Beyond that, oh no, oh good, it is auto using the right weapon. Nice. But yeah, besides that, goals for tomorrow: 200 smithing. Off stream, I'll be getting 193 at least in order to go and get it with this, using the XP pots and everything, and our knowledge and everything. Well, we'll get 193 for sure. And then we'll go 200 smithing and 200 merchant tomorrow. If we have extra time, I'll probably try for 209 detective, either through doing this or through doing the actual detective thingies, which will probably go way quicker, so we might do those, the actual investigations. This is great when you want to AFK, but the investigations are better HP per hour right now. But that will probably kill some of the things in the corner so I can get some better gear. You may have noticed I didn't buy the tier 2 gloves, and the main reason for that is I want to kill the 200 spike balls in order to get my equipment. Because I believe we could do this up to level 209. So since we'll be at like level 206, 207, we'll be primed and ready tomorrow after we go do the 200 smithing grind to go upgrade our weapon to like a 199 two-hand. And then go and, yeah, just start whacking them. That'll probably be our game plan. Don't even use pots or anything, just use a 199 two-hand. Use, honestly, we could just use the weapon we already have. Probably fine. I might make a 199 of it, though. I would need to go get the carpentry supplies, but we'll figure something out for it. But then we'll go kill these balls, go get some upgrades, and go from there. But, yeah, that's the game plan. Let's see, someone's trying to chat with us, let's see. So you just went to the Chronopolis shop because you got the blue you wanted. And you think everyone might generate the same? Oh, interesting. Is it? I never noticed that because I never really paid attention to what someone else has. That's an interesting coincidence if not. But maybe it is. I have no clue. But that's an interesting piece of intel there. But yeah, I don't think I want the tier 2s though. I feel like they're super not worth it. For like 200 more silver, just for like a little bit extra defense, I'd rather just get it as a drop. I don't know. We'll see how we feel about that later when we can't tank a 290. Like, honestly, if I'm going to get a 2-star, I want to get it when we're at like 220. I don't want to get one for like 205. It has to be at least like 220 or something because we're going to need that for when we do the 221 raid. So, yeah, the 205 would just get outpaced anyways. So we'll stick with all 1-star. Hopefully get some good spiky ball loot tomorrow, as well as get our 200 blacksmith and merchant. And whatever spare time, we'll try to prep for 221 raid dens. And yeah, hopefully we'll go over well then. We're definitely not reaching 221, or sorry, 219 raid dens, I mean. But our spiky ball equipment will probably be the main stuff we'll use. Actually, I'm trying to see, what is our next one that we get after that? If we were to get a different upgrade, I would have to go to the 218s. What are these weak to? I think it's Tempest Day. The big issue with them is they're immune to cryo. So we'd still have to keep using our 199 two-hand unless we get a better upgrade. As I'm almost guaranteed those things are immune to cryo. Let's double check real quick. No, not that. I want to check your stats. Yeah, they're immune to cryo, weak to Tempest Day, that's what I thought. Which is a little annoying because that's our main DPS. So I might just two-hand them down or something. I don't know, we'll see. But after we do our spike balls, that would definitely be our main other target. As 218s will be really good for 219 raids. But anyways, guys, we're calling it here for now. Another Xmas tree coming in as well. And, of course, our little smithing boost, which we might as well go use right now. And by the time we start tomorrow, we'll easily have 195 and wherever else we end up putting in. And, of course, our other levels will be a little bit higher. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I'll be back at around noon Eastern Standard Time or so tomorrow and go for about 11, 12-ish hours as we normally do. And main goals being 200 smithing, 200 merchant, killing the 200 balls, maybe the 218 tigers. We'll see if we get that far. And yeah, going from there. And of course, getting our detective a little bit higher so we can actually go do the raid dens associated with it. And who knows, maybe start slowly poking to the 500, 500. We'll see. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.